Volume 3. Chapter 201, Chen Feng's Plan. Chapter 201, Chen Feng's Plan. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. The icy water blocked his attack? Lei Hao stared fixedly ahead. Chen Feng could control the icy water? Impossible. Why had the ice river remained a legend all this while? That was because it was capable of erasing all abilities. Something uncontrollable. That was because all sorts of ability to control were essentially still genetic abilities. Wanting to control the icy water that was a genetic ability eraser using a genetic ability? That was simply a joke. As for the icy water, it was something that would lose its effectiveness within several seconds of leaving the ice river. It was simply something one couldn't preserve. Once, someone possessing a unique ability to preserve everything in its peak condition had tried to preserve the icy water that had left the ice river. However, that attempt had been reduced to a joke. This was because what that person had tried to use was also a genetic ability. After getting in contact with the icy water, this ability lost its effectiveness as well. Controlling it? That was even more impossible. However, right here, with his own eyes, he saw that every time his attack was about to land, icy water would burst out of the ground to block his attack just before the icy water lost its effectiveness. Coincidence? Who would believe that this was a coincidence? Xiao. Another attack streaked forth. Bang! A gush of icy water burst out. 1 time. 2 times. This bizarre scene stupefied everyone there. Everyone's mouths were stuck agape. This works? As of this moment, Chen Feng and Wang Yao were getting further away from him. Lei Hao inhaled deeply. You are courting death. He was aware that with this icy water here, it was simply a dream for him to use some common methods to damage them. Hence, are you able to block an incorporeal attack, then? Verbal compliance law was his strongest killer move. However, apart from this, he had a lot of 4-star and 5-star secret arts as well. For example, conception of death and life. A 5-star secret art capable of ignoring distance, range, and defense. A secret art that was formed through the fusion of 5 different genetic abilities. It was able to unleash an extremely powerful mental attack that was able to directly appear within the target's body. This ability was in actuality something similar to the early form of the verbal compliance law secret art. It was classified as a curse, a formless attack. A gush of powerful energy converged beside Lei Hao. Lei Hao pointed at Chen Feng. It's over. Everyone's hearts chilled. A lot of people recognized this move. Regardless of whether it was luck or coincidence, the gushing icy water had given them some sort of hope earlier. However, how would one block this conception of death and life? Chen Feng was going to be finished. Everyone's hearts trembled. Xiao. That bizarre aura locked onto Chen Feng. Chen Feng saw this scene as well. He was aware that Lei Hao had definitely used a fatal ability. However, at this instant, oddly, a smile was instead formed on his mouth. It's over. He lowered his head. Looking at her delicate appearance, he suddenly found that this little girl was unprecedentedly beautiful. Coupled with that red skirt she had on, she appeared incomparably captivating. Chen Feng hugged her tightly and whispered to her, "We must both survive. We will certainly survive." Pu Tong. Chen Feng leaped. With Wang Yao in his embrace, he actually leaped into the icy water without any hesitation. Pu Tong. Water splashed around. Xiao. Lei Hao's attack arrived. However, the attack vanished amidst the icy water. Regardless of what angle he chose to attack from, he was unable to go through this river of icy water Chen Feng and Wang Yao were currently submerged in. Everyone cried out in alarm. Leaping into the river? Leaping into the ice river? This guy had gone insane. One had to know that, once someone jumped into the ice river, one would lose all of one's genetic abilities and become the same as an ordinary person that could only drift along the waves, following the flow of the river. Anyone who did that had 0 chances of survival. Bang! Flowing along the current of the river, Chen Feng and Wang Yao instantly disappeared. They were flushed away. At that final instant, everyone could clearly see that just as Chen Feng's and Wang Yao's bodies entered the water, they were already covered by ice. This was the ice river. A mystical body of water with a temperature so low one couldn't even begin to imagine its coldness. It was rumored that, back then, several thousand warriors, from F class to A class, had carelessly fallen into this icy water. Not a single one of them had ever returned alive. Without genetic abilities, regardless of how high one's body quality was, one would still die. That was because, regardless of how strong one's body was, at the instant one dropped into the ice river, one would be frozen immediately. Next, one would drift along with the waves before sinking into the depths of the water as a chunk of ice. Or perhaps one might be devoured by the legendary mutated beast that was said to live in the icy water. There was simply no hope for survival. Distantly, Lei Hao frowned. Suicide? He had never expected that they would actually leap into this newly re-emerged ice river. The ice river that, as per legends, none had ever survived. His wristband buzzed. Lei Hao looked at the screen. The experts from the Genetic Union were arriving soon. Go! Lei Hao sneered. His ice-cold gaze glanced at Ho Liang and the rest before leaving speedily. Since Wang Yao had fallen into the icy water, his mission was completed. Time to retreat. Schwa. With a flash, the two departed at a flying speed. Shortly after they left, numerous terrifying auras appeared. The experts from the Genetic Union had finally arrived. Where are you running? Bang! A silhouette descended from the sky and immediately tore space apart. Within the torn space, the Lei Hao duo that had just fled were still there. It's you! With a single glance at this newly arrived person, Lei Hao's expression changed greatly. Escape! Verbal compliance law activated, escape at full speed. The verbal compliance law that he had prepared in advance bloomed at this instant as he transformed into a streak of light and escaped. As for his companion who had saved him earlier, Lei Hao couldn't spare any thought to him. Bang! A descent of endless thunder. Lei Hao, that person screamed. He activated his celestial body shield. However, he only lasted for 2 seconds before perishing. Pooh! The celestial body crumbled. The A-class expert was dead. He did not even have a chance to use a second ability before perishing. The gaze of the Genetic Union expert seemed to transcend distance as he locked onto the faraway Lei Hao and streaked forth to chase after him. Currently, some of the experts remained to escort everyone away. With such changes occurring here, not only Ho Liang's group, even their employees in the nearby camp needed to be evacuated as well. Is it possible to save them? Ho Liang looking at the ice river that was flowing at great speed. I'm afraid it's not possible. They sighed. Regarding this river, the Genetic Union had always kept a record of it. This was something humanity has never managed to touch. Hence, it was sealed. Now that the seal has been removed, the whole extreme Iceland will probably be submerged in the icy water soon. Bang! Bang! Distantly, the earth trembled. Endless icy water gushed out of the ground. Everyone had a solemn mood. They knew that this place was about to be covered by endless icy water. The whole extreme Iceland would turn into a huge river. Here, all genetic abilities would disappear. This would become a forbidden area for genetic warriors. Wang Chen looked at the icy water. Feng. Let's go. Ho Liang sighed, as he felt somewhat guilty. It's my fault. Wang Chen remained silent. For such a thing to happen, who could have guessed it? The mysterious organization. A class. Shun Yi. Wang Chen suddenly concentrated his gaze. Help me become stronger. I must become stronger. I want to summon everyone. I want to crush this organization. Wang Chen had a resolute gaze. He had initially believed that he was already strong enough. With his ability to transcend levels to challenge those of higher class, he was even feeling somewhat proud as of late. However, the single slap of reality to his face had thoroughly awakened him. This was a world where dangers lurked everywhere. If he wanted to stay alive, he had to be stronger. Wang Chen inhaled deeply. Feng. Go! Schwa! Wang Chen left with Ho Liang and the rest. At the extreme Iceland, endless icy water gushed out of the ground. In a short period of time, accompanied by a loud boom, the whole extreme Iceland crumbled, and an endless amount of icy water emerged. Bang! Bang! The entirety of extreme Iceland disappeared. This had thoroughly become the ice river. After a long time, the flowing water returned to its tranquility. As far as the eye could see, there was only an endless expanse of icy blue. This was the ice river. The forbidden area of humanity from the legends. At the same time, somewhere in the ice river, two silhouettes that were huddled together were sinking without stop. Translator's thoughts. Limaston. Patreon bonus 1/5. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 202, Lifeline. Chapter 202, Lifeline. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Cold. Endless cold. Chen Feng could feel his body becoming stiffer as time passed. This was the water from the ice river, a body of water where the temperature was extremely low yet no ice was formed. It was capable of erasing all genetic abilities. Here, a genetic warrior would be no different than an ordinary person. Shwa! Chen Feng's body became stiff. He knew that if this continued, only death would await him. He had to leave here. Move. He wanted to move his body. However, he couldn't. Regardless of how high the quality of one's body was, the instant one entered the ice river, they would be covered by ice and their whole body would gradually turn into a chunk of ice. I can't wait for death like this. Although his body was stiff, his thoughts were unprecedentedly clear. Within the ice river, he couldn't move his body and could only die. However, Chen Feng was aware that one single ability was still working, his luck aura. Previously, his luck aura had worked on the ice river's water, using it to block several attacks. This was also what gave Chen Feng the confidence to leap into the ice river. He was betting on all the luck value he had on him. All 249 points of luck values he had on him. Let's put it all on the line, then. Ignite. Luck aura. Bang. Chen Feng's gaze was as sharp as lightning. Shwa. Shwa. His luck value dropped crazily. Chen Feng had no idea how much luck value he would require or what methods his luck aura would employ to get him out of this. The only thing he could do was hand everything to his luck aura, hand everything to luck. He believed that his luck aura would be able to grasp onto that single lifeline for him. Bang! His luck value dropped rapidly. Instantly, all 249 points of luck value were exhausted. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared from the depths of the river. The lifeline is here? Chen Feng's heart trembled. However, the moment his spiritual energy scanned the silhouette, his expression changed greatly. That was because the silhouette that had appeared was actually a huge monster, a terrifying mutated beast that resided in the depths of the ice river. It's over. Chen Feng's heart thumped. That was a mutated beast. For it to be able to reside in the ice river, how terrifying was that fellow? Hua! The mutated beast seemed to have noticed Chen Feng and Wang Yao. Swimming within the water, the mutated beast charged at them. Chen Feng wanted to flee. However, he couldn't control his body and could only stare blankly as that huge beast smashed into him and Wang Yao. God damn it! Chen Feng muttered inwardly. After exhausting so much luck value, this was what appeared. What a scam! Bang! With a terrifying force, Chen Feng and Wang Yao were flung away. 10 meters. 100 meters. Bang! Their bodies were actually flung out of the ice river. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Shwa! The icy water remaining on their bodies lost its effect. Instantly, Chen Feng and Wang Yao recovered their genetic abilities. However, what good could this do? The mutated beast earlier had indeed not used any genetic abilities. It seemed that, regardless of whether one was a mutated beast or a human, it would be restricted by the ice river. However, that huge body of the mutated beast had still knocked into his body with a terrifying might. That was a mutated beast residing within the ice river. An odd existence that had been residing under the ice river for an unknown number of years. Ah! Chen Feng looked at his own body. First, his body was frozen by the ice river. Next, he had that mutated beast smashing into his body. During that moment of collision earlier, his body had nearly been smashed apart as all major organs in his body were breaking. Chen Feng sighed. I originally thought that I could resist this. Then, only one method remained. Wang Yao, the rest will have to depend on you. Chen Feng sighed as he hugged Wang Yao's body that was no longer stiff. In the sky, the two bodies that were flung out of the water seemed to overlap. Shwa! Chen Feng's consciousness faded. Their bodies kept going up for a while before they started falling back toward the ice river. However, at this instant, a tiny dot of light in Chen Feng's body started radiating. Bang! A terrifying eruption of power. Hum! An endless power of flame bloomed. This was the power of peril rebirth. This gene armament that Chen Feng had mastered before coming here had finally activated at the moment of his death, rebirthing his body. At this moment, they were only 3 meters from the ice river. Bang, dot. The endless flame flowed from Chen Feng's body into Wang Yao's body. That red skirt of Wang Yao's that had lost its luster earlier started radiating, and the tightly shut eyes of Wang Yao opened, shining with resplendent radiance. Bang! The flame appeared so dazzling. When their bodies were less than 1 meter from the ice river, the descent stopped and they started soaring. Whoosh! Soaring higher into the air. Finally, they stopped 1,000 meters above the ice river. There, a thick clump of clouds were hovering. Carefully, Wang Yao placed Chen Feng on it. She had absorbed the majority of the power of peril rebirth. Chen Feng had merely recovered his physical injuries. Hence, he had yet to recover his consciousness. I'm still alive? Wang Yao muttered. Up until now, she still did not dare to believe that there existed someone who was willing to save her. After all. She looked at Chen Feng. Never before had she felt such fascination toward him. She had survived. After being attacked by 5 A-class warriors, after dropping into the forbidden area that was the ice river, when she believed that there was no hope of survival, Chen Feng had created one miracle after another, rescuing her. She stared at Chen Feng blankly before smiling sweetly. Who? The cloud drifted away toward the direction of the mainland. As the ice river had just re-emerged, the sky above it was still empty. However, not long after they left, the aura of the ice river expanded without stop and finally covered not only the water but even the sky above it with that bizarre aura. Shwa! A mutated beast was flying on top of the ice river before it suddenly lost all its genetic abilities and fell into the ice river, turning into a chunk of ice. The power of the ice river was recovering to its peak. Amidst the clouds, Wang Yao was staring blankly at Chen Feng. The maiden's heart that had seemed non-existent in her heart was gradually coming alive. So, this is how it feels to like someone? That enchanting and lively pair of big eyes on her delicate petite face were staring at Chen Feng as a smile appeared on her face. Instinctively, her hand reached toward Chen Feng's face. However, that fair, tiny hand of hers simply phased through Chen Feng. She couldn't touch him. What was happening? She was startled awake to find that at an unknown time her right hand had become transparent. She waved her hand. The transparent right hand phased through Chen Feng, like an illusory silhouette. Shwa! The smile on her face disappeared. The ice-cold reality had once again reawakened that seemingly confused heart of hers. Time. I don't have much left, she muttered. C.I. C.I. Her right hand flickered unceasingly before recovering to normal. She stood up as the previous cold expression returned to her face. Her ice-cold gaze was looking toward a certain direction. That was where the mysterious organization's headquarters were located. She lowered her head and looked at Chen Feng's calm expression. Suddenly, she smiled. She did not quite understand how emotions worked. However, she was aware that when she was looking at Chen Feng, she felt extremely comfortable and happy. Lowering her head, softly, she planted a kiss on Chen Feng's face. Sweet. Another weird feeling emerged. Seems like those 3 favors will remain owed for a very long time, Wang Yao muttered. If I could relive my life, how good would that be? Shwa! Noiselessly, the cloud concealed itself as it vanished. Translator's thoughts. Limaston. Patreon bonus February 5th. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 203, New Discovery. Chapter 203, New Discovery. Translator, Limaston editor, Tenish. Somewhere in the wilderness, Chen Feng woke up to find that gentle wave of light was shining upon his body. D. An ice-cold mechanical sound could be heard. A plump-looking robot could be seen scanning Chen Feng with a scanner without stop. Layers of light swept through Chen Feng's body. Test finished. Target's body is healthy. D. This place is. Chen Feng raised his head to take a look around him. A familiar environment could be seen. This was a camp of the Genetic Union, and also the nearest camp to the extreme Iceland. Why am I still here? Hua! The memories of what happened before he'd lost his consciousness surfaced. Where's Wang Yao? Chen Feng's heart trembled. Something was not right. If the plan had worked. No. With luck aura, his plan definitely worked. Even if something unexpected were to arise, it would still work in their favor. Hence, both he and Wang Yao should have been saved. Chen Feng looked at the robot. Who sent me here? Nobody. The indication light on the robot flickered as it said, "We found you at the vicinity of the camp." Chen Feng's pupils constricted abruptly. Wang Yao, nothing must happen to her. Shwa! Abruptly, he charged out of the camp. Outside, only a huge mountainous area could be seen. He was currently located at a place that was quite mystical as well. However, different than the extreme Iceland, this was the landscape region, a holy land of tourism. Wang Yao. As far as his eyes could see, there was only an endless expanse of wilderness. Xiaoing. Chen Feng muttered inwardly. He had to find out what had happened. Digitized world activated. Chen Feng entered his digitized world. You should have been around all this while, right? Chen Feng muttered. Replay the scenes that happened earlier. Bang! Light scattered around. His spiritual energy started reconstructing what had happened. With Xiaoing flickering in the air, everything it saw and experienced was once again replayed in the digitized world from a third-person point of view. Shwa! Light swirled. Chen Feng's heart trembled. He saw how Wang Yao brought him away from the ice river. He saw that soft kiss she planted on his face. He saw that somewhat transparent body of hers that was flickering unceasingly. He saw that firm yet regretful expression on her face. He saw her gently placing him somewhere near the camp before leaving silently. At this point, the scene stopped. Only the gradually leaving silhouette of Wang Yao could be seen. She's still alive. Chen Feng exhaled in relief. He was afraid that Wang Yao had gotten herself killed trying to save him. If she was still alive, then all was well. But then, why did she choose to leave? He could clearly see that the change in Wang Yao's state of mind began when her body became transparent. What was that? Why had she turned transparent? What was happening to her body? Chen Feng had a lot of questions. The excessively powerful Wang Yao at the tender age of 18. The Wang Yao that maintained the same appearance despite her age of 18. A previous mutation in her body. Chen Feng still remembered what she'd said previously. Mutation. What was the mutation that had occurred in her body? Chen Feng was more curious about that than others. This was because he was sure that this was related to the reason Wang Yao had left him. Chen Feng had a cold gaze. I will definitely find out about it. In his heart, a flame was ignited. He had initially believed that he was powerful enough. This was especially true after his victory during the Gene Rookie competition. It had given him a feeling that he had a limitless future. However, from this single mission, he'd seen the cruel reality. So those people were how this world's experts looked like. So even A-class experts could die so quickly. So, this was what all sorts of mishaps might happen at any time meant when he read it in mission descriptions. The reality would never work exactly according to one's plans. In this world, countless possibilities existed. However, countless unexpected occurrences existed as well. He had come into contact with Wang Yao several times previously and only had a favorable opinion of her. Only, after this close brush with death, his favorable opinion had transformed into love. However, the more he found out about this little girl, the more his heart ached. Indescribably, an urge to protect her gushed out of the depths of his heart. Hence, he made his move without any hesitation. For the first time, he was finally aware that he was still young. He was still hot-blooded. However, this was also the first time that he'd felt his powerlessness before true power. He had never expected that Wang Yao's strength was at such a height. A height seemingly impossible to reach. She was not just a person in a class, more than that, she was also among the elites of a class. That scene where she'd instantly killed 3 A-class experts remained fresh in Chen Feng's memory. In all honesty, if an expert with an incredibly strong defense had not been included in the group, she might have even been able to kill all 5 of them. Is that the reason you left? Chen Feng muttered. Because she was too powerful. And her enemies were even more powerful. That mysterious organization. Chen Feng was simply incapable of rendering her any aid. Apart from this, she was also used to working alone. The weak voice of Wang Yao seemed to once again appear by his ears. All my life, only 2 people have sincerely helped me. One of them was Wang Yu. At my moment of desperation, he begged for mercy on behalf of me, despite the fact that his begging wasn't really effective. The second one was you. She was already used to being alone. With an ice-cold exterior, she covered up that frail heart of hers. Alone, she walked this world, completing her task. How lonesome. That feeling where she was out of place in this world. Chen Feng understood it all too well. Wasn't this how he'd felt when he was first transmigrated here? However, that feeling had only appeared in him because he wasn't originally a person of this world. As for Wang Yao, she was a person of this world, yet she was disassociated from this world. This was what caused the ache in Chen Feng's heart. What have you experienced, exactly? Chen Feng slightly shook his head. He guessed that secret of Wang Yao's would be related to that mysterious organization. Everything she'd experienced would be related to that organization. Chen Feng looked at the simulated graph in his digitized world. Where are you now? Schwa. After exhaustion, he had recovered 3 points of his luck value. If he wanted to, he could activate his luck aura, lock down at any time to look for Wang Yao's exact position. However, what should he do after locating her? Forget it. Chen Feng shook his head. Their relationship was merely in an extremely early stage. He was not qualified to interfere in Wang Yao's affairs. Moreover, he was not strong enough to help her either. Hence, since she had made her choice, he would respect it. However, something like this, he did not wish for it to happen ever again. He had a resolute gaze. It was pointless to remain full of remorse. Since he now had something he wanted to do, wanting to no longer be so powerless when under oppression, then he should become stronger. Now, he was still far from being strong enough. If Wang Yao could reach a class at 18 years old, why couldn't he do the same thing? Become stronger. Increasing his rank. Chen Feng's eyes shone. Only with this could he do whatever he wanted instead of feeling powerless when there was something he wanted to accomplish. This was also the initial goal he'd had when he'd first transmigrated here. However, his desire to be strong had never been so intense. Now, the first thing he needed to do was charge into D-class. Schwa. His spiritual energy bloomed. He had already recovered his 1,500 points of spiritual energy, reaching the extreme even amongst those in limit mode. Only a single opportunity was required and he would be able to break through into D-class. Time to return, then. Chen Feng left the camp. Currently, the uproar caused by the incubated being incident had engulfed the whole of Star City. It was said that, ultimately, Lei Hao had still escaped. He was also the only survivor from that organization. Everyone else from that organization was dead. With this, the mysterious organization had suffered great losses. As for the Genetic Union and Gene Production Association, they had similarly suffered great losses. The loss of several Shadow Warriors, a peak B-class celebrity genius, and Chen Feng, the Gene Rookie Competition champion. There was also that mysterious Wang Yao. Schwa. White lamps were lightened up at Star City to mourn the losses. Even those who had always rejected and despised Chen Feng sunk into silence. At night, when Chen Feng returned, he saw a young lady with an extraordinarily huge chest who was, with a sad expression, looking at a black and white picture hung on Star City's entrance. Chen Feng glanced at that picture and his expression darkened immediately. That was because he was the person in the hung black and white picture. The day had yet to even end but they already had his picture hung there? Mississippi. Chen Feng patted her shoulder. What is your name? I am Holly, the lady said sadly. Harry Potter, 1. Instinctively, Chen Feng looked at her chest. Hm, very good. As he thought about it, he was certain that he did not know this lady. He pointed at the huge black and white picture. You know this guy? I don't. Holly wept. However, I had vilified him previously. Woo. Unexpectedly, he left us just like this. Moreover, he died trying to rescue someone. This time, I'm here to apologize to him. Chen Feng sighed. Why don't you take a look and see who I am then? Holly turned around and her eyes widened abruptly. As the white light was somewhat dazzling, her crying eyes couldn't be completely opened. However, she could vaguely see a familiar-looking silhouette that appeared so similar to that hung picture. This gave her an odd feeling. Schwa. Holly winked her eyes. Now, the silhouette standing in front of her became distinct as the silhouette seemed to merge perfectly with that hung portrait. Ghost. A scream. Bang. The young lady erupted, your death is not related to me, I had only vilified you slightly previously, but I never did you any harm, Moreover, it's still not the 7th day, too, yet. Xiao. A succession of gene armaments erupted instantly. Bang. An explosion of light. Chen Feng's expression changed greatly. Shit. The ear-piercing sound of an alarm. The intense energy undulation put the whole city on alert. Who is it? The guards appeared quickly before it, staring the supposed enemy with stupefied looks on their faces.
Chen Feng? You are still alive?
Soon, Ho Liang arrived and looked at Chen Feng with excitement. That's right, it was him. He gave Chen Feng a firm hug.
Ho Liang's emotions surged.
You actually survived. Indeed, I survived. Chen Feng pointed at the scars on his body and let out a long sigh. With great difficulty, I survived. Surprisingly, I survived the ice river, yet was almost done in by our own fellow producer here.
Ha Li. Peak advanced producer. A D-class genetic warrior with terrifyingly powerful spiritual energy.
That instant eruption of hers had nearly bombarded Chen Feng to death on the spot. Sorry, Holly stuttered with her face flushed red. It's all fine now, stop scaring her. Ho Liang patted Chen Feng's shoulder before saying with a solemn expression, I originally believed that, with something happening to you, some things could no longer be further investigated.
However, since you have appeared now, there are certain things that you should be aware of. Chen Feng's heart throbbed. MHM? Come.
Ho Liang brought him to the meeting room. In this mission, despite the heavy losses, we still obtained an unexpected harvest. From the bodies of those dead A-class experts, some clues were found. Coupled with the breakthrough we got from the previous information we obtained, we have discovered something new about that organization.
Shwa. Ho Liang turned the screen on.
Light swirled. Some glowing materials were shown on the screen. Numerous projects and scattered contents were shown on the screen. All of them were crazy yet bizarre projects. Some of the projects had a slash on them, indicating that the project was cancelled. Some of them were marked, indicating that the project was in progress.
Suddenly, Chen Feng's pupils abruptly constricted.
This was because he, at this moment, saw an astonishing title, Parallel World Reverse Transmigration Project.
Footnotes. 1. Holly is the Chinese pronunciation of Harry.
I choose to use Holly instead of Harry because it would be way too weird to have a female named Harry running around. 2. Seventh day, a Chinese folklore belief that the seventh day after death also marks the first milestone on one's journey beyond, as after a 7-day circle most deceased are said to have overcome the initial confusion and begin to realize what had happened to them, thus would return to bid farewell to their loved ones. In short, she thought that Chen Feng was dead and was back to bid farewell to his loved ones.
Translator's thoughts. Limaston. Patreon bonus March 5th. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 204, The Crazy Organization. Chapter 204, The Crazy Organization. Translator, Limaston Editor, Tenish. This is... Instinctively, Chen Feng looked at the timestamp on the project. Astonishingly, it was 4 months ago. What on earth was this? Chen Feng's heart throbbed violently. Reverse transmigration? This organization even had reverse transmigration projects? Shwa. He concentrated his gaze on this set of information. Although a large portion of the information was damaged, there was still quite a lot of viewable information. XX year XX month, first reverse transmigration project. XX year XX month, second reverse transmigration project. It would be implemented at least once per week. That long wall of text represented the number of times this project had been implemented. They had been constantly running this reverse transmigration project. The main theme of this experiment was to assume the existence of a parallel world before attempting to summon lifeforms from other worlds into this world. The term reverse transmigration was coined for this action. However, they had never succeeded. Based on the available information, up to now, this project had been running for several decades with several thousand attempts. However, they had never succeeded. One failure after another. A succession of red-colored fail in the information. This remained until 4 months ago. During the last reverse transmigration run they attempted, all energy supplies were exhausted. The energy of half their place of experimentation was exhausted instantly before the lab exploded. Countless deaths resulted from this. What had happened? No one knew. Based on the information, no alien lifeform was found. Ultimately, this experiment was labeled an experiment that failed due to an explosion. Hua! Chen Feng's emotions surged. That was because the time indicated for the experiment 4 months ago was also the day he had appeared in this world. In other words, the reason he had appeared here was because of this reverse transmigration project? Wait. Chen Feng needed to calm himself down. Whether that was the truth, it was quite simple to find out. Chen Feng did not need to confirm the facts.
He only needed to use his luck aura. Schwa! Suddenly, one of his gene fragments mutated.
Luck aura had given him the answer. So it's really related to that experiment. Chen Feng's heart trembled. So, the experiment this organization had conducted at the same time was the lifeline luck aura had found for him when it had first activated back when he'd encountered the earthquake? So that was what had happened? If he was able to transmigrate others without luck aura, what's the probability for this experiment to be successful? Chen Feng asked suddenly. Schwa! His luck number generator, 1, gave him an answer. A row of zeros.
Behind the decimal point, there was a row of over 100 zeros before a single one appeared there. It was a probability so low it was almost impossible.
That's good, then. Chen Feng exhaled in relief. In other words, if it wasn't for the luck aura's activation, this project would never bear any results.
He did not have to worry about transmigrated people running around everywhere then.
Next,
he saw another project, the Transmigration Project.
That's right. Another project similar to the reverse transmigration project he'd seen earlier, a transmigration project. However,
that project appeared even more miserable. A straight flush of red fails on the information. Up until now, they had never successfully transmigrated anything out of this world. Occasionally, when they finally had something disappear, they still failed to find out if that thing had truly transmigrated or had instead disappeared into the void.
Transmigration was an action where no feedback could be received. Hence, this project was even more miserable with a much lower success rate.
These lunatics. Chen Feng could only say these words. That mysterious organization was simply filled with lunatics. If it wasn't for the Xiayan's incident shedding light on their existence, who could have guessed that the numerous terrifying world-threatening incidents were all products of this organization? They had assembled nearly all the lunatics of this world together. They are indeed lunatics.
Holiang shook his head.
However, they were also extremely intelligent lunatics.
Chen Feng agreed with that.
Holiang suddenly asked, "That young lady
left?"
Chen Feng shook his head. "When I woke up, she was no longer around."
MHM. Holiang did not find that surprisingly. The thoughts of an expert at that level were not something an ordinary person could grasp.
Wang Yao, in his eyes, was one such person. Based on their guesses, it was very probable Wang Yao possessed an extremely powerful trump card. That was the reason why, even after Chen Feng had saved her, ultimately, he was the one who'd ended up rescued out of the ice river by her.
You need to be careful, Holiang said seriously. I'm afraid that organization will be paying attention to you now.
I know, Chen Feng replied calmly.
That organization,
They were now officially enemies.
Just take a good rest for now. The repercussions of this incident are too large.
A lot of the information we obtained needs to be summarized by working overtime. If I've guessed correctly, you will receive your rewards tomorrow, Holiang said.
Oh? Chen Feng's eyes shone. Rewards? Choosing any single D-class formula he wanted? He was sure that he would be getting more.
In this mission, too many unforeseen events had happened. With the huge contribution Chen Feng had made, one could imagine how ample the rewards he would be receiving this time around would be.
Chen Feng smiled calmly. I will be looking forward to it then.
However, after leaving, instead of returning to his room, he left Star City. He had only returned here to file his report so that these guys here would not be doing even more unnecessary things such as organizing a funeral for him. Now, there were still some other things he needed to do.
The night deepened. Gold City, Wang family. For the growth of the Wang family, Wang Tianhao had given all he could.
Although a while ago he had suffered some losses due to Chen Feng, the Wang family had still persevered over this crisis in the end. At least, they were able to stand tall in Gold City.
However, Wang Tianhao was still afraid.
He was afraid that Chen Feng would seek revenge against them. He indeed regretted Wang Yu's death.
However, compared to the whole Wang family, what was Wang Yu?
If he wanted, he could at any time find some random woman to give birth to a bunch of sons for him.
No. Chen Feng wouldn't do that. He was now a successful and recognized person. How would he lower himself to seek revenge against the insignificant Wang family?
These were the words Wang Tianhao had been using to comfort himself. Even so, he was still constantly startled awake at night by nightmares.
In his room. I'm wrong. Don't destroy the Wang family. Once again, Wang Tianhao woke from a nightmare.
In the dream, Chen Feng had arrived.
With a wave of his hand, the Wang family had been destroyed.
Wang Tianhao smiled bitterly.
This dream again?
Truly. He shook his head before getting up. He was about to calm his mind. However, under the moonlight, he saw a familiar silhouette standing there, calmly staring at him.
Bang! Wang Tianhao's heart throbbed violently. It's him. He has indeed come. Chen Feng.
He is really standing here at the Wang family's place. Wang Tianhao smiled bitterly.
Are you here to destroy Wang family?
He was aware of Chen Feng's current status.
He was also aware of how terrifying the Gene Production Association's headquarters were. For Chen Feng to arrive here quietly, what was he planning?
Chen Feng looked around at the environment of the Wang family's place before indifferently saying, "You guys have recovered well."
Wang Tianhao was behaving as if a huge enemy was before him.
"I have a question," Chen Feng asked indifferently.
Wang Tianhao exhaled in relief. Ask ahead. What happened to Wang Yao during her childhood? Chen Feng asked. Wang Yao?
Wang Tianhao went into a solemn mood.
She? Think properly before you give me the answer.
Chen Feng shook the 2 bottles of gene reagents in his hand before showing his personal information to Wang Tianhao.
Trust me, the destruction a master producer can bring is not something you want to witness. Schwa. Wang Tianhao's expression changed greatly. Master producer? Chen Feng had reached such a height? I will tell you.
Wang Tianhao smiled bitterly.
I will tell you everything.
Chen Feng's strength had erased any thoughts of him trying to be smart. I suppose it was when she was about 10 years old, Wang Tianhao said after thinking for a bit. I remember that, back then, I received a message saying that a certain training camp had taken a liking to Wang Yao's aptitude and wanted to accept her into the camp. An extremely generous reward would be given to Wang family to aid the Wang family in their endeavors to establish themselves in a major city. However, how could I do such a thing? Hence, I rejected it, Wang Tianhao said heroically. Chen Feng stared at him with cold eyes. You rejected them? Oh. Wang Tianhao seemed to suddenly lose his confidence as he gulped before continuing. I initially planned to agree with it. However, it was at that moment that Wang Yao appeared. Did you know? Back then, she hadn't even reached 1 meter in height. But just like that, she had a knife to my neck. You did not resist? Chen Feng was surprised. The Wang Yao back then should have still been a kid, right? This guy here was a genetic warrior. I wanted to. Terror appeared in Wang Tianhao's eyes. However, she was looking at me with an extremely bizarre gaze. I had a feeling that if I were to resist, I would definitely die. Hence, I rejected that training camp. That was the first time she ever did something like that. Subsequently, her doing something like that became a common occurrence. Wang Tianhao had a bitter feeling. Chen Feng contemplated. Is that so? Next, Wang Tianhao continued telling him a lot of things. Chen Feng merely stood there silently as he listened to all these. Evidently, from that day onward, Wang Yao transformed from an innocent child into a cold person who was decisive in everything she did. Apart from Wang Yu, who she would occasionally talk to, she was cold and detached toward everyone else. As for the reason for that? No one knew. Chen Feng was unclear. What actually happened back then? I truly have no idea. Wang Tianhao was puzzled as well. He had no idea why his daughter hated him so much. There had to be a reason for that, right? Even if he had abandoned her mother back then, through the years, Wang Yao had been treated kindly, never starved, right? Even if their relationship wasn't that amiable, she wouldn't hate him that much, right? Moreover, that gaze filled with killing intent. This is everything I know. After saying everything he knew, he begged, I beg you. Please, let the Wang family off. Act intelligently if you know what's good for you. Chen Feng left calmly. Back then, when he'd left Gold City, the moment he learned about that organization's existence, he had already lost his interest in the Wang family. If Wang Tianhao had to be killed, Wang Yao should be the one doing it. Behind him, Wang Tianhao expressed his gratitude in fear and trepidation. He was also once an ambitious and ruthless character, one of the tyrants in this Gold City. However, for the so-called family, his daughter left him and his son was dead, and the current him had ended up in such a situation as well. One could only say he'd gotten what he deserved. Light could already be seen on the initially pitch-black night sky. Time to go back, Chen Feng muttered. Soon, he took the Iron Cloud and returned to Star City. His wristband buzzed. His mission rewards were ready. Footnotes. 1. A recap. Since before this the author had never used a proper term for this. Luck Number Generator, a situation where Chen Feng uses the gene fragments in his digitized world to represent different numbers. Next, he will activate his luck aura and randomly grab some gene fragments that would represent the numbers which he was looking for example, the coordinates of his enemies.
Translator's thoughts. Limaston. Patreon bonus April 5th.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 205, Absolute Guard. Chapter 205, Absolute Guard. Translator, Limaston editor, Tenish. Chen Feng was filled with anticipation. What will the reward be? Schwa.
Light swirled.
With a glance at the reward, Chen Feng's expression immediately darkened. Congratulations for completing the purification mission. Reward, any chosen D-Class Formula X1. That's it?
Chen Feng flipped the screen around.
Nothing else. Only this. Are they scamming me?
Chen Feng felt powerless to even berate this. Although this was the initial intended reward for this mission had truly been dangerous. Even a battle between A-class experts had broken out due to this mission. Obviously, the difficulty of the mission had been greatly increased. Such a mission, yet only this single reward? At the same time, Ho Liang arrived. Have you received the reward?
Ho Liang asked with a smile. Chen Feng grudgingly sighed. Old Ho, you are being dishonest here.
This guy had been trying to trick him since he joined the headquarters. All this while, Ho Liang had been trying to trick him into completing the purification mission. However, this was what he received as the reward after the mission completion.
Ho Liang laughed heartily.
I knew you would be dissatisfied with this, kid.
Knew all.
He passed a delicate-looking case to Chen Feng.
This is your compensation for this mission, but... Oh? Chen Feng's heart throbbed. In all honesty, this thing here.
Ho Liang had a complicated expression.
Even I am somewhat enticed by this thing.
Initially, they'd wanted to reward you with all sort of formulas. However, such things are something you can get any time, as long as you put in some work.
Hence, I combined all your contributions to apply for a single item for you.
An item countless people here yearn for even in their dreams, Ho Liang said slowly.
Schwa. Chen Feng opened the case. At this instant, a dazzling radiance appeared.
A power that caused one's heart to palpitate bloomed from the case.
This is a power that belonged to an expert.
Chen Feng looked at the case. Within, a shiny silver badge could be seen. An ice-cold radiance that appeared incredibly real surrounded it, giving it an incomparably holy appearance. Chen Feng was now filled with anticipation.
What is this thing?
Try touching it, Ho Liang said with a smile. Carefully, Chen Feng stretched out his finger. Right as his finger touched the badge, the space in their immediate vicinity seemed to freeze as boundless radiance started shining between Chen Feng and the badge.
Schwa!
Light swirled. Surprisingly, the silver badge disappeared.
The
silver radiance transformed into a bizarre and shiny symbol that was gleaming on Chen Feng's forehead. Subsequently, the radiance around them seemed to retreat into the symbol on Chen Feng's forehead.
Schwa!
The radiance vanished.
Everything returned to how it had been.
Chen Feng rubbed his forehead.
There, nothing could be felt.
Chen Feng was astonished.
What is this? He couldn't see or feel anything. However, he could feel a gush of terrifying yet formidable power hibernating within his body, ready to erupt at any moment.
That power was astonishingly formidable.
Absolute guard. Ho Liang had a solemn expression.
It is something only a person who has greatly contributed to the Gene Production Association is entitled to possess. In all honesty, your contributions alone are still not sufficient to obtain this thing. Only after taking your potential and that young girl Wang Yao into consideration did the application to reward you with this pass.
The usage of this thing.
Ho Liang paused for a bit. It is a power condensed by a super expert. If you meet with any danger, the clone of that expert will descend upon you temporarily. It will be equivalent to a second life for you, Ho Liang said seriously. Chen Feng felt doubtful.
A reinforced version of Peril Rebirth? No.
Ho Liang shook his head.
They are in completely different levels. Peril Rebirth is indeed a powerful gene armament.
However, it is only powerful compared to those in C-class. But this thing here, it will not fear even some of those A-class experts. Moreover, Peril Rebirth is only useful to give you an instant recovery, only capable of unleashing the power of a peak C-class warrior.
What if your enemy chooses to make another move after that?
You will still die. However, this absolute guard, it is capable of dealing with any sort of enemy for you, Holiang said seriously. Naturally, if it's possible, I hope that the day where you need to use it never comes. Chen Feng felt doubtful.
Why? Because its biggest function is not to kill someone, instead, it's to protect someone, Holiang said with a deep tone.
Hence, even though it possesses an astonishing killing power, it was never meant to be a tool to kill, instead, it was created to protect a producer.
The reason for that is simple.
Have you ever heard of abilities such as a killing curse?
Holiang asked. Chen Feng nodded. Killing curse.
Abilities in the curse series were capable of ignoring distance and locking down on their target immediately. As such, they were incredibly terrifying due to their ability to kill someone from thousands of kilometers away.
Something one wouldn't be able to guard against.
This was something truly terrifying. In this mystical era, killing curses represented mysteriousness and viciousness. Moreover, there even existed some killing curses capable of breaking through the defenses of a city. One could never offend a person with a killing curse ability. If one had no choice but to offend such a person, one had to try their best to kill that person on the spot. Otherwise, one might just end up living the rest of one's life living under the shadows of killing curses. These were the most commonly known sayings on killing curses.
Countless people were made cautious due to this saying.
The absolute guard can even block a killing curse, Holiang said. The so-called killing curse was able to ignore distance. However, it still needed to lock onto a target. If one chose to use a killing curse towards someone with absolute guard, one would feel a gush of terrifying power within the target.
The moment the killing curse was activated, the killing curse user would be counter-killed immediately.
The power of absolute guard was much more terrifying than one could imagine. Chen Feng felt doubtful.
What if a person were to use a weaker killing curse to waste the absolute guard before using a stronger curse against the target? How is that so easy?
Holiang rolled his eyes. If a person wants to waste the absolute guard, a killing curse that is capable of killing you must be used.
As for those weak killing curses, you will be able to block them by yourself, right?
That's true.
Chen Feng finally understood. Nuclear missile.
This was simply a nuclear missile. One had to know that, for these killing curses, the deterrence effect it had was much more powerful than actually using it. The absolute guard was also in existence with such a deterrence effect. As long as this thing existed, anyone planning to use a killing curse on Chen Feng would not dare to do so. At the very least, 2 killing curse warriors capable of insta-killing Chen Feng needed to make a move at the same time to kill him. And even with that, one of them had to be prepared to be counter-killed by the absolute guard. This was the absolute guard. With this, it could be said that, from today onward, Chen Feng had obtained an extremely powerful protection charm. With this reward, taking this mission was worth it. Those were merely the surface-level rewards. After he finished his explanations on absolute guard, he continued, saying, "There's also some hidden rewards for you. For example, a limit breakthrough project that was designed just for you."
Limit breakthrough project.
This referred to projects customized for promising producers. Chen Feng was now at the peak of E-class with 1,500 points of spiritual energy. Thus, the Gene Production Association had provided him with a perfect route for breaking through into D-class. Free materials would be provided for Chen Feng to start a short-duration gene production training program. This would help Chen Feng greatly increase his production level before breaking through his limit. Never-ending gene productions were, in actuality, the most optimal method for gene producers to break through their limit.
Duration, half a year. In half a year, Chen Feng would definitely enter D-class.
In half a year, Chen Feng's production level would definitely have an all-around increase as well.
Half a year.
Chen Feng shut his eyes.
Half year. For accumulation and improvement. Half a year of recovery and tempering would truly enable a gene producer to possess a much higher production level.
After all, at its core, the focus of a producer was still to produce genes. As far as gene producers were concerned with, the only point of breaking through their limit was to enable them to produce better gene reagents.
Believe me. Holiang was feeling proud.
All the producers that went through this special training ended up stronger. The more talented the producer is, the more the producer will learn from the special training. For you, this is also the best opportunity. Moreover, this special training is specially customized for you. Holiang looked at Chen Feng with a gratified expression. Chen Feng was the only person to have ever qualified for a customized training program less than a month after joining the headquarters. It was at this moment that Chen Feng finally opened his mouth. "Sorry, but I have to reject that offer."
"What?" Ho Liang was dumbstruck. Translator's thoughts. Limaston. Patreon bonus May 5th.
All bonus chapters posted.
Once again, a big thank you for all Patreon supporters. You guys are the best, smiley face. Patreon link, https://www.patreon.com/limustn.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 206, The Third Genetic Ability. Chapter 206, The Third Genetic Ability. Translator, Limaston Editor, Tenish. Rejected? Ho Liang was somewhat dumbstruck. How could Chen Feng reject this?
This was a customized limit breakthrough project for him. Something a lot of producers yearn for even in their dreams. There, one would obtain unlimited materials and the guidance from producers of the highest rank. There, the best resources and equipments for limit breakthrough were available. One could say that, in the whole of Star City, that was the best venue to increase one's strength, and it guaranteed great changes within only half year's time, enabling one to have an all-around improvement in one's strength. That was also a place commonly known as the Holy Land of Producers.
You? Ho Liang widened his eyes. He was wondering if Chen Feng had heard him correctly, so he said, "Do you want me to explain it to you one more time?" "There's no need for that." Chen Feng shook his head.
He'd heard Ho Liang loud and clear. Greatly increasing his production level in half a year's time, breaking through while he was at it, this was definitely something a lot of producers yearned for. However, for Chen Feng, it was far from enough. Production level? This was pointless for Chen Feng. Although Chen Feng was a mere E-class warrior, he had already passed his master producer's certification, becoming a full-fledged master producer. What had he been improving in the past? Success rate? Foundational knowledge? Or concepts of production? None of these were required for him. As far as Chen Feng was concerned, the only thing limiting his production level was spiritual energy. As long as he had enough spiritual energy, he could even produce A-class gene reagents this very moment. Hence, all these training programs were simply a waste of time for him. Half a year? He hadn't even been a producer for half a year. For Chen Feng, the only thing he needed to increase was his spiritual energy. Combat power. Production level was simply an extra thing that he picked up while he was increasing his spiritual energy and combat power. His current production level was sufficient for him. If he continued wasting time in this aspect, it was simply too much of a waste of time. Hence, Chen Feng's next step would be to increase his strength and get into D-class as soon as possible. You, kid. Ho Liang was furious and spent one whole hour giving earnest advice to Chen Feng, to the point of almost tiring himself before choosing to make a compromise. Alright, you can choose to not join this training program. But you can't do anything reckless. Hear that? Ho Liang was so worried he felt like his hair was turning white. There were benefits to recruiting geniuses into the headquarters. However, there were troubles that accompanied these geniuses as well. These bastards were all people with their own thoughts, and at times, they would simply ignore the seniors such as Ho Liang. Among these geniuses, Chen Feng was the most stubborn one among them. Understood. Only after Chen Feng nodded to express his agreement did Ho Liang leave. In the room, Chen Feng stretched. Despite not sleeping the whole night, he was feeling exceptionally awake. Reward. He fixed his gaze on the screen. Absolute Guard was a pleasant surprise. It would also be an extremely powerful trump card of his. However, this D-class formula he got to choose was also the very thing that would enable him to enter D-class. A major step for him. Schwa. He opened the gene bank. Light swirled. A huge amount of D-class gene formulas flickered in the air. Filter, fusion gene reagent formulas, Chen Feng said calmly. His current goal was to break through. Hence, he could not be blinded by these seemingly formidable D-class gene reagents. Schwa. Light swirled. A huge amount of gene formulas disappeared. Filter, 4-star and 5-star formulas, Chen Feng said coldly. Schwa. Once again, a huge amount of gene formulas disappeared. Only the rarest and the most precious 4-star and 5-star formulas were left behind. Chen Feng was planning to look for the strongest gene for himself. Which would suit me? Chen Feng's brain moved rapidly. Flame. Body. Curse. All sorts of genetic abilities. Finally, he locked onto 3 of them. The first gene he locked onto was an ability under the spirit-enhancing category. This was a 5-star D-class special gene, capable of giving the user a 50% passive growth in spiritual energy. This enabled the user's spiritual energy to be forever above those in the same class. This was an extremely powerful gene. If Chen Feng were to fuse with this his future spiritual energy improvement would be extremely fast. It would also be extremely helpful in his profession as a producer, as he would be able to produce gene reagents that were better and more powerful. The second gene he locked onto was an ability under the flame attack category. This was a 5-star D-class attack gene that possessed extremely powerful flame-type attacks. It was able to unleash a flame attack with an amplification of 500% his regular damage. With 1000 points of spiritual energy, one would be able to unleash an attack equivalent to someone with 5000 points. Incredibly frightening. And all this was even before this ability was fused into a secret art. Due to the attribute of this ability being the extremely popular fire attribute, it was extremely easy for one to assemble this ability with other suitable abilities to create an extremely powerful secret art. If he were to learn this, in the future, Chen Feng would possess an astonishingly powerful attack. He believed that, after combining this ability with his Myriad Illusions ability, something even more powerful would be unleashed. The third gene he had locked onto was an ability under the support category. This was also a 5-star D-class gene. However, it was used to support oneself during combat. This genetic ability was able to condense energy and assemble it into equipment. For example, energy armor, energy sword, etc. Theoretically, as long as one had sufficient energy for it, one could arm oneself to the teeth. Chen Feng had chosen this ability due to its function that was capable of both offense and defense, a seemingly omnipotent ability. The public believed that this ability wasn't a particularly good one, though. However, Chen Feng was attracted. That was because the stronger the provided energy was, the stronger the assembled equipment would be. Under normal circumstances, the amount of energy one could muster was limited. However, if all the energy erupted from his unlimited wind blade were to be used in tandem with this ability to assemble equipment, how powerful would he become? Chen Feng was filled with anticipation. He had witnessed Lin Ke's energy mechanical armor before. It was indeed powerful, but it was also riddled with flaws. That was, after all, still a gene armament, a single-use consumable item. After using it, there wouldn't be more to use. A gene reagent was, after all, still something that could only give someone a momentary ability. As for genetic abilities, they were something whose existence was everlasting. Which should I choose? Chen Feng contemplated. All three of these were extremely suitable for him. However, after filtering, he chose to remove the spirit-enhancing ability. The reason was simple: presently, he lacked offensive methods. Regardless of how powerful a gene producer appeared to be, at its core, that person was still a genetic warrior. They would still need to battle. Pure spirit enhancements? It would be pointless. Just look at how Wang Yu had died. He was a person who possessed an extremely powerful spirit-enhancing ability. However, due to his lack of offensive methods, his combat power was nearly non-existent, and he ended up killed by Chen Feng. Flame attack? Chen Feng hesitated for a long time but still decided to give up on it. Despite how powerful this ability was, abilities in the fire category had too many users due to their popularity. Due to that, abilities capable of restraining fire-related abilities were incredibly common as well. Hence, Chen Feng decisively gave up on this ability. As for the other available abilities? Chen Feng had taken a look at them. They were mostly comprised of 4-star genes or genes with insufficient power. Hence, he had given up on all of them. Schwa! Chen Feng tapped on the confirmation button. The gene formula's data appeared. Timber Raccoon Fusion Gene Reagent. Difficulty, 5 stars. Restriction, D class. Introduction: using the Timber Raccoon's blood essence as the core, refine the Timber Raccoon's gene using all sorts of precious materials to produce a fusion gene reagent. Function: obtain the energy equipment ability. Energy equipment envelopes one's body in energy before assembling the energy into equipment. The assembled equipment will be able to unleash 100% of the supplied energy's power. The higher the amount of energy provided, the stronger the equipment will become. Suitable for close combat. Then. Chen Feng's emotions surged. He had finally confirmed his third genetic ability. Energy equipment. Despite the fact that this ability was only capable of unleashing a power equal to 100% of the supplied energy, quite lacking compared to other abilities such as the earlier flame ability capable of unleashing 500% power, this ability Chen Feng had chosen had no upper limit.
With his unlimited wind blades, how powerful would his energy equipment end up? No one knew.
Moreover, this was simply the standard set of information provided by the management. Since Chen Feng had decided to produce his own fusion gene reagent, he would definitely mutate the formula before improving it to produce the strongest version of this formula.
Then, let's do some investigating on this timber raccoon. Chen Feng started researching online. Schwa. Information regarding to timber raccoon appeared on his screen. Spicy timber raccoon, 388 yuan. Aromatic timber raccoon, 688 yuan. Soy paste timber raccoon, 988 yuan.
Chen Feng's expression stiffened. What the heck was this? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 207, Affecting Reality. Chapter 207, Affecting Reality. Translator, Limeston Editor, Tenish. What on earth were these? Chen Feng was somewhat dumbstruck.
He went through several pages of search results.
However, all he could find were restaurants. Even the pop-up advertisements were all food-related.
Finally, when he reached the fourth page, he found some genuine information.
Timber raccoon, a D-class mutated beast.
It was an extremely nimble beast capable of solidifying energy. Both its offense and defense were quite good, and in addition, it was a species that had a tendency to group together, making catching them quite a hard feat. Its meat was loved by the masses due to it being tasty.
Chen Feng read the final sentence. That's right. Tasty meat.
Due to their ability to solidify energy, apart from unforeseen events, the timber raccoon's body would always be under the protection of the solidified energy.
Hence, its body would be in an extremely good condition. Tasty meat. Moreover, after consuming its meat, there would even be a weak spiritual energy recovery effect. Chen Feng. So the fangs of the foodies have even reached D-class mutated beasts nowadays? Too terrifying. Did the beast not need its face? That was a grand D-class mutated beast. An existence countless newbie warriors could only look up to. Now, though, these beasts had turned into food.
Silently, Chen Feng ordered a set of the timber raccoon dish. His rationale being that, since he was going to start hunting timber raccoons, he needed to get some understanding of this beast. Soon, the dish he ordered was delivered. As he took a look, there were only several pieces of timber raccoon meat within. No wonder this dish he ordered had been so cheap. He tried it. That taste. Chen Feng frowned. After finishing, he felt that his understanding of the timber raccoon was still not deep enough. Hence, he ordered another dish. So it is actually beneficial for spiritual energy recovery. Chen Feng ate 3 dishes in a row to confirm this fact. Despite the low amount of recovery, that refreshing feeling was quite distinct. This meat was actually so tasty after it had been processed. Timber raccoon. Chen Feng muttered. He had not tried the taste of timber raccoon due to him being a glutton. Instead, it was because, if the timber raccoon was truly so popular, it wouldn't be too easy for him to hunt timber raccoons. If I want to improve the timber raccoon formula, I'm afraid the blood essence of an ordinary timber raccoon won't do. Chen Feng muttered. The act of improving the formula was to unearth the potentially hidden genes within. Furthermore, the redundant or superfluous parts of the original formula would also be modified to optimize the formula. Hence, Chen Feng had to choose the best blood essence he could get for this. The blood essence of a timber raccoon leader would possess much more powerful genes within compared to the blood essence of an ordinary timber raccoon. However, Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Hopefully there won't be any problems. The next day, he reached the withered prairie. Here, a mystical withered grass could be found. The expanse of withered grasses on the prairie was like a huge yellow ocean. As such, this place was named Withered Prairie. This was also the place where the timber raccoon population was most active. Timber raccoon. Chen Feng walked out of the Genetic Union's camp. However, there wasn't even a need for him to go further. Only a single glance from the camp entrance was enough to cause his complexion to darken. People. People everywhere. Everywhere his eyes could see, there were people. Our timber raccoon hunting squad of 3 lacks 1 more member. We will be able to move out immediately after a genetic warrior with detection abilities, good eyes, and nimble hands joins us. We already have an expert hunter in our team. It won't be a problem for us to capture even 3 of them per day. Our squad is definitely a professional squad, definitely not a scammer. All the income will be distributed evenly. Our trustworthiness is guaranteed. If we were to lie, we will all die.
Our timber raccoon hunting squad of 2 is still recruiting 2 members.
A specialized hunter is required. Those hunters that can only capture 1 out of every 10 they see are not welcome. The bustling scene there alarmed Chen Feng.
Chen Feng had gone to quite a number of genetic union camps. However, he had never once seen a camp so crowded.
To think that he had always believed that only tourist spots would be so busy. Here,
Chen Feng was shocked.
An unending stream of squads entered the withered prairie to hunt timber raccoons.
Tendency to group together? Strong defensive capabilities?
Under the pure amount of humans here, all these were useless.
Did I choose the wrong location? Chen Feng muttered.
He studied the map and found that there were still several locations where timber raccoons were active.
Riding the Iron Cloud, Chen Feng spent 1 whole day visiting all these locations.
Subsequently, he returned with a lost expression on his face, because everywhere he went, there was similarly a huge crowd of people. All these people were there to hunt timber raccoons. Chen Feng smiled bitterly.
Have these people gone crazy? Only after checking online did he find the reason for this.
A single timber raccoon could be sold for 100,000 yuan. After hunting these timber raccoons, they would sell them to the restaurants. The restaurants would cut the meat into pieces before cooking them and selling them as dishes, which allowed them to earn a nice margin of profit.
Moreover, timber raccoon hunting had even become a full-fledged occupation. Hunting. Reselling. Selling.
A complete supply chain had already been formed, centered on the timber raccoons.
Why has it ended up this way? Chen Feng's head ached.
He had never imagined that he would encounter such a situation. When he went beast hunting in the past, he only needed to consider the safety aspect.
Now, though? Forget about the timber raccoon leader.
Even a timber raccoon that was alive was nowhere to be seen.
Was he about to face failure for such a reason?
Even the thought of that pained Chen Feng to no end.
Chen Feng frowned. I need to think of something. Charge inside with my luck aura activated? In all honesty, the amount of people here was too high. If his luck aura were activated, the luck value exhaustion would definitely be terrifying, as the luck values would have to make sure that he could avoid every single group here that was hunting for timber raccoon leaders. Every single one of them. Even if only 1 luck value was used for each team.
Chen Feng reckoned the pitiful amount of luck values he had would still be insufficient.
What to do, then?
Chen Feng sank into a short contemplation. Perhaps. He looked at the 20 points of luck value he had. He had been saving them since yesterday, however, he had not recovered much.
However, since the amount was low anyway, he wouldn't mind trying to use it in a way he did not normally dare to alter reality. If. A hypothetical if.
If the luck values were used to provide some assistance in hunting for a timber raccoon leader, with these 20 points of luck value he had, how much of a help would it be?
Chen Feng inhaled. Let's try. Luck aura fully activated. Schwa. Luck value dropped rapidly. 5 points. 10 points. 15 points. Schwa. Luck value fully exhausted.
With his eyes shut, Chen Feng could feel that his luck aura was indeed working. However, he had no idea what the luck aura had worked on.
That's it?
Chen Feng felt somewhat regretful.
Indeed.
20 points of luck value are still too much of a stretch.
Chen Feng shook his head.
Suddenly, his wristband buzzed. Your close friend has been detected accepting irrelevant mission.
Chen Feng's eyes shone. Mission? Friend's mission?
He turned his screen on and found that it was Su Fei. Su Fei had accepted a mission related to timber raccoons. However, Su Fei had rejected the system's request to have the details of the mission revealed. Chen Feng tried contacting him.
Su Fei? Chen Feng, it has been a while. Su Fei's shiny bald head appeared on the screen. You accepted a timber raccoon-related mission? Chen Feng asked frankly. Yeah. Su Fei smiled happily.
Some rich guy released a mission to hunt timber raccoon leaders.
It was quite a coincidence.
I heard that he had initially made his choice and chosen a squad among several available D-class squads. However, just as he was about to confirm his choice, he saw the information of our squad and felt that we were more suited for the mission. Hence, he chose us for this mission.
Oh? Chen Feng's emotions surged. Indeed. Altering reality. It had worked. Chen Feng was excited.
Even if only 20 points of luck value were used and nothing major had happened, this proved that his luck aura could truly alter reality.
In such a unique manner.
If his luck values were sufficient. He suddenly remembered a movie he'd watched during his previous life, Final Destination.
Killing people through coincidence.
If he had sufficient luck value, he would be akin to the death in the movie, killing through coincidences.
Chen Feng was filled with anticipation. Such a day will arrive. You want to join this mission as well? Su Fei asked curiously. I need some timber raccoon blood essence. Chen Feng suddenly smiled as he asked, do you need an extra member in your squad? Su Fei's eyes shone. Chen Feng wanted to join?
If that was the case, he would definitely need this extra member. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 208, The Furious Food. Chapter 208, The Furious Food. Translator, Limeston Editor, Tenish. At Star City, Ho Liang was handling the aftermath of the Ice River incident.
Suddenly, he received an update that Chen Feng had gone to the withered prairie to hunt for timber raccoons.
A great producer like him had actually once again gone out to take risks? Can't this bastard tone it down and rest for several months? Ho Liang was bursting with rage. How many days had it been since the Ice River incident? Was Chen Feng not afraid of death?
Ordinary producers were all extreme shut-ins, to the point where the Gene Production Association needed to think of ways to persuade them to go out and temper themselves.
As for Chen Feng, he was simply a bastard that couldn't sit tight for one moment. Don't worry.
Beside him, old Zhu unhurriedly said, with absolute guard, he's much safer, even when compared with you. Furthermore, this kid is walking his own path.
It's best for us to not meddle in it too much. What I did was for his own good. Ho Liang was furious. Protecting him could be considered as meddling in his affairs as well? He.
Old Zhu sneered.
Have you forgotten about the geniuses our organization has nurtured so far? Ho Liang was immediately speechless. Geniuses.
The Gene Production Association had indeed nurtured some of them before. They had adopted orphans and exhausted their resources to train countless powerful geniuses. These people were all very formidable. However, none were capable of surpassing their predecessors. This was truly depressing. All the geniuses they'd nurtured based on optimal nurturing methods were simply like mirror images of each other, as if they had all been carved out of the same mold.
As for Chen Feng, he was totally different from those geniuses. Totally unconventional.
Don't be overprotective, lest he become a copy of one of those geniuses we nurtured, old Zhu unhurriedly said. Chen Feng was able to reach where he is currently due to his freedom to act as he wished. It's sufficient for us to give him fitting assistance whenever required.
As for the rest, it will have to depend on himself. Ho Liang's heart trembled.
He had never expected old Zhu to actually have a higher expectations for Chen Feng than him. After finding out about Chen Feng's talent, he had been in a rush to give Chen Feng the best they could so that he could become stronger and more formidable. With the same talent, comparatively, when supported with more resources, it should be better than in doing things by his lonesome self, right? This was what Ho Liang had always believed. However, who could have guessed that old Zhu actually had a completely reverse thought process compared to his? As he thought of all those geniuses that had not met their expectations and had failed to surpass the predecessors despite all the resources the organization had spent on them, Ho Liang sunk into silence.
Chen Feng. He stared outside of Star City. Would the path this child treaded by himself truly be better than the optimal path Ho Liang chose for him?
At a certain spacious abandoned factory, countless experiment materials could be seen piled up within. Within the rows of vehicles in the factory, numerous dying mutated beasts were locked. On their bodies, numerous pinholes could be seen. Weak roars could be heard coming out of the mouths of these beasts. On the floor, the materials that were supposed to be arranged neatly were currently arranged in a disorderly manner. The whole place was in chaos. A middle-aged man could be seen watching a recorded video with a serious expression. Here, they were mainly focused on researching the genes of mutated beasts to look for a more formidable power among the recessive genes of these beasts. They were looking for a source of power similar to dark energy. Seeking a power capable of changing the world. After over 10 years of research, their results were quite minimal. However, outside of everyone's expectations, just as they'd been about to give up on their research and discard this project, an astonishing change appeared in their research. A timber raccoon leader had risen out of their kitchen.
That's right. Kitchen. This was originally a timber raccoon caught here as their food. Their lunch today was supposed to be roasted timber raccoon.
However, the timber raccoon that already had the condiments rubbed on its body and was prepped for roasting had suddenly started raging. With cumin paste all over its body, it killed the chef and the 2 other D-class guards before escaping in a carefree manner. This fellow. The middle-aged man's gaze was burning. The chef was dead? Nobody cared about that. However, this raging timber raccoon leader had brought hope to their failing project. That power displayed that far exceeded a normal timber raccoon leader, that mystical mutation that had occurred in it. Something had definitely happened to this timber raccoon. Chase. We must capture it. Regardless of what the reason for the mutation is, I must obtain it. The middle-aged man's gaze was filled with killing intent. Currently, at the Withered Prairie camp, Chen Feng finally met with Su Fei's group. Zhou Ling appeared as pretty as ever, Monkey's gaze appeared brighter than before, and Taishi's sturdy body was ever so imposing. As for Su Fei, he was the same old in with his shiny bald head. Your head is shinier now, Chen Feng praised. Scram, Su Fei said grudgingly. Wasn't this the work of your legal lowly? However, now that he had a better understanding of how terrifying Wang Yao was, he no longer dared to utter such words out loud. Let's talk about the mission. All right. They walked over to a quiet corner. Su Fei's mission was quite simple. They only needed the corpse of a timber raccoon leader. As for the blood essence? After the death of a timber raccoon, its blood essence would disappear shortly. By the time they brought the timber raccoon's corpse back to the mission issuer, the blood essence would be long gone. Hence, if Chen Feng wanted the blood essence, it wouldn't be a problem. That's good, then. Chen Feng was extremely satisfied. Since he was working with Su Fei's squad, this mission shouldn't be too time-consuming. Timber Raccoon Leader, a unique existence among timber raccoons. Among several tens of thousands of timber raccoons, only one leader might emerge. The meat of the timber raccoon leader had an even better taste. Hence, the moment one appeared, they would be hunted furiously. Hence, the main point of their current mission was to avoid the other hunters. All right. Chen Feng spread his hands. He had never expected that a day would come where the biggest problem he encountered during a mutated beast hunt was due to this mutated beast being too tasty. According to our information, during the past 2 days, a timber raccoon leader has appeared in the depths of the Withered Prairie. It is extremely crafty as it usually spends most of its time underground. We only need to lure it out, next. Su Fei started planning their mission out. Locate, lock down, kill. Simple and straightforward. Zhou Ling was good at freezing abilities, so she could help in speed reduction. Taisher was good at defending, so he could help block attacks. Monkey was good at scouting, so he could help lock onto the timber raccoon. As for Chen Feng and Su Fei, they would be in charge of combat. After witnessing what had happened during the Gene Rookie competition, no one dared to look down on Chen Feng's combat power. With Chen Feng's inclusion in their squad, Su Fei's group had obtained a great helping hand out of the blue. Su Fei looked at the rest. Are there any problems with this plan? They shook their heads. Nope. Good. Su Fei nodded. If there are no problems, we will try our best to get this done today. Naturally, the biggest problem for this mission is not the timber raccoon, instead, it's those professional hunters. Professional hunters. Due to the unique abilities they possessed, they made a living through hunting. They possessed acute senses and hunting awareness far surpassing ordinary people. Although the information they'd obtained indicated that this timber raccoon was something that had suddenly appeared during the past 2 days, and that this appearance was something that an ordinary person would definitely not notice, Su Fei would not look down on the intuition these professional hunters possessed. Move fast and end this fast, Su Fei said with a deep tone. Then, depart. The squad moved out. The way Su Fei did things nowadays was more and more in line with Chen Feng's style. Clean and decisive. Based on the route Su Fei plotted, they took a detour from the huge group of people here and entered from a more dangerous area before reaching the depths of the Withered Prairie. According to their information, that timber raccoon leader would be around here. However, just as they was about to take out their bait, they stopped their actions. Bang! An astonishing killing intent erupted under their feet. Be careful. Su Fei warned. Let me. Taisher activated his defenses. Bang! A layer of gentle light enveloped everyone. Whoosh! Whoosh! Numerous pitch-black silhouettes shot out of the shadows under their feet and ambushed them. Forcefully, Taisher's defense was smashed as these people exposed their ice-cold killing intent. That familiar movement. Chen Feng took a glance and noted that he had indeed found a familiar silhouette among the group, Shadow 1. Chen Feng's mouth curled up, forming a smile. It has truly been quite a while.
Footnotes. 1. A quick recap. Shadow is the guy that appeared during the illusionary snake incident. This is the guy that escaped with Chen Feng's gene reagent back then. Translator's thoughts. Limaston. Patreon link, https://www.patreon.com/limustin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 209, You Forced Me. Chapter 209, You Forced Me. Translator, Limaston editor, Tenish. Shadows flickered around while an ice-cold killing intent pervaded the air. Su Fei and the rest were completely suppressed before they could even react. On their body, scars started appearing. Under the fury of attacks, they could only bear with it with great difficulty. The battle ended right after it started. Su Fei's heart trembled. It's you guys. The Shadow Kill Squad. Similar to them, this was a squad filled with D-class genetic warriors. However, the members of this squad were very unique. All the members of this squad possessed shadow-related abilities and made a living through robbing. Able to appear and vanish at will, they were incredibly terrifying. Despite the fact that this was a newly established squad, their fame was already far-reaching. No one had expected that this squad would actually appear here. Things were going to get troublesome. Chen Feng muttered inwardly that something bad was going to happen. Currently, the captain's gaze swept through them before finally stopping on Chen Feng's body. Deal with him. Roger. Shadow moved. There were only 4 members in the Shadow Kill Squad. Hence, every time they made their move, they would first contain the most dangerous ones among their targets in order to better control the flow of the battle. Obviously, they had not considered Chen Feng to be a dangerous individual since their concentrated attacks earlier had been focused on Su Fei and the rest. Schwa. Noiselessly, Shadow arrived. However, when he neared his target and saw that familiar face, his expression changed greatly. It's you? Chen Feng was all smiles as he waved his hand. Hi. Retreat. Without the slightest hesitation, Shadow retreated furiously. One of his companions known as Afterimage looked at him doubtfully. What are you afraid of? That's an acquaintance of his? Red light started radiating from his eyes. That bald guy's combat power is around 3,000 to 5,000. That girl there has a combat power of 2,804,900. For him, the combat power of their opponents did not appear to be anything special. This was one of his genetic abilities, Combat Evaluator. With this, he could clearly analyze his enemy's combat power to obtain an estimation of the upper and lower bounds of his opponent's combat power. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you emerge unscathed from 100 battles. After he fused with this ability, the success rate of their squad had increased by around 50%. Failure? It was non-existent. Anytime they saw someone hard to deal with, they would take a detour. As for Chen Feng, his indicated combat power was 1,000. It was just as he had initially calculated, this guy was the least threatening guy here. What was up with Shadow? Before he could even sort his thoughts, a terror-filled scream from his companions could be heard. As he raised his head, only a torrent of wind blades could be seen. Bang! Instantly, he was flung away. Insta-kill. Afterimage. The expression of everyone in the Shadow Kill Squad changed greatly. Good chance. The eyes of Su Fei and the rest shone as they instantly threw off the suppression on them. Bang! Bang! They proceeded to counterattack. The Shadow Kill Squad specialized in ambush and assassinations. Their strongest genetic abilities were also catered toward this aspect. However, as soon as they lost their superiority and were forced to have a head-on confrontation, they were simply not a match for Su Fei's squad. Umbra, the squad leader, clenched his teeth. Retreat! Go after them, Su Fei coldly ordered. Wanting to escape after ambushing? How could things be so easy? Bang! They started furiously chasing after the Shadow Kill Squad. You are courting death. Shadow's eyes gleamed coldly as he coldly said, the reason we choose to not confront you all head-on was to avoid heavy casualties. Do you really believe we can't defeat you all? Xiao. Shadow tossed out a gene reagent flickering with a bizarre radiance. His eyes were filled with viciousness. This was what you forced me to do. Especially you, Chen Feng. Be careful. The expression of Su Fei's group changed greatly. They could sense that an unusual power was contained within this gene reagent. At such a crucial moment, an item tossed out by Shadow would most definitely not be something ordinary. They braced themselves for the attack.
Light flickered in Umbra's eyes.
Shadow attack. Schwa.
At this, the tossed gene reagent vanished within the shadows. When it appeared once again, it was already in front of Chen Feng's group.
Not good. The hearts of Su Fei's group throbbed violently. They're finished.
If such a terrifying gene reagent were to explode at this distance.
Explode. Shadow tried activating it with his spiritual energy.
Accurately, his spiritual energy landed on the gene reagent. However, at this very instant, noiselessly, a hand stretched out and grabbed that gene reagent. That flickering radiance in the gene reagent instantly stopped at that moment.
What was happening? Everyone was dumbstruck. One could even forcefully stop the explosion of a gene reagent? How is that possible? Shadow's eyes widened as he stared at Chen Feng with an unbelievable expression. That is an Earth Dragon gene reagent with the power of peak D-class expert. How is it possible for you to deactivate it? Chen Feng.
He looked at the gene reagent in his hand with an odd expression.
MHM. Earth Dragon gene reagent? Why does this sound so familiar? Oh, yeah. This is what I used to trick in T-Squad back then, right? Surprisingly, Shadow actually believed what he'd said back then. Moreover, he had been keeping this item in his collection like some precious item, keeping it all this while until now.
As he thought of this, Chen Feng looked at Shadow, pity in his eyes.
How sad. Shadow? Kill. Su Fei ordered decisively.
He was already used to the miracles created by Chen Feng. At this moment, he was instead the fastest person to calm down here.
Schwa. Once again, they charged forth. Trash. Umbra cursed. The so-called trump card that Shadow had bragged about to them for a long time had actually ended up this way? What a scam.
Fortunately, he had his own trump card as well.
Who?
He inhaled as he glanced at Su Fei with his ice-cold eyes before shutting his eyes. Myriad mist confounding imprint.
Schwa. Abruptly, a blanket of mist emerged. Umbra and his squad vanished instantly, concealed amid the mist.
After a short while, when the mist disappeared, not a trace of them remained.
Su Fei frowned. They escaped? Monkey. Understood.
Light flickered in Monkey's eyes. However, he failed to locate them. Since the Shadowkill squad specialized in concealment and assassination, the moment they hid themselves, they were simply impossible to find.
Forget it. Su Fei shook his head.
No point wasting our time here.
All right. Monkey stopped searching.
Since we are now aware of their existence, we won't fall to the same ambush again. Su Fei's eyes gleamed coldly as he said, if they dare try to ambush us again, I will definitely ensure their death. The Shadowkill squad specialized in ambushing and assassinations. The moment they were discovered and plotted against, it was very probable they would die without even realizing how they'd died. This was especially true with Chen Feng around.
Thanks. Su Fei expressed his gratitude. He knew that it wouldn't be wrong to have Chen Feng join them.
This guy that had always been good at creating miracles had now become even more terrifying after obtaining first place at the Gene Rookie competition and joining the Gene Production Association's headquarters.
No worries. A toying smile appeared on Chen Feng's face.
He had never expected that the Aurora gene reagent he'd lost back then would actually be recovered.
Let's go. Su Fei decided to choose a different location to lure the Timber Raccoon leader. All right. Chen Feng nodded.
In actuality, he would be able to easily determine the position of the Shadowkill squad and Timber Raccoon leader. However, since his present luck value was at a measly 20 points, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would definitely not waste his luck values. However, surprisingly, when they found a new spot they presumed to be safe and prepared to lure the Timber Raccoon leader, an odd scream resounded from a distance.
That aura and voice. Su Fei's expression changed slightly. It's a Timber Raccoon leader and the Shadowkill squad. Damn it.
Their expressions turned unsightly. That damnable Shadowkill squad decided to spoil their mission now that the Shadowkill squad had failed their ambush.
Quick!
They rushed over filled with killing intent. However, when they arrived, they were all stupefied. There, the Shadowkill squad could be seen battling the Timber Raccoon leader. However, different from what they had expected, the Shadowkill squad had lost another one of their members. A Timber Raccoon that was obviously larger than ordinary Timber Raccoons could be seen chasing after Umbra and Shadow.
Their nostrils were assailed by the aroma of cumin paste lingering in the air.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 210, You Guys Are Looking for Trouble. Chapter 210, You Guys Are Looking for Trouble. Translator, Limeston Editor, Tenish. What's going on? Everyone blanked.
True, the Timber Raccoon leader might have been powerful, but the agility attributes of the members of the Shadowkill squad were all excessively high. Even if they couldn't defeat it, it shouldn't have been a problem to escape, right? This. Schwa, dot. With a flicker, Umbra vanished. However, bang! The raging Timber Raccoon leader stomped the ground and Umbra once again reappeared from his concealment. What? Su Fei's heart throbbed.
The Timber Raccoon leader was actually capable of discovering the concealed Umbra? It was so terrifyingly powerful? That's not it.
Monkey activated his ability as both his eyes flickered unceasingly.
An odd expression was on his face.
That's because there's a smell of cumin paste on Umbra's body.
Hence.
At this, everyone became speechless. No wonder those guys had failed to escape the Timber Raccoon leader.
There was simply no need for the Timber Raccoon leader to break their concealment.
It only needed to follow the smell for Umbra to have nowhere to hide.
Bang! Bang! Umbra was viciously beaten up.
The raccoon's claw with a stench of cumin paste on it stomped on Umbra's chest without stop. At this moment, Umbra appeared incomparably pitiful.
Shadow! Umbra cried for help. At a distance, Shadow merely glanced at him before turning around and fleeing. Save me!
Umbra begged for help from Su Fei's group.
However, Su Fei and the rest merely exchanged glances before they retreated. What joke was that? This Timber Raccoon leader was obviously quite unusual and frighteningly vicious. Why should they go up to it at this moment? To court death? Everyone left speedily and only stopped moving after a long time.
They had no choice but to stop. They had to start finding a solution for a very grave problem: how to kill this Timber Raccoon leader.
Their head ached.
After taking a detour and avoiding the multitude of people, after avoiding the robbers, they were finally here. However, for some F***king reason, this Timber Raccoon leader was so powerful. Su Fei calculated the strength of both sides and discovered with grief that they would not be able to defeat that cumin-stained Timber Raccoon.
This was the most lamentable fact of their current predicament. There's something wrong with how this plot is developing.
Everyone smiled bitterly. That Timber Raccoon leader, Su Fei paused before continuing, was much more powerful than all the Timber Raccoon leaders we have read about.
Oh? Chen Feng's eyes shone.
If the Timber Raccoon was sufficiently powerful, then he could use its blood essence to produce his gene reagent.
Chen Feng became excited. Forget it.
The rest exchanged glances. Since an unforeseen circumstance had appeared in this mission, they would not be able to continue it.
This Timber Raccoon leader was too powerful.
They were simply not its match.
Su Fei nodded. I will cancel the mission, then. To know when to give up was the sensible thing to do. The reason they took on missions in the first place was to temper themselves anyway. There was no point to throw their life away. How about you? Su Fei looked at Chen Feng. All right. Chen Feng did not find that decision surprising. For Su Fei's group, this was merely an ordinary mission.
There was simply no need for them to put their life on the line.
However, for Chen Feng, this was a very good opportunity.
He would go back to better prepare himself before coming again, Chen Feng decided inwardly.
Let's go then. They left speedily.
Due to the existence of this Timber Raccoon leader here, the atmosphere at the depths of Withered Prairie had become somewhat bizarre.
Just as they were about to leave. Schwa! Schwa! Numerous people appeared.
A whole group of genetic warriors with excellent equipment appeared from the outer layer of Withered Prairie, forming a huge blockade around the inner layer. Be careful, Monkey warned.
Rapidly, they concealed themselves among the bushes. What's going on?
The rest were confused.
Apart from Timber Raccoon hunters, since when had so many people of different factions gathered here at this place? Look, Chen Feng whispered.
The rest looked over and found that this newly appeared group was gradually approaching a certain direction. That was where the Timber Raccoon leader was at.
Their target was actually the Timber Raccoon leader? A fully armed army is required to hunt nowadays? Su Fei was too powerless to even berate this. Chen Feng sneered. I'm afraid it's not this simple.
The abnormally powerful Timber Raccoon leader, the sudden appearance of an army of genetic warriors.
If one told him that both these incidents were unrelated, Chen Feng would not believe it. Seemed like something was about to happen. However, since they knew the location of the Timber Raccoon, why had they not gone in directly? Instead, they were surrounding it from the outer layer?
Chen Feng had a faint, ominous feeling.
Monkey, shield us from their detection. Understood.
They avoided the group's range of detection as they retreated carefully. However, there was nowhere for them to retreat. They were already getting near the Timber Raccoon leader's position as they retreated from the army.
If they were to continue retreating, they would definitely be discovered.
At this time, the people from that army finally saw the badly beaten Umbra.
Save me! Umbra, who was barely alive, cried happily for help.
Pooh! With a flash, they killed Umbra directly. Only after that did they lock onto the Timber Raccoon leader.
Chen Feng's group inhaled a mouthful of cold air. These guys. They are clearing this place. Su Fei suddenly understood what was happening. This Timber Raccoon with cumin paste stench is most probably related to some secret that these people do not want anyone to know. Hence, before dealing with the Timber Raccoon, they will kill everyone else.
As the rest heard this, their expressions changed greatly. If that was truly the case, it would be dangerous for them.
Schwa. Dot.
The army of genetic warriors started a prudent inspection of the area, not leaving a stone unturned. Chen Feng's group retreated without stop.
However, this was the limit.
If they continued, they would be definitely forced out with no way to run.
Monkey had an unsightly expression.
My shield can't hold on much longer. They were simply too near. At this distance, they only needed to get slightly closer and they would be discovered immediately. What should they do? Their hearts chilled.
It was simply unimaginable that a single Timber Raccoon hunting mission would turn out this way.
Moreover, all this had happened just as they were about to give up on the mission.
Chen Feng. Su Fei looked at Chen Feng in anticipation. In such a situation, Chen Feng should be the only one capable of creating miracles, right?
He was sure that the Chen Feng today with his different status would definitely have some formidable trump cards.
Shoo!
Chen Feng put his finger on his lips.
Hum. Noiselessly, his luck aura was activated.
Chen Feng truly hadn't had much chance to save up his luck value during the past 2 days. Even the 20 points that he'd saved up till yesterday were used up when Su Fei's group were accepting the mission. The only luck values he had presently were what he'd saved since yesterday till today. However, this also gave Chen Feng another perfect chance to try something he did not normally try, since his available luck value was already low anyway.
To alter reality. With 20 points of luck value, what could luck aura accomplish? 10 points. Schwa. Half his luck value remained. Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. It was as he willed, where only 10 points of luck value were consumed. Schwa. Those people continued their inspection.
Chen Feng's group was sprawled among the bushes, not daring to make the tiniest movement. Just as those people were getting near them, when Su Fei was about to take the initiative to attack them first, he was stopped by Chen Feng. Since the luck value had already been consumed, the luck aura must have worked on something. However, he wanted to see, with only 10 points of luck values, what would actually happen. He was especially curious as to what luck aura could accomplish in their current circumstance. Ka! The footsteps neared. The aura of the scouts had already brushed past them several times. Those people were only a step away from them. The captain of the security was carefully inspecting everywhere. He was the executioner appointed for this mission. Hence, he could not allow any carelessness. At this moment, his wristband buzzed. A screen popped up before a panting voice with a trace of terror in it could be heard.
Not good, something happened.
The captain's expression changed slightly.
What's the matter?
The people from the upper levels saw the recordings and requested a repeat on the steps of our previous experiment to see if anything new could be found. Hence, they found a Timber Raccoon leader and prepared to roast it. Even the fire was prepared. After they roasted the Timber Raccoon leader for 1 whole minute, that Timber Raccoon leader started raging. The lab assistant in the screen said with terror, although we had made some preparations for it, we hadn't expected something to really happen. Hence, some mistakes were made, and that Timber Raccoon escaped as well. The captain's mouth was stuck agape for a long time.
Another one? What on earth are you guys playing with? The captain's expression was unsightly. Did it come to the withered prairie as well?
Yes, the assistant replied with a solemn expression. This place is more suited for them and is also the closest to our factory. Hence, after leaving the factory, it started heading in this direction.
Fine, then.
The captain inhaled deeply to calm himself before saying, so I only need to lock onto the stench of cumin paste to find it before capturing it back alive, right?
No.
the assistant felt somewhat awkward. This time around, we used the spicy flavor. The captain's face darkened. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 211, Target Confirmed. Chapter 211, Target Confirmed. Translator, Limeston Editor, Tenish. These idiots.
The captain was ashen-faced. He was the captain of security in charge of the security at the test site. Due to the trouble caused by these idiotic researchers, he had no choice but to get some people with him to come out for a hunt. Unexpectedly, just as he brought a huge amount of combatants out of the test site, those researchers still had the guts to reproduce the same scenario that had mutated the Timber Raccoon leader? Were they brave or stupid? Remember. Wait for my return, the captain gnashed these words out of his teeth. You are all researchers with no combat power. If anything happens, what will I do? If you want to conduct any experiments, wait until I've returned. All right? Yes. The assistant did not dare to act recklessly anymore. Pa! The captain ended the call. He was now convinced of the guts these researchers had. As he stood up, he started redrawing their goals. Lock this cumin-pasted timber raccoon down first. We must not allow it to escape. The other spicy timber raccoon is here as well. We must deal with that one first. On top of that, no outsiders can discover anything. Understood. Everyone listened to his orders. Schwa. Once again, they readjusted their positions. The group left hastily to look for the spicy timber raccoon. Only at this did Chen Feng's group exhale in relief. They had evaded it. It was indeed a problem caused by experiments, Su Fei whispered. Mei Shem, seems like this timber raccoon is something that escaped from their lab. Chen Feng was confused. Timber raccoon. Experiment. Spicy and cumin paste? What type of experiments were these people conducting? Was it an experiment for some food processing plant? Zhou Liang guessed. Only those from a food processing plant would research using ingredients like cumin paste and spicy flavoring, right? However, if it was a food processing plant, how had the timber raccoon leader mutated? No one knew the answer to that. Su Fei's ominous feeling deepened. Will we be able to leave? We can't. Monkey inhaled deeply. The outer layer is blockaded by genetic warriors, while the inner layer has patrols everywhere. Now, the whole inner layer of the withered prairie has become a forbidden area belonging to them. This is the only place we can move freely in. Monkey pointed toward the deeper region of the withered prairie. Let's go, Su Fei said decisively. They will find us soon if we continue staying here. Since that's the case, we might as well penetrate deep into the depths of this withered prairie. When they are battling those two timber raccoon leaders, we can escape amid the chaos. All right. Everyone nodded. Schwa. Noiselessly, they concealed themselves. Chen Feng glanced in the direction the genetic warriors were leading toward and an odd expression appeared on his face. He had never expected that this would be the result of his luck value. Coincidence? Or perhaps. What experiment was it, exactly, that these people were conducting? Chen Feng was very curious. Currently, the timber raccoon leader with spicy aroma had finally appeared. Only after the group exhausted all methods available to them did they manage to surround this timber raccoon leader. As of now, both timber raccoon leaders had been successfully surrounded. Capture them, the captain ordered decisively. Bang! The genetic warriors charged forth. Both of these timber raccoon leaders were extremely powerful at the peak of D class. However, due to the high amount of genetic warriors that had appeared this time, both were forcefully trapped. Ayo. The timber raccoons howled furiously. However, they still ended up captured alive. Take them away, the captain said coldly. Currently, Chen Feng's group was quietly sprawled in the bushes with no movement. Monkey's concealment ability could only weaken the signs of their existence. They are finally leaving. Su Fei exhaled in relief. However, at this moment, the captain issued a calm command as he suddenly said, "Do another round of inspection. We must ensure that we did not miss anyone that infiltrated into here." Roger. The rest nodded. This was their security captain. Cautious, intelligent, and strong. Damn it! Su Fei and the rest had an ominous feeling. It wasn't easy for them to luck out earlier and avoid trouble. Now, they actually seemed like something was going to happen soon. They were extremely anxious. The moment they were discovered, they would definitely be killed to silence them. One had to know that they were the ones that had witnessed the whole course of events as those genetic warriors captured the Timber Raccoon leaders.
Schwa! Schwa! Another round of inspections began. Is there a need for this?
Chen Feng shook his head helplessly.
Friend, do you know that if you are too cautious, the one suffering will be you as well? Luck aura activated. Schwa!
The final 10 points of luck value were instantly exhausted.
Schwa!
As the net of inspection reached Chen Feng's group. The captain's wristband buzzed once again. The captain had a bad feeling.
What happened? As something happened. The assistant's face appeared colorful. Another mutation. What? The captain blinked and said, You all repeated the experiment? No.
The assistant smiled bitterly. Since we know that there's some problem with timber raccoons, we did not dare to act recklessly.
However, due to the 2 timber raccoon leader incidents, we don't have much food left.
Even the chef was dead.
Everyone was too hungry and decided to roast some turkeys. Unexpectedly.
The captain widened his eyes.
The turkeys mutated?
Yes, those turkeys. Before the assistant could even finish his sentence, terror appeared in his eyes.
Go away. Be careful. Screams could be heard reverberating.
In the screen, the assistant could be seen running furiously while a turkey with chili oil all over its body chased after the assistant behind him.
Clang, dot. With a loud clattering, the transmission ended. What was that? Aromatic pepper chicken?
The captain was bewildered. He felt like his whole worldview was collapsing upon him.
It hadn't even been a day since he'd left the lab, yet so many things had happened there? Damn it!
The captain clenched his teeth.
Go back immediately.
Roger.
They left hastily. Calm returned to the withered prairie.
Zhou Ling patted her chest nervously.
Too scary.
Yeah, Tai sure agreed. It was at this time that Monkey's communication tool buzzed. He took a glance at it and said, Someone discovered a timber raccoon leader at Withered Island.
Withered Island. Su Fei's eyes shone. Let's go.
He felt that anywhere else would be safer than remaining here.
How about you? He looked at Chen Feng. I won't be joining. Chen Feng smiled.
I need to return to the headquarters to make a report.
All right, Su Fei replied with a smile.
If there's anything, you can contact me anytime, Soon, Su Fei left with his squad. Chen Feng stared at the direction the security captain was heading toward as he became excited.
Test site, eh? He. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Since cumin paste timber raccoon and spicy timber raccoon had appeared, would an even larger timber raccoon leader appear there?
He was filled with anticipation. He knew that this was an exceptionally good opportunity for him.
The blood essence of these timber raccoons would definitely be much more powerful than ordinary timber raccoon leaders.
They would most certainly have richer genes within their blood essence as well. This was the optimal material for Chen Feng. That was a place Chen Feng had to go. There, he would definitely find a powerful timber raccoon leader's blood essence. Chen Feng anticipated it. Naturally, before going, he had to prepare himself appropriately. Now that his luck values were completely exhausted, his combat power was greatly reduced. Moreover, his peril rebirth had been exhausted previously. If he wanted to go to a place like that, he definitely had to make a lot of preparations. In the evening, Chen Feng returned to Star City. He was not in a rush to look for the timber raccoon leader. From those people's conversation, he knew that they had yet to figure out the reason for the timber raccoon's mutations. Hence, they would require time for their research, and this gave Chen Feng the time he required to prepare himself. After 7 days, he finished his preparations. 1 set of peril rebirth, numerous other gene reagents, and 103 points of luck value. Apart from this, he had also prepared multiple sets of materials for timber raccoon gene reagent production. Everything was prepared.
Schwa. Luck aura, lockdown.
Target, security captain. Soon, the information related to the security captain appeared in his brain.
Schwa. 3 points of luck value exhausted, target located. Done. Chen Feng was excited. The strongest timber raccoon leader? Here I come.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 212, Sneaking In. Chapter 212, Sneaking In. Translator, Limeston Editor, Tenish. It was late at night.
At the abandoned factory, the previously chaotic test site had returned to normal. Currently, a group of researchers were researching crazily. Despite the lack of rest, they were still extremely excited, to the point that it could be seen in their frenzy-filled eyes. Before them lay a timber raccoon leader.
Gene reagent injected. However, another failure.
Regardless of what experiment they conducted, they were unable to unearth the hidden power within this thing. The other group that was researching the turkey was fruitless in their research as well. Perhaps a different factor had caused the mutations? In the legends, any research breakthrough was always accompanied by luck and coincidence. Now, what they needed to do was figure out what this coincidence was.
If a timber raccoon leader could easily mutate, the mutation would have been discovered long ago. Hence, what was the hidden mutation it had within its body?
Instinctively, everyone recalled something.
We have yet to touch the spot where we initially roasted the timber raccoon, right?
Nope, the assistant replied.
Due to two incidents and the chef's death, that place was already on lockdown. Good. Let's repeat it, then. All right. This time, the whole area was fully secured.
They repeated what had previously happened and, indeed, a mutated timber raccoon leader was once again created.
This time, its body was stained with a dense black bean aroma. Perhaps, someone guessed, apart from the timber raccoon's body, the fire used here is related to it as well? Schwa. Everyone's eyes shone.
The direction of their experiments started changing. After a long time, they finally found the mystery behind the mutation.
It was not the fire, nor was it the kitchen. Instead, it was the burning firewood.
In order to pursue perfection in taste, the chef had chosen to use firewood instead of energy stones for roasting. The firewood, coupled with the hidden power within the timber raccoon leader and the turkey, had resulted in the mysterious scenes they'd witnessed. The firewood that had been used possessed a mysterious power of rebirth.
Try it out.
They started their experiment in excitement. This time, the subject of their experiment was still a timber raccoon leader.
A timber raccoon leader was sent over urgently.
They started the experiment in a serious, orderly fashion. The power of the firewood was fully monitored. Slowly, they witnessed the mutation of this timber raccoon leader.
Ayo! An angry roar. An authentic flavored timber raccoon leader was birthed. Clang! Clang!
The awakened timber raccoon leader bumped into the defensive wall unceasingly. The researchers were filled with excitement. Indeed, it's the power of the firewood. This time, they had not roasted the timber raccoon leader. Instead, they'd simply ignited the power within the firewood and forced it to blend into the body of the timber raccoon leader.
Next, the timber raccoon leader had noiselessly mutated. Clang! Clang!
The whole workshop was shaking. The security captain wiped his cold sweat.
These lunatics! Even if their whole security force was currently present, he was still worried.
After mutation, this furious timber raccoon leader had actually gone up to C class from D class. He was doubting that this workshop would be able to hold it in.
Be extra cautious, the captain reminded them. Don't worry. This time, we prepared thoroughly. This defensive glass is capable of blocking even peak C-class attacks.
A mere timber raccoon leader will not be able to break through, no matter how strong it gets, the researcher explained. Only at this did the captain quietly retire himself.
Then, prepare the experiment data.
As the discoverers of this mysterious power, we can now become full-fledged members of the organization as well, as project supervisors.
They were excited. This was the good point of their organization. As long as someone unearthed any powerful and mysterious power, the moment they passed the organization's authentication, they would receive a huge amount of research funding.
Naturally, all the data related to their research had to be submitted for that. As long as their research was a success, they would be able to become core members of this organization, regardless of their strength.
Presently, they could only be considered outer members of the organization. As an outer member, they would be able to obtain a certain amount of information for their research. Those at the higher levels would only give them a direction to pursue. As for whether they could get a result from their research, one could only guess.
We are going to be successful soon. Xia Yan relied on her relationship with teacher to become part of the Dark Energy Project to enter the organization. Now, we succeeded all by ourselves, a female researcher said proudly.
I know, right? Everyone was excited. They'd succeeded. As long as they sent their applications to the organization, someone would be sent here soon to authenticate their results.
Prepare ourselves. The time to change our fate is here. They were excited. The air was pervaded by a joyous mood. Currently, outside the abandoned factory, a silhouette noiselessly appeared. Chen Feng was here. Carrying a bundle, he sprawled on the ground. Shwa! Shwa! Two silhouettes flashed past. These were the patrols of the factory. Chen Feng frowned. 2D classes. The opponents were of a higher class than Chen Feng. If he wanted to kill them, he would be forced to fight someone of a higher class. If he were to mount a sneak attack with myriad illusionary wind blade. In movies, the main characters would always sneak in while ambushing anyone they saw with a snap to the neck before continuing. Just like that, the main character would kill anyone he encountered. However, Chen Feng looked at their wrists. The wristbands they used were different from the civilian wristband Chen Feng had. Their wristbands were all red-colored. This was the Alert Edition wristband with numerous unique chips within. Their functions included recording signs of life and establishing a local area network of communication even with the absence of the internet. Chen Feng was sure that, as long as a single one of them was killed, all the other security details would be notified. Chen Feng sighed. They were so generous toward their security? Since sneak attacks wouldn't work, he could only look for a different approach. My goal is not to kill. Instead, it's the Timber Raccoon leader. MHM. Chen Feng contemplated. If he was only here for the Timber Raccoon leader, wouldn't it work fine if he simply sent them into chaos? For this, he had too many suitable items prepared. He stared ahead. This was an abandoned factory. To conceal their aura and avoid the genetic union's detection, they did not even dare to use the New Age energy supply. Instead, they were using the old electricity powering method. Old-fashioned electricity, eh? Chen Feng smiled. This would make things interesting. He raised his hand slightly. Shwa! Luck aura, activate. Bang! With a spark, a perfectly fine power cord short-circuited immediately. With that, the whole abandoned factory sunk onto darkness. Unhurriedly, Chen Feng fished out several gene reagents. He was now extremely proficient in all of the E-class and F-class gene reagents. They might have sounded weak, however. Bang! An intense light wave dispersed. That was a 2-star E-class gene reagent that was used to cause a disturbance. It would create an immense heat undulation capable of increasing the temperature of anything with heat in it for a duration of 10 minutes. Bang! A flash of blue undulating energy. That was a 4-star E-class gene reagent that was used to cause a disturbance. It would create a huge undulation of magnetic energy that caused all energy-based equipment to stop working temporarily for a duration of 10 minutes. Bang! A huge dense fog instantly started spreading. That was a 3-star E-class gene reagent that was used to cause a disturbance. It was able to create a dense fog within a huge area to obscure the vision of the people within. It also possessed a certain amount of signal blocking effect. Bang! Bang! Dot! A chaotic mess of gene reagents used to create a disturbance were tossed out by Chen Feng. The originally fresh air was instantly filled with a huge amount of electromagnetic interference, dense fog, red radiance, odd smells, ear-piercing sound waves, and neurotoxins. Bang! The whole factory erupted into chaos. Then, time to start. Silently, Chen Feng took out the defensive equipment he had previously prepared. Currently, his biggest advantage was the fact that his enemy was shown, whereas he was still an unknown factor to them. Shwa! Noiselessly, his silhouette disappeared. Currently, those researchers were still celebrating their success. Suddenly, darkness descended upon them. The electricity went out? Don't worry. Nothing will happen, one of the researchers said with a smile. Even if the main electric supply is lost, we still have independent electricity generators in each workshop. Hum. Noiselessly, the defensive walls in the Timber Raccoon leader's cage opened. Be careful. The expressions of the security there changed greatly. Ayo! An angry roar. The abandoned factory was currently in a chaotic state. Don't get confused, the security captain shouted as he hastily arrived. Get out of the way. Let me deal with it. His strength was sufficient to deal with this mutated Timber Raccoon leader. However, right at this moment, some abnormal things suddenly blended into the air. Everyone could only feel the emergence of a huge blanket of white mist and hear a succession of rumbling noises by their ears while their nose started smelling some odd smells. Their bodies became somewhat numb and out of control. The world before them had suddenly become indistinct. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 213, Limit Breakthrough. Chapter 213, Limit Breakthrough. Translator, Limeston Editor, Tenish. What are these things? Be careful. Ah.
The abandoned factory was in a chaotic state.
Enemy attack. Hum.
With the security captain as the center, a gentle white aura spread, forming a huge protective barrier to block out all those weird things. E-class gene reagents were, after all, still quite weak. Against these D-class genetic warriors and the C-class security captain, these E-class gene reagents were simply incapable of harming them. Schwa! Schwa! The security members hastily rescued everyone. Apart from the 3 researchers who died during the initial chaos, there were no other casualties. Go! The security captain left hastily with them. However, after covering just a short distance, those researchers that had recovered their cool immediately started shouting, "The test data and the firewood. We will talk when we get out of here," the security captain coldly said. "No, we can't," the researchers howled.
"This is an enemy attack.
They are here for our research results. Our years of research have just borne some results, we can't lose them. Is your life or the research more important?" the security captain bellowed. All the researchers said the same thing, "The research is more important."
Security captain. Bunch of morons. "Without our research results, we won't leave," the researchers said calmly. Moreover, some of them started doubting the captain. "It can't be that some outsiders are colluding with you guys to steal our results, right?" In their memory, such occurrences were quite common. Security captain. Who? He inhaled deeply.
If his mission didn't require him to protect these people, he would definitely slaughter them now.
"You all, bring them away." "I will."
Instinctively, he started making arrangements for that. However, as he thought of it, he was afraid that this was their enemy's trick to lure him away. If he truly left them, what if these idiots all ended up killed?
Forget it. We will go take the results together. Since the enemy used such an ambush method, it shows that our enemy's combat power is nothing great.
"Still, you must follow all of my orders," the security captain coldly said. "In there is a mutated timber raccoon and unknown enemies." The researchers were overjoyed.
Understood.
Currently, only darkness could be seen before them. The security captain sneered.
Poof. Interference? How long had it been since he'd last used such poor tactics? For those at C-class, even if they were to create interference, it would be at a larger scale. For example, a terrifying power descending from the sky to restrict all skills with an incredibly powerful anti-interference capability, with illusions generated on top of all that. That was what he would consider true interference. As for all this before him, what playthings were these? Regardless of the amount of E-class gene reagents used, they would not be a match to those in C-class. Schwa!
With a flash of light, everything within 10 meters was purged. His terrifying C-class aura started shaking as all the interfering energy around them was pushed away without doing any damage to them. With this, the hunt amidst the darkness began.
Currently, Chen Feng was calmly traveling within the factory. Timber Raccoon Leader. Schwa!
With the infrared goggles he was wearing, he could view everything clearly. Although the E-class gene reagents he'd used earlier were incapable of causing any actual harm to the people here, those people were also unable to completely defend against these gene reagents. Now, with the darkness and his infrared goggles, everyone here appeared extremely clear to him. All life forms appeared incredibly conspicuous amidst the darkness. This was the true meaning of using interference gene reagents. There was no need for these gene reagents to kill.
Timber Raccoon Leader. MHM. Chen Feng locked onto the Timber Raccoon Leader's position.
That workshop. Surprisingly, though, Chen Feng found that those security members that had just escaped were all rushing back toward the workshop.
What are they doing?
Chen Feng felt doubtful.
At times like this, shouldn't they be carefully guarding against the unknown enemies?
Due to Chen Feng's sudden appearance, these security members were supposed to be protecting the researchers and leaving the area. After all, they had no idea how many enemies they were currently facing. Why were they returning?
Chen Feng frowned.
With these people returning suddenly, his plan was spoiled.
Unless there was something even more important in that workshop? Chen Feng's eyes shone. The Timber Raccoon mutation's research results. Schwa! He was somewhat enticed. If that was the case,
he hastened his footsteps. Currently, within the factory, Chen Feng and the security members were rushing toward the workshop. There, a mutated timber raccoon leader was wandering around.
Chen Feng was at peak E-class. As for the security, a number of D-class warriors and an early C-class captain.
They were the stronger side here. The only superiority of Chen Feng's was the fact that his opponents had yet to discover him. Since their target is the research results and the materials, they will definitely prioritize grabbing the materials and research results before retreating.
As for that timber raccoon, Chen Feng took a look.
He was not able to judge how powerful the timber raccoon was. However, from its howl, it was stronger than the cumin paste and spicy timber raccoons he'd met previously.
This timber raccoon here had probably reached C-class. This would be too hard for Chen Feng to deal with. If a battle were to erupt between them, things would be easier for me.
Chen Feng's brain started working rapidly. When he reached the workshop, the security members had already obtained the research results and materials and were preparing to retreat. On the other hand, that timber raccoon had not even noticed the movement here. All the security members were moving quietly, incredibly professional in what they were doing.
Wanting to leave just like that? Chen Feng smiled. Myriad illusionary wind blade. Erupt. His target was not those security members. Instead, it was the entrance of the workshop. Bang! A chain of yellow wind blades shot forth, accompanied by some odd mucus wind blades. With that, the initially spacious entrance was instantly blocked. The energy undulation released even attracted the timber raccoon. Howl! The timber raccoon charged over furiously. Damn it!
The eyes of the security captain gleamed coldly.
Break through with force and leave promptly. Understood. Bang!
They started bombarding the sealed entrance. As the raging timber raccoon arrived, a terrifying energy bloomed from the captain's body while a storm started brewing within his body. Instantly, his secret art erupted. For Star's secret art, Storm Strike.
Bang!
The terrifying storm started wreaking havoc. After getting hit head-on by the captain's attack, the raging timber raccoon was flung away.
Go!
The captain maintained his cool and stopped attacking before bringing everyone away speedily. They were guards, not fighters.
He was clear on what the appropriate thing to do was. Moreover, there was also an unknown third party hidden within the darkness.
They had to leave. Truly dedicated to his job, Chen Feng lamented. Then, contribute some energy for me while you're at it.
Bang! Chen Feng attacked abruptly. Courting death. The captain's gaze was ice cold.
He had been waiting for this enemy for way too long.
Bang!
Instantly, a terrifying energy bloomed. He had just used Storm Strike earlier and was unable to condense a similarly powerful energy immediately after. However, even a normal attack of this captain's was still a C-class attack.
Bang! Dot!
Countless wind blades collided with the storm.
Bang!
The huge amount of wind blades were instantly torn apart by the storm.
After destroying the wind blades, the terrifying storm arrived in front of Chen Feng. Bang! Once again, a terrifying eruption of power. Pooh!
Chen Feng spurted a mouthful of blood.
Injured? The enemy is so weak?
The captain blanked.
Someone daring to ambush them was actually this weak? Instinctively, he wanted to chase after the enemy.
However, as he saw the research results in his hand, he decided to make the wise choice, stopping his steps.
This enemy here might still be trying to lure him away.
He could not fall for this.
Leave first, he said calmly.
Regardless of whether the enemy was a full team or a single individual, he would deal with them after ensuring the security of everything he needed to protect.
In this factory, the enemy had nowhere to run anyway. Understood. They left quickly.
Not far away, Chen Feng spat a mouthful of blood out of his mouth.
C-class is indeed an existence I can never underestimate.
He had even gone to the extent of intentionally making his move only after his opponent had released their condensed power.
Ah!
He wiped the blood dripping down his lips as he sensed the brand new energy contained within his body.
Limit. Broken through.
He had already been at the extreme limit of E-class. With his near-death experience at the Ice River, he should have broken through long ago. However, due to the restriction placed there, he was stuck.
However, his bottleneck was already tottering long ago.
Hence, he had needed a single trigger.
The trigger had not even needed to be too intense.
A trigger with a moderate strength was sufficient for him to easily break through his limit and enter D-class.
Now, he'd done it. He now had 1,501 points of spiritual energy.
The single point added had brought him into a brand new world. Everything around him appeared more distinct now. Before his eyes, the whole world appeared bright. This was not some improvement in the quality of his spiritual energy. Instead, this was an improvement in his very nature. He could feel the increased control he had toward spiritual energy now. D-Class. He inhaled deeply. Since he was now in D-Class, it was time for gene production. He looked at the distant timber raccoon. Although both the timber raccoon and the captain were in C-Class, ordinary C-Class energy still differed in nature with the energy of a C-Class secret art. They were as different as sky and earth. Evidently, this timber raccoon leader who had only advanced into C-Class recently was incapable of enduring the terrifying power unleashed by the secret art. Howl. It was gravely injured and was sprawled on the ground. The injuries on its body were healing without stop. However, it still required time to fully recover itself. The strongest timber raccoon. A toying smile appeared on Chen Feng's mouth. C-Class, eh? This truly fills me with anticipation. Bang! A chain of wind blades shot forth. Goodbye. The heavily injured C-Class timber raccoon was instantly killed. Carefully, Chen Feng extracted from its body the sparkling and translucent-looking blood essence that was flickering with a bizarre radiance. This was what he was here for. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 214, Erupt, Energy Equipment. Chapter 214, Erupt, Energy Equipment. Translator, Limeston Editor, Tenish. Finally. Chen Feng's heart was filled with anticipation. Let's start, then. Without any hesitation, Chen Feng started his gene production. He was clear on what he was doing. He was sure that the factory was now completely surrounded, leaving no escape route for him. However, from the start, he had never intended to escape. What he wanted was to risk it. To produce his gene reagent right here and fuse with it successfully. Schwa. He started his gene production. Currently, outside the factory, the security captain had finally escorted the researchers to a secured area. The researchers and the materials were all in good condition, hidden beneath some concealed ruins. You guys stay here to protect them. Lock down the whole factory. The rest follow me in. Earlier, someone exchanged blows with me. However, that guy is already heavily injured. We can lock onto his position at any time. With such strength and such inferior interference methods. I am really curious what type of robber these people that attacked us are. The captain was seething with killing intent. Understood. Everyone obeyed his commands. Storm. Disperse. The captain aimed at the factory. Currently, no one from their side remained in the factory. Bang. A terrifying storm started engulfing the factory. A brutal and powerful storm started enveloping every corner of the factory. All those bizarre interference auras lingering around were completely purged. The air was once again clear. So strong. Everyone exclaimed in admiration. This was the power of their security captain. Incomparably powerful. The captain stared coldly at the factory. Regardless of who you are, you will pay for this. Go! The captain led his people into the factory. The night deepened. Who? The factory was purged by a power akin to a rainstorm. Chen Feng no longer had his goggles on him. Although the storm earlier was without any killing power, that powerful impact had still caused him to feel extremely uncomfortable. That security captain was extremely powerful. Time. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Schwa. He fully activated his luck aura. Gene production, begun. Chen Feng had long ago memorized all the information of the timber raccoon formula in his heart. Now that the gene was in his hands, he merely needed to follow the prescribed instructions and he would be able to successfully produce it. However, this was far from enough for Chen Feng. Schwa. Lightly, he shut his eyes. Hyperdimensional mode. At this, his digitized world became somewhat different. The countless genes from the blood essence started swimming around. Apart from gene production, Chen Feng needed to improve the gene as well in order to create the strongest gene for himself. Gene improvement. Schwa. Luck aura was running at full power. First step, gene search. Second step, gene reaction. Third step. Chen Feng was now very well practiced in gene improvements. He was currently immersed in this. Currently, the security captain and the rest had silently entered the factory.
Little Tan, the captain said coldly. Little Tan nodded. Understood.
With his detection activity activated, he was able to quickly lock onto Chen Feng's position.
Little Tan felt somewhat doubtful. Still at the test site. Test site. The captain frowned. So the enemy had never moved? Was it due to the injury being too heavy?
Or perhaps
a trap? Be more careful, the captain said with a deep tone. This might be a trap.
Roger.
They set forth once again.
This time, they were heading directly toward Chen Feng. At the same time, 2 minutes had passed. Chen Feng had finished his production.
Scan.
He scanned it with the gene scanner.
Schwa. The data appeared.
Mutated timber raccoon fusion gene reagent.
Difficulty, 5 stars. Limit, D class. Fusion requirement, 1000 points of spiritual energy. Core gene, 100% increase.
Energy equipment envelopes one's body in energy before assembling the energy into equipment. The assembled equipment will be able to unleash 200% of the supplied energy's power.
The higher the amount of energy provided, the stronger the equipment will become. Suitable for close combat. The equipment's attributes will change in accordance with the attribute of the supplied energy. Succeeds. Chen Feng was excited. His production was successful.
Furthermore, it had mutated as well. The initial 100% power of energy supplied had now turned into 200% after mutation. Granted, it was still quite far from the normal attack abilities with damage amplifier reaching 500%, however, for this multipurpose ability, 200% was already an extremely powerful rate. An attack and defense with 200% of the supplied energy's power was absolutely powerful.
However, only a mutation? Chen Feng frowned.
He had intentionally selected the strongest timber raccoon gene for this. Using a timber raccoon leader that was far more powerful than ordinary timber raccoon leaders and 50 points of luck value to improve the formula, and this was the result.
No peculiar attributes were added to the ability? After comparing, Chen Feng noted a new sentence in the description: the equipment's attribute will change in accordance with the attribute of the supplied energy. Energy attribute. Chen Feng's heart throbbed.
Under normal circumstances, the energy equipment would have no attribute. Regardless of the attribute of the energy supplied, this ability would filter out all those attributes and use the pure leftover energy to construct the equipment. This was because equipment formed with different attributes would be unstable and could easily fall apart. The seniors who had created this formula in the past had probably taken this into consideration. Hence, the final formula they created filtered out all attributes. Now, though, the attributed equipment had resurfaced. With a unique method, Chen Feng had recreated it. Would this be a good thing? Or a bad thing? Nobody knew. This was a 5-star D-class fusion gene reagent. This was, theoretically, the strongest gene reagent. Gulp. He used it directly. Bang! A surging power appeared in his body. The injuries on him were instantly healed, and the quality of his body increased. With a 100% increase in his core genes, his strength, agility and physique attributes all increased. His spiritual energy had now reached 3,000 points, reaching a height previously unreachable. Bang! Bang! Sounds of explosions resounded within his brain. Improvement! Improvement! When an ordinary person broke through E-class, even after a 100% increase in their spiritual energy, the maximum increase they could get was 1,000 points of increase, since a normal E-class would only have 1,000 points of maximum spiritual energy. As for Chen Feng, his increase was much higher, since his maximum spiritual energy at E-class was much higher than an ordinary person's. The power of the timber raccoon gene bloomed. 3,000 points of spiritual energy. Chen Feng shut his eyes. He could feel the strength of that spiritual energy. The world of D-class. 3,000 points of spiritual energy. He had been stuck at peak E-class for quite a while. With a single increase, his spiritual energy was now equivalent to someone in the middle level of D-class. Currently, the security team was already at the entrance to the test site. This power. The captain narrowed his eyes. He sensed the power of a D-class within. Although it was not weak, it wasn't too powerful either. Only one person was detected inside. Let's go, he ordered coldly. Clang. The door was kicked open as the whole squad charged inside in an orderly fashion. When they entered, only a single Chen Feng could be seen.
Poof. With a snort. Xiao.
The captain condensed the storm power in his hand before waving. Against a single D-class genetic warrior with spirit as his main attribute who was currently shutting his eyes for unknown reason, he was confident that a single attack was sufficient. However, right at this instant, a terrifying power erupted.
Bang! A dazzling radiance appeared. An unimaginable power erupted from that person's body and brutally smashed him away.
The whole test site crumbled down from the impact.
This is... Everyone inhaled mouthfuls of cold air.
There, the radiance faded. A youth enveloped by a bizarre radiance was looking at them coldly. His right hand seemed to be swaying around as boundless energy swirled around it.
Who? Chen Feng exhaled deeply. Success! He looked at the energy equipment on his body. MHM.
It appeared somewhat lacking and was not solid enough, giving it an illusory appearance. However, its formidable power was already displayed.
Incomparable might. It had successfully blocked an attack from the C-class security captain. Schwa.
Chen Feng stretched his body. He could feel that his body was currently incomparably live. The energy equipment wrapped around his body gave him a lighter feeling instead of restricting his movement. This was the power of wind.
Attribute enhancement, eh? He remembered clearly that this improved energy equipment could obtain the attribute of the supplied energy. For example, wind blade? A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face.
This energy equipment would be more powerful the stronger the energy supplied. At that instant earlier, he had unleashed over 100 wind blades as an energy supply for his energy equipment.
How could it not be powerful? Go!
The security squad would not give Chen Feng any time to rest.
Bang! A group of D-class warriors charged forth. Chen Feng laughed. D-class.
He remembered that, before the Gene Rookie competition, when his spiritual energy had been merely 200 points, he had exchanged blows with a D-class warrior. Even back then, he had not been defeated. Now, with his 3,000 points of spiritual energy and the powerful energy equipment. Let me witness your true power, Chen Feng muttered.
Schwa.
His body vanished instantly. When he reappeared, he was already beside one of the security personnel. How is this possible? That guy was shocked. He could clearly feel that Chen Feng's power was weaker than his. How could this?
Bang!
Chen Feng's right fist started shining. On his fist was an energy glove. With a formidable enhanced power and a rapid speed, a fist landed on the back of that security guy.
Bang!
The power of the punch erupted.
Pooh! That guy was flung away. Done.
Chen Feng's gaze was cold. Using his unlimited wind blades as the energy supply, his energy equipment would assume the wind attribute that specialized in speed.
Schwa! Schwa!
Chen Feng flashed around, leaving numerous green-colored afterimages in the pitch-black test site.
Bang! Bang!
With one loud sound after another, several security members were flung away before smashing into the distant wall. It was not known whether or not they were still breathing.
Who? Chen Feng was overwhelmed by emotions. This is the power of energy equipment? Powerful indeed.
He was aware that these security members were not the stronger ones among D-class. However, his current act of easily dealing with them was sufficient to showcase his current power.
Ka! He clenched his fists. A terrifying power could be felt within.
This was not a power resulting from his physical strength. Instead, it was an energy-generated power, a power capable of numerous transformations. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 215, how many sets of them do you have? Chapter 215, how many sets of them do you have? Translator, Limeston editor, Tenish.
In a dark training room somewhere, a young man was painstakingly training.
Sweat dripped through his bronze skin as the record in the training room was once again updated. Another record created? A smile appeared on the young man's mouth.
His name was Lei Ming. A 24-year-old C-class genetic warrior.
DD.
His wristband buzzed. Lei Ming's interest was piqued after taking a look at it.
A spirit seawood is suspected to have appeared? Interesting. Didn't that thing perish long ago?
Lei Ming was amazed. He rubbed the unique badge on his chest. Within this badge was a small portion of the spirit seawood's power. This thing here had saved his life countless times.
If it was the main body of the spirit sea would.
It truly fills one with anticipation.
Currently, at the abandoned factory.
Who are you?
The security captain howled. He could see that this youth was only D-class, yet evidently he was different than those ordinary genetic warriors. He was much more powerful than them.
Such a person was one of those that were commonly known as geniuses.
Why had a person like this appeared here?
A passerby, Chen Feng said calmly.
Schwa.
He took a single step forward. The radiance on his body intensified. Even if the security captain was a C-class genetic warrior, Chen Feng had no fear. This captain here was just nice for Chen Feng to try out the power of his energy equipment.
The captain sneered.
Hoof.
Passerby? To hell with that.
This youth's appearance looked quite familiar. The captain couldn't recall who it was, but he reckoned this was most probably some celebrity warrior. Regardless of who you are, regardless of your identity as a genius, this is not a place you should have come to. The captain was seething with killing intent.
After killing you, I will definitely find out who you are. To be able to kill a celebrity warrior with my own hands. Bang!
The power of storm started bubbling around him. Boundless power swirled around the captain's body. That was the power of a C-class.
Bang! Two formidable auras started colliding in the air. They were actually evenly matched.
At its first appearance, the energy equipment displayed its formidable power.
Bang! The whole workshop trembled as two silhouettes could be seen colliding midair.
No skills or secret arts were used, only pure, unadulterated collision.
Only their afterimages could be seen in the air.
The captain erupted with all his power while Chen Feng pushed his energy equipment to the limits.
Suddenly, bang!
Accompanied by a dazzling radiance, the captain was smashed away with a punch by Chen Feng. Instead of being alarmed, he was overjoyed instead, because at that moment, the radiance surrounding Chen Feng dimmed.
This is what you are relying to transcend class and fight those above you? The captain sneered. Now, you no longer have it on you. Schwa!
The dim radiance flickered before disappearing.
Chen Feng's current energy equipment was assembled using the energy supplied by his wind blades.
Hence, as the energy supplied was fully exhausted, his energy equipment would naturally fall apart.
Next, it's my turn.
The captain's gaze was cold.
Bang!
The power of storm condensed within his hands.
He was about to make his move. However, Suddenly, Chen Feng's hands shone dazzlingly.
That was the power of his wind blade. Instantly, 100, 200, and, ultimately, 300 of them appeared. Next, all the generated energy was assembled into a set of energy equipment.
Bang! Now, Chen Feng's body was even shinier than before. Ka! Ka!
His whole body was enveloped by light. That green-colored radiance gleamed with an ice-cold chill. Due to the amount of supplied energy this time being higher than the previous time, his current energy equipment started assuming a proper shape, resembling armor. There was also a pair of shiny gloves on Chen Feng's hands.
How is this possible?
The captain's expression changed greatly. Chen Feng had actually assembled his energy equipment instantly.
On top of that, this newly assembled energy equipment seemed stronger than the previous set? What ability was this guy using? Ah! A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Once again, a battle broke out.
This time around, the Chen Feng who unleashed his power had the captain completely suppressed.
Bang! Bang!
The captain was pushed back without stop.
This can't go on. The captain quivered.
His combat power was far above Chen Feng's, yet he could only battle Chen Feng in such a manner. This was too depressing. Seemed like it was about time he stopped holding back.
Schwa!
Suddenly, the captain stopped.
Do you think that you are the only one with understanding of the power of wind? A gust of shiny storm power appeared.
Instantly, some changes could be seen on the captain's body. What he did was different from Chen Feng's energy equipment. Nevertheless, he had still fused the power of storm into his body.
Bang! Chen Feng's fist landed on him.
At that, a faint glow glimmered, yet no damage was dealt to the captain.
Chen Feng's pupils shrunk. Bang!
The captain returned the punch and Chen Feng was smashed away.
Storm Shield.
A 3-star secret art that is immune to a majority of damage and all sorts of wind-based attacks, the captain said indifferently.
Wind immunity wasn't a particularly powerful ability.
It was simply an immunity he gained due to his storm-related abilities being of the wind attribute. However, against Chen Feng's wind-attributed energy equipment, this was the perfect tool. Chen Feng's attacks would no longer be effective against him.
Come at me.
The captain rubbed his fist, ready for a fight.
Without the advantages given by that energy equipment, what can you do? Is that so?
Chen Feng erupted with all his power.
Bang, dot.
The power of his energy equipment was instantly unleashed.
However, the captain was still unharmed.
The energy supplied by 300 wind blades was instantly exhausted, yet they failed to deal any damage to him.
The storm shield's power was indeed shockingly formidable.
The captain laughed malevolently.
Die.
For him, the current Chen Feng was akin to an infant with no protection. He punched at Chen Feng.
Bang! An astonishing undulation appeared in the air. The storm's power stopped abruptly in front of Chen Feng as a black-colored energy equipment appeared around Chen Feng.
It possessed none of the earlier dazzle or the flickering green-colored energy. Only a plain and dull-looking set of attire could be seen on him. That dim black-colored energy equipment appeared incredibly similar to a windbreaker.
This was an energy equipment with all sorts of attributes fused into it.
It was something powered by his myriad illusionary wind blade and filled with a myriad of attributes. This was an attribute-filled energy equipment. As the composition of all the different attributes were incredibly balanced, the formed energy equipment did not gain any special abilities. However, the plus point was it being incredibly firm and sturdy. The captain's expression changed slightly.
What on earth is that? Energy equipment? Wasn't Chen Feng's energy equipment green? Bang! Chen Feng made his move.
His silhouette charged forth once again. His speed was somewhat lower, but his movements were still quick and violent. The most terrifying aspect of the current him was the fact that his strength and defense were much higher than earlier.
What the heck? The captain was dumbstruck. This guy had several sets of energy equipment? How was that possible?
One had to know that, for every single energy equipment, several other genetic abilities would be required as support for this ability.
The more abilities used, the stronger it would be. But this guy here. 2 sets, dot. He should be a D class, right? If one of his abilities was energy equipment, he would only have 2 other genetic abilities left, right? Could it be that all his genetic abilities were a different set of energy equipment? The captain was confused.
He had never seen anyone with 2 sets of energy equipment. Furthermore, for this to appear on a person who was at such a low rank.
However, bang! Bang! The bone-piercing pain dragged him out of his thoughts. This was real. Chen Feng's second energy equipment was somewhat slower, but all its other aspects were much more powerful.
If they were to have a head-on collision, he was simply not a match.
Who?
The captain inhaled deeply.
This ability is something I initially didn't wish to use. He sighed. MHM? Chen Feng's heart throbbed. Bang! A sudden energy explosion in the air. Not good. Chen Feng's expression changed greatly as he immediately got out of the way. Bang!
His original spot was bombarded, leaving behind a huge pit. Chen Feng had managed to dodge in time, but that torrent of energy had still brushed past him. He rubbed his cheek. A long scar and a searing pain could be felt there.
Hiss! Chen Feng inhaled deeply. That was the power of thunderstorms. Do you think that wind is the fastest thing around? Do you think that you are the only one specializing in speed? Let me show you the true power of a thunderstorm.
The captain's eyes gleamed coldly. However, his face did not appear as calm as his words seemed to indicate.
Occasionally, an expression of pain would appear on his face.
This was not a pure lightning power. This was the power of a thunderstorm, part of the power of storm he possessed. It was a result of a combination of several types of power that were much more powerful than ordinary thunder. It was also a power that was harder to control.
Such power was simply something an ordinary person couldn't control. His expression. Chen Feng contemplated.
This thunderstorm should be something formed through a combination of several types of power. Such a power was something that the captain had yet to fully master at this time. As such, he had only managed to carry the attack out after great difficulty. This was also the reason why he had only used it now. Lightning flickered in the captain's eyes.
Die, then. Bang!
A thunderstorm charged forth, heading toward Chen Feng. This time, Chen Feng failed to dodge it.
Bang!
His black energy equipment collided with the thunderstorm.
Ka!
His energy equipment fell apart instantly. Chen Feng could clearly see that all the energy on his energy equipment had been instantly exhausted the moment the thunderstorm had washed through it. This was the power of the thunderstorm, capable of destroying his energy equipment instantly. The next instant, the terrifying thunderstorm arrived. However, right at this instant, a gust of familiar power emerged from Chen Feng's body. Bang! Dot! Lightning started coiling around. The captain widened his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 216, The Crazy Reinforcements. Chapter 216, The Crazy Reinforcements. Translator, Limeston Editor, Tenish. What was that?
The captain was stupefied.
He was very clear on the power of his thunderstorm.
That was the latest secret art he'd learned, and it possessed a terrifying might. The only downside to it was that he had yet to fully master it.
But this guy here. The captain shivered. Bang! The thunderstorm reached Chen Feng.
A familiar power radiated from the Chen Feng that he had expected to die, and it blocked the incoming thunderstorm.
That was also the power of thunderstorm. That's right. On Chen Feng's body, a brand new energy equipment appeared.
With a faint red glow, this layer of energy equipment appeared thinner than the previous two. However, the power it contained was scarier.
Faster speed and stronger might.
This was an energy equipment with a higher speed and attack.
Its flaw being its almost non-existent defense.
However, against the thunderstorm attack of the captain that was nearly of the same attribute, this layer of energy equipment easily absorbed all the thunderstorm power to become stronger.
Shwa!
Within the pitch-black factory, only a flash of red could be seen.
That was the afterimage of Chen Feng.
At this very moment, the world seemed to freeze, with the red flash being the only moving thing.
Pooh! A crisp sound.
The captain widened his eyes, unbelieving. On his chest was a bloody hole.
You? Dissatisfaction plastered all over the captain's face. Many thanks. Chen Feng smiled. So the power of storm can be harnessed to create a thunderstorm, eh? Only the powers of wind, rain, and lightning are required?
The thunderstorm that had been created with great difficulty by the captain had been easily imitated by Chen Feng using his myriad illusionary wind blade to create various attributes before molding it with his luck aura. Next, this brand new energy equipment had been created.
More power. More violence.
Wind blade, myriad illusions, energy equipment. 3 different abilities that were not supposed to work together had, under Chen Feng's luck aura, started unleashing an inconceivable power, a seemingly omnipotent combination.
Thump!
The captain's body slumped down powerlessly. Such a magnificent C-class genetic warrior had fallen here just like that. It's over, Chen Feng muttered. This was the first C-class warrior he had killed.
Hence, it had an extraordinary meaning attached to it. Chen Feng exhaled in relief. Time to return.
He had achieved all he'd set out to accomplish in this trip, surpassing his limit and fusing with a new ability.
Now he had smoothly entered D-class.
Moreover, his strength had increased greatly with the multitude of powerful energy equipment available to him. His trip to the abandoned factory had concluded flawlessly.
However, just as he was about to leave, a bizarre vibration could be felt in the air. This is...
Chen Feng had an ominous feeling.
A combat aircraft.
This was the sound of a combat aircraft.
To rush here, they had actually employed a combat aircraft?
Slowly, the combat aircraft landed outside the abandoned factory.
It's the combat aircraft. Our reinforcements are here.
The security members and the researchers started appearing.
Bang!
The door of the combat aircraft opened. Rows of fully equipped genetic warriors appeared speedily and surrounded the factory. The leader was Lei Ming, a stern-looking guy.
Where's the thing? Lei Ming asked coldly.
Here.
Excited, the researchers took their research results out. These. Lei Ming took a single glance at them before throwing them away. I want that thing. Ah.
They blanked before carefully taking out the firewood.
This? Indeed. Lei Ming's eyes shone.
He took the half-burned firewood offered to him. Within the part of the firewood that appeared like a branch, a power he was familiar with could be felt.
That was the power of spirit sea wood. It's true. Lei Ming's heart trembled madly. It appeared. It has truly appeared. even if it's only a small part.
Looking at the half-burnt spirit sea wood, he nearly erupted in anger and killed all these people here. Luckily, he had suppressed his rage.
Let's go, he said coldly.
Our captain is still in the factory, several security members shouted.
Is that so?
Lei Ming said coldly.
Scan. Bang. A dazzling radiance appeared.
A huge probe on the aircraft aimed toward the factory.
Bang. A silent ripple started scanning the factory.
All the life forms there were now clearly shown. Within the factory, a silhouette appeared.
That was the only survivor in the factory. Is that your captain? Lei Ming asked indifferently.
No. The security members were ashen-faced. None of them had expected that their captain and the group that had entered with him had all been killed. Only an unfamiliar silhouette was left in the factory. How regretful, Lei Ming said indifferently. They had set off immediately after receiving the news.
Unexpectedly, these trash here couldn't even last long enough for them to arrive. Truly worthless. If it wasn't for the spirit sea wood. He.
Bring them up, Lei Ming said calmly.
All right.
The researchers were all escorted up the aircraft. Within the abandoned factory, amidst the dusk, that bright red silhouette appeared incredibly conspicuous.
Lei Ming sneered. Interesting.
That silhouette appeared quite young.
Is it a celebrity warrior? It doesn't matter.
Lei Ming shook his head. Normally, he wouldn't mind playing around with this guy.
Now, though, the spirit sea wood was his utmost priority. Deal with him.
Prepare to depart, Lei Ming said coldly.
Understood, an ice-cold mechanical voice replied. Hum.
The aircraft prepared to take off.
Leaving? Feng exhaled in relief.
The enemy's strength had far exceeded his expectations. With those incredibly powerful genetic warriors and that combat aircraft, if they were to fight, it wouldn't end well for him. Fortunately, the enemy's priority was to protect the researchers, as they had evidently prepared to take off immediately after getting the researchers on board.
It's about time for me to leave.
Feng started retreating silently. However, suddenly, he felt an intense sense of crisis. It felt bone-piercingly cold.
What's up? Feng's heart throbbed. Ambush. He glanced around, yet no enemy could be seen. Moreover, that strongest-looking young man was on his way back to the aircraft as well. Who would be the one acting against him? This sense of crisis.
Feng concentrated and immediately, his expression changed greatly. The huge aircraft in the distance opened up, akin to a demon that had opened its mouth. Within, a cannon surrounded by a terrifying-looking radiance appeared and aimed straight at the factory.
That was ion cannon. An incredibly destructive weapon. Theoretically, if an unlimited supply of energy was provided, it was capable of destroying even a whole city. Shit. Feng was ashen-faced. Bang.
At this instant, an intense radiance appeared. The whole world was blanketed by a scorching white.
Bang.
With a blast, a huge shockwave appeared and soared up the skies from the factory. At this instant, everyone was stunned. Even the researchers and security members were stunned as well. They had never expected that this young man would use such a method to deal with his enemy. This was an aircraft.
That was an ion cannon. A weapon that would normally only be used during wartime.
He's crazy, they muttered. They were sure that this young man was definitely a madman.
Bang!
The huge mushroom cloud soared. The dazzling white radiance pierced into everyone's eyes. After a long time, the world recovered.
The abandoned factory was reduced to ruins. Moreover, a 10-meter deep pit was created there, akin to a naturally formed basin.
The abandoned factory no longer existed.
Mei Shem, scan it, Lei Ming said indifferently. Hum.
The ripple scanned past the area. No survivors were found.
Mission completed. Let's return. A smile appeared on Lei Ming's face. Everyone else trembled as they all got into the aircraft.
None of them dared to disobey him. This was simply a lunatic. However, just as they were about to leave, a clump of inconspicuous blaze started shining in the pit. At that, their scanners started beeping in alarm.
MHM? Everyone was stunned. Schwa. Instinctively, they took a look.
At that, their expressions changed abruptly. Under the scanner, a familiar silhouette had appeared within that deep pit. That was the same enemy they had detected earlier.
He was still alive. Translator's thoughts. Limeston. Patreon link, https://www.patreon.com/limustn.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 217, Void Hacker. Chapter 217, Void Hacker. Translator, Limeston Editor, Tenish. Schwa.
Step by step, Chen Feng walked out with no expression on his face. He was not a god. He was simply a normal human, regardless of how strong he got and how powerful his luck aura was. Hence, at that instant when the shot from the ion cannon was about to reach him, Chen Feng knew that he would definitely die. An attack at such level was not something he could deal with.
He would most certainly die.
The only thing he could do was make sure his death was instant. Only with that would parallel rebirth work. Only with that would he be able to undergo rebirth after his death. Fortunately, the ion cannon's attack was something that happened in a single instant.
He succeeded.
At the moment of death, at the perilous ground, he underwent his rebirth.
He came back. How is that possible? The researchers on the aircraft couldn't believe their eyes. Alive? How was that possible? That was an ion cannon.
Granted, due to the limited energy supply, it was not able to display its might to the utmost. However, even the whole factory was reduced to ruins.
How was it possible for Chen Feng to survive? Schwa.
Everyone concentrated their gazes on the spot of the explosion. There, within the deep pit, thanks to the scanner, a red-colored silhouette could be clearly seen, walking out of the pit one step at a time.
Finally, the silhouette solidified. He came out. Everyone's hearts trembled. Even on the calm expression of Lei Ming, a tinge of emotion could be seen. It's you! He recognized Chen Feng with a single glance.
Not too long ago, Chen Feng had been shining too brightly. Hence, when he was in the midst of his mission previously, he had once accidentally seen Chen Feng's picture.
That's right, it was him. However, after recognizing Chen Feng, his confusion grew. Chen Feng? That producer? So the one who had gotten rid of the captain and evaded the ion cannon's attack was such a young producer? However,
now, Lei Ming became excited.
The name Chen Feng. Schwa.
Softly, he tapped at the screen.
Next, a mission appeared. Those who managed to kill Chen Feng would be rewarded by the organization. MHM.
Although the reward wasn't much and was not worth everyone's time, if this Chen Feng were to deliver himself to their hands.
He.
A smile appeared on Lei Ming's face, and he looked at Chen Feng indifferently.
I am Lei Ming. Remember my name. I will be the person who kills you. Lei Ming. Chen Feng looked at the aircraft. Is this the basis of your confidence? Ion cannon? Schwa. Luck aura, activate.
Presently, he only had 32 points of luck value remaining.
A pathetic amount. 32 points. Would it be enough to cause a malfunction on the aircraft? Schwa. He tried to activate his luck aura. However, the luck value remained the same.
This meant that there was simply zero probability of his luck aura succeeding in causing a malfunction at this time.
At least, 32 points of luck value were far from enough to achieve that. I'm back. Chen Feng inhaled deeply.
Indeed, he had been thinking too much. Apart from this old factory, which used the old-fashioned electric supply, how was it so easy for him to cause a malfunction on the new energy technologies of this new age?
However, something did not seem right. Chen Feng had a solemn mood.
He recalled that using his luck aura to affect reality would exhaust a lot of luck values. Even causing a slot machine to malfunction back then had required quite a number of luck values.
He could normally utilize it to affect things pertaining to probability and to obtain information he required. However, only 10 points of luck value had been required to cause the timber raccoon's mutation? Was it due to the mutation of the timber raccoon in Turkey being too easy to accomplish? That shouldn't have been the case.
When he'd used 10 points of luck values for the second time earlier, multiple turkeys had mutated instead of a single turkey.
This could be considered affecting reality as well. Why had it been accomplished so easily? Yet causing an aircraft malfunction was so hard? Something was definitely wrong somewhere. Perhaps something else was affecting the luck aura?
Chen Feng's thoughts moved rapidly. Suddenly, he noticed the firewood in Lei Ming's hands. That shabby-looking and pitch-black firewood was the very item that the researchers had put their lives on the line to obtain earlier.
Was it due to that thing? Chen Feng was in a solemn mood. Hum.
His eyes sharpened as he started scanning with his spiritual energy.
At that instant, an extremely unusual power could be sensed. This thing. Chen Feng was startled.
Lei Ming smiled coldly.
This is not an item you can touch. Bang! Instantly, lightning started condensing in the skies, brightening the ruins beneath it. The terrifying power of Lei Ming alarmed everyone there. This was a power at the peak of C-class. A combat power reaching 100,000 units. Bang! Dot. Lei Ming's body started changing before completely morphing into lightning.
Hiss.
Everyone inhaled mouthfuls of cold air.
That was a 4-star secret art, lightning incarnation. This was an extremely powerful C-class secret art with off-the-charts combat power. The user of this secret art would be able to even challenge those of the higher class. Although Chen Feng was capable of challenging the security members that were in a higher class than him, Lei Ming was not an ordinary person.
Chen Feng was not the only one capable of challenging those of a higher class. Bang! The lightning appeared dazzling. Shwa! Shwa! Lei Ming's body moved like a flash. So fast.
The moment he'd first seen Lei Ming, he'd been aware that this would be a bitter battle. A bitter battle he had no choice but to face. He could not leave, as he was clear that the moment he pulled a distance from them, he would be the target of the ion cannon. At that time, he would truly reach a dead end.
Who?
He inhaled deeply. This time, he truly no longer had anything he could count on. With only 32 points of luck value remaining, he had to use them rationally.
Shwa!
The terrifying lightning descended. Chen Feng's eyes were sharp. He knew that he wouldn't be able to face it directly. The only thing he could do was use his myriad illusionary wind blade to form an energy equipment with the same attribute as Lei Ming.
Shwa!
1 point of luck value exhausted, unlimited myriad illusionary wind blades were unleashed.
Shwa!
1 point of luck value exhausted, the attribute of myriad illusionary wind blades was set as lightning.
Bang! Lightning energy equipment assembled.
Lightning coiled around Chen Feng's body, giving him a similar power to Lei Ming's lightning incarnation.
Bang! Bang!
The lightning smashed toward Chen Feng. However, due to the same attribute they possessed, neither was able to hurt the other. Lei Ming's strongest power had now been weakened greatly against Chen Feng in such a manner. Currently, only 30 points of luck value remained. Lei Ming was astonished.
Energy equipment?
He was able to recognize Chen Feng's genetic ability. Surprisingly, an energy equipment assembled with lightning existed, and he was lucky enough to encounter it here.
Was it a coincidence? Lei Ming sneered. Do you think that you will be immune to all damage simply because of the same attribute? Naive. Did you know?
Suddenly, Lei Ming laughed as he said, there exists a power capable of piercing through the void, a power that ignores all defenses, attributes, and probability to reach the body of the target immediately. I have named it the Void Hacker. At this, Chen Feng's pupil shrank abruptly. However, this skill is too powerful.
Hence, it is too hard to control.
It is rare for even those in B class to master. Hence, the success rate when I try using it is a pathetic 1%.
However, a smile appeared on Lei Ming's mouth. Take a guess, do you think this skill will work on you? Shwa!
A frightening power started condensing within his hands. At this instant, countless powers of lightning started condensing, turning into a single dot.
That single dazzling dot contained boundless power within. Go! Lei Ming pointed.
That dazzling dot flowed along that shabby-looking firewood and shot forth before it vanished into the void. Void Hacker.
Naturally, this skill would require the splitting of space. Currently, that dazzling dot split space and entered the void.
If it truly worked as Lei Ming had described, the next time it appeared, it would kill Chen Feng. At the thought of this, instinctively, everyone shifted their gaze to Chen Feng.
This is... Chen Feng's heart throbbed violently.
That was because, at that instant, he could feel something locking onto him. Even with his luck aura fully activated, he was still locked onto by the Void Hacker.
Hum. A bone-piercing coldness emerged.
Chen Feng was sure that he would be killed in the next instant. He was somewhat dumbfounded.
Even with a success rate of 1%, this ability had been activated immediately?
Moreover, with the luck aura's activation, the probability of 1% should have failed to trigger instead.
How had it? Chen Feng's heart thumped. He looked at his personal information.
His 30 points of luck value remained. The luck aura had failed to work.
What was going on?
Chen Feng felt like he was enveloped by boundless coldness. Currently, he was a single step away from death. Void Hacker. Had his luck aura failed since this ability could lock onto the target? Or perhaps Lei Ming had already reached a 100% success rate for this ability and had merely been spouting nonsense? Forget it. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Luck aura, activate. Since this ability had already been unleashed, he would forget about stopping it. Instead, he would focus on making this ability fail its task. For example, for the attack to be skewed and miss its target? Schwa! From the void, the dazzling dot emerged and brushed past Chen Feng's arm, leaving behind a long gash. Instantly, Chen Feng's luck values dropped rapidly, only 1 point remained. A total 29 points of luck value to skew the trajectory of this void hacker. That was the only thing it had accomplished. Affecting reality had an exhaustion rate far surpassing his imagination. Things are going to get troublesome now. Chen Feng clenched his fists. He had used all his trump cards. His luck values were basically non-existent now as well. He had truly reached an impasse. If he had known earlier that this trip would have posed such trouble, he would have definitely saved up a higher amount of luck value before coming. However, surprisingly, Lei Ming's expression looked uglier than Chen Feng's. Lei Ming was shocked. It missed. Even if he only had a success rate of 1%, as long as it was successfully unleashed, it should never fail. Moreover, it was released with the help of the spirit sea wood. Lei Ming looked at the firewood in his hand. If it wasn't for the fact that he had confirmed the existence of the power within this wood, he would have started doubting that this was genuine spirit sea wood he was holding. How was it possible for the spirit sea wood to fail? Lei Ming could not understand this. Currently, Chen Feng had finally discovered something as well. He had noticed that a majority of Lei Ming's attention was on that firewood. As he recalled his earlier guesses, Chen Feng was sure that the wood Lei Ming was holding was definitely something unusual. Perhaps. Chen Feng's eyes shone. So what if he only had 1 point of luck value? He could still put it on the line. Gulp. He gulped down the Aurora Gene reagent. Bang! Light started swirling within his body. At this instant, Chen Feng's spiritual affinity was pushed to the limit. All the spiritual energy drifting in the air became unprecedentedly distinct. In Lei Ming's hands, a bizarre aura could be felt from that firewood. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 218, Luck Aura Upgrade. Chapter 218, Luck Aura Upgrade. Translator, Limeston Editor, Tenish. It's that thing. Chen Feng's heart throbbed. Rush. Instantly, Chen Feng vanished. The thunder energy equipment he'd assembled earlier had at this instant erupted in power, greatly increasing Chen Feng's speed. The thunder energy was already fast before. Now, with Chen Feng's spiritual affinity pushed to the limit, one could hardly see his silhouette. Scram! Lei Ming pointed at the air, aiming toward Chen Feng. Bang! A lightning attack was shot onto Chen Feng's chest as the terrifying power from that attack was blasted into Chen Feng's body. Even if they were both using energy of the same attribute, when the attack unleashed by the incredibly powerful C-Class Lei Ming smashed into Chen Feng's defenseless chest, he still suffered grave injuries from the impact alone. Pooh! He started spurting blood. However, even with this, Chen Feng did not choose to dodge. That was because... Schwa! Surprisingly, Chen Feng grabbed at the firewood the instant he got near enough. A familiar power entered his body. This is... Chen Feng's expression changed greatly. At this instant, he felt like he had returned to the period before his transmigration, returning to that library, returning to that bizarre instant and feeling that identical power within. This is... the power of luck. Schwa! It was at this instant that Chen Feng understood everything. He understood what the power contained within this firewood was. He understood what the cause for the weird things that had happened for the past 2 days was. Spirit Sea Wood. Once upon a time there existed an ocean with a mystical power. The power contained in this ocean was able to bless the masses with good luck. This ocean was named the Spirit Sea. However, on one fateful day, a certain tree in the Spirit Sea mutated and started absorbing all the water in the entire sea, the power of the sea included. This was how the tree known as the Spirit Sea Divine Tree came into being. The Spirit Sea Wood was simply a branch of this tree. In truth, Chen Feng had not played too big a role in the mutations of the timber raccoons and turkeys previously. The only thing Chen Feng's luck value had done was provide some sort of direction. What had played a major role in those mutations was this very spirit sea wood.
No wonder. Chen Feng was in a solemn mood.
So that was why reality had been so easily affected. So that was also the reason for Lei Ming's success in unleashing the skill despite the 1% success rate. So, everything was because of this wood.
Bang!
The echo of a familiar power could be felt. The very instant Chen Feng touched this wood, he could feel that the luck aura within him started stirring as an intense feeling of desire was transmitted to him.
Chen Feng widened his eyes. Luck aura was demanding to devour the spirit sea wood's power?
That's right. Luck aura was displaying the desire of hunger, akin to a person whose eyes had laid on food.
If so, then go.
Chen Feng was overwhelmed by emotions.
Shwa! Shwa!
Multiple torrents of familiar power started gushing toward Chen Feng's luck aura.
Bang!
At this instant, the whole world seemed to shatter. Before Chen Feng's eyes, countless scenes flipped past. Luck aura's power started radiating furiously.
At this instant, the amount of luck value at Chen Feng's disposal was seemingly endless.
At this instant, he was akin to a god. One could only guess the amount of luck power contained within the spirit sea wood. The tree was something that had absorbed the luck power of a whole sea. Even if it was merely a branch or a small part of that tree, it was sufficiently powerful to defy the natural order.
Bang!
Countless light swirled before Chen Feng's eyes. Chen Feng was aware that all this was due to the overflowing of luck value. He was too weak. His luck aura was incapable of absorbing too much power. As such, the remaining power of the spirit sea wood was overflowing. If he couldn't absorb this power, it would all be wasted.
Who?
Chen Feng inhaled deeply.
Waste? That wouldn't do.
If so, bloom, luck value.
Chen Feng howled.
These luck values were too terrifying. He was simply incapable of controlling them. The luck values were now akin to a raging river of luck. He could only try his best to direct the flow of the river to work in a way that would be advantageous to him. As for what was going to result from that, he had no idea as well. However, Chen Feng was confident that luck aura would be able to work it out with its own methods.
Bang!
Boundless light swirled before his eyes as a gush of a bizarre power descended upon Chen Feng's brain.
A bizarre scene appeared.
Shwa! Light swirled.
Chen Feng saw Wang Yao.
The little girl had the same cold and detached expression on her face. Her red skirt was burning while the delicate yet serious expression on her face captivated Chen Feng. However, currently, Wang Yao had quite a sorry appearance. She had sustained injuries. 2 bloody scars could be seen on her. What happened to her?
Chen Feng's heart tightened. Something happened to Wang Yao?
Where?
Instinctively, these thoughts flitted through his mind.
However, the next instant, he saw himself.
Myself.
Chen Feng was dumbstruck.
Wasn't he right here?
Xiao. Currently, in the scene Chen Feng was looking at, a terrifying power was shooting toward him in the scene. With a huge flaming sword in her hand, Wang Yao stood in front of Chen Feng with a cold expression on her face. Blocking all attacks for him, her silhouette unmoving.
Bang! A dazzling explosion.
Blood started dripping down Wang Yao's mouth.
What on earth is this?
Chen Feng was confused. His gaze landed on the hymn shown in the scene. Only at that did he discover that this hymn had reached B class, which was much higher than his current level.
Around them.
Shwa! Light swirled. The area he could see started widening.
This.
Chen Feng's pupils shrunk.
Bang! Bang!
A descent of a terrifying darkness. Streaks of light flashed past before smashing into the ground.
This scene was simply akin to an apocalypse.
This is Star City, the holy land of producers.
Bang! Bang!
The whole of Star City was in chaos.
Pooh!
Ho Liang was killed by one of the falling streaks of light. That young lady called Holly, and a lot of other producers that Chen Feng did not know were killed. Moreover, even Qin Hai and Yun Xiaoduo could be seen.
What's going on?
What on earth is this? Just as Chen Feng was confused. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced the sky and descended. The whole of Star City was pierced through by that gigantic beam of light.
Bang! With a violent tremble, the whole city exploded. The immensely loud sound and the dazzling radiance shocked the whole planet.
Everyone in Star City was killed.
Shwa!
Light swirled.
With a shiver, Chen Feng reawakened. Now, his excess luck value had been fully exhausted. His surroundings recovered to normal. Scram! Lei Ming's scream could be heard. Bang! Chen Feng was smashed away with a punch. Blood splattered around. He was seriously injured. Pooh.
Chen Feng spat out a mouthful of blood as his gaze landed on the spirit seawood in Lei Ming's hand. He could sense that all the power within that wood had been completely absorbed by him. That item was now useless.
Damn it!
Lei Ming was exasperated. No reward could compare with the spirit seawood in his hand.
Damn it!
His plan had almost been foiled by Chen Feng. This crafty kid here was not particularly powerful. However, due to them having power of same attribute, it was quite hard for him to defeat this kid. Moreover, that sudden, instantaneous increase in Chen Feng's speed earlier. And his opponent's gaze that was concentrated on the spirit seawood.
I can't continue this fight.
Lei Ming was sure that if Chen Feng was to even cause a little damage to the spirit seawood, his heart would ache to no end.
Moreover, if he were to kill Chen Feng, it was very probable that those old men of the association would suddenly appear here out of nowhere. Go! Lei Ming ordered decisively. Shua! The whole group entered the hastily aircraft and speedily left. Bang! The aircraft streaked away and disappeared in a flash.
Within the darkness, only Chen Feng remained.
Is it over?
He stared ahead at the black dot that was gradually disappearing.
That's right.
It was over. With Lei Ming's departure due to his numerous worries, this battle had truly ended. However, Chen Feng did not have time to rejoice in his survival, because the scene he had witnessed earlier when the luck values had been raging was still vivid in his mind. The contents he had witnessed. The hymn he'd seen.
Shua! Shua!
Rapidly, Chen Feng started looking back and reorganizing the information he'd obtained. Finally, he discovered a certain point he had neglected earlier.
Location, Star City. Time, 1 year later.
Protagonists, he saw Qin Hai, Wang Yao, and all the other producers. What happened? Due to a certain incident, a calamity befell Star City.
In the final battle, the whole floating city was destroyed. 1 year later.
Chen Feng shut his eyes.
The present Star City was still in its normal state. What on earth would happen in 1 year's time? He had no idea. Qin Hai. Wang Yao. Would this be related to them? He had too many questions.
Perhaps.
Was it an illusion caused by the spirit seawood?
Impossible. This was the first time Chen Feng had gotten in touch with the power of the spirit seawood. This was also the first time Chen Feng had encountered something capable of affecting luck in this world. The first luck-affecting item he had encountered was the luck stone, and the second luck item he had discovered was the luck tree. The luck of two different worlds had now collided. He had initially believed that both of them would have a harmonious encounter. Unexpectedly, the luck stone had, in a tyrannical manner, absorbed all the energy contained within the spirit seawood. Even if the luck values were so much that it started overflowing, not a single bit of power was left behind for that wood.
Harmony?
It was non-existent. Chen Feng smiled bitterly.
Can this be considered a competition between those in the same profession?
Regardless of whether both of these were competing, their encounter had given Chen Feng a pleasant surprise.
Even if he were to disregard those overflowed luck values, the amount of luck value the luck aura had been able to absorb was sufficient to bring great changes to it.
Chen Feng checked his data.
His initially fully exhausted luck value was now at 100 points.
Naturally, this was the surplus luck value that remained after the rest had been consumed to upgrade his luck aura. The biggest change brought by the spirit seawood was transforming his luck aura from a power that was vague and incomprehensible into a power that was truly able to be controlled. For example, Chen Feng transmitted his thought clearly, I want Ho Liang's position.
Feedback, luck aura, lockdown is executable, 1 point of luck value consumed. That's right.
Now, regardless of what he chose to do, he did not have to fully activate his luck aura without the slightest clue as to how much luck value it would consume.
He now received solid feedback. What he intended to do and how much luck value would be consumed would be clearly transmitted back to him. Moreover, luck aura was now capable of making the most optimal choice to achieve what he wanted. 1 point? Chen Feng blanked.
He remembered that, previously, to get the 3 coordinates, 3 points of luck value were required.
Let's give it a try, then.
Chen Feng tried extracting Ho Liang's coordinate. Next, a single row of coordinates indicated with X, Y, and Z that were separated with zeros appeared.
At this, Chen Feng's expression darkened. So, why had he wasted his luck values previously by having 3 coordinates that were separately listed? This was the upgraded luck aura. It would provide the optimal solution based on what was requested. Spirit Sea wood. Chen Feng was filled with anticipation. A single Spirit Sea wood had brought such change to his luck aura. What if he were to get more Spirit Sea wood? Or if he got the whole tree for himself? At that time, he might directly transform into a god of luck. Naturally, this was simply something he thought about. Even if he stopped considering whether he could truly become a god of luck in the future, 1 year from now, a calamity would befall. That terrifying scene he'd seen. 1 year. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. He did not have much time left. The scene he'd seen earlier was too shocking. Moreover, the scene where the entire Star City was instantly destroyed. That was a city. Luck values were a mystical existence. The scenes it displayed in such a manner might not be the real future. However, it was definitely probable that such a future existed. The future was something that one would not be able to completely grasp. For example, casually, Chen Feng tossed out a single coin. The coin might land on either side, but it might also land on its edge, vanish midair, or be grabbed by someone during its descent. Regardless of how low the probability for each of those occurrences was, it was still probable for any of them to occur. If even something as simple as tossing a coin contained countless futures, what about a human's life? This incident, I must not allow it to happen, Chen Feng vowed firmly. Regardless of how high the probability for that incident to happen was, he would turn the probability of its occurrence into 0. 1 year. Chen Feng's eyes were sharp. Shua. He stood up and returned to Star City. At Star City, he contacted Holiang. The things he'd seen were simply too important. Star City had to be informed of these. As such, in the meeting room, Chen Feng earnestly stood before numerous powerhouses such as President and Vice President and others with terrifying status and declared that a certain mysterious organization was planning to destroy Star City in 1 year. They had a complete plan and were in the process of implementation. He had witnessed with his own eyes a simulation of this project where the entire Star City would be destroyed. This caused an uproar among the upper levels of Star City. Chen Feng's identity as the Gene Rookie Competition Champion was still useful. This was especially true since he had recently completed several tasks. Chen Feng's words contain a certain weight. As a result, Star City entered an alarmed state. With this, Chen Feng was somewhat relieved. However, at this moment, an astonishing incident happened. A drawing sketched by a young lady had suddenly flooded the internet, shocking the whole world. Instantly, it firmly occupied the top search term in the search engines. Why has a drawing drawn by a young lady classified as information under producers? Chen Feng felt doubtful. Shua. He tapped on it to take a look, and immediately, his expression changed greatly. That was Qin Hai. Translator's thoughts. Limaston. Dear all, as some of you might notice, the regular release for today had been put behind an ad. All this was automated, so I guess something must have went wrong somewhere. The proper regular chapters will be coming up soon. Thanks. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 219, Forbidden Area. Chapter 219, Forbidden Area. Translator, Limaston Editor, Tenish. Chen Feng tapped on the drawing on the screen. It was a seemingly ordinary portrait. No superfluous coloring was applied to it. It was a simple sketch, yet it was sufficient to clearly display an astonishing scene. The displayed scene took place on the summit of a certain snowy mountain. A lonesome silhouette sat cross-legged there. His aura were getting increasingly feeble while the snowflakes drifted down, covering his body in the process, giving him an extremely desolate appearance. On the ground, a terrifying black aura swirled around. In the sky, countless lightning descended. Every single lightning and black aura were bombarding that silhouette. This place was akin to a purgatory. That is. Chen Feng's heart throbbed. Qin Hai. The one at the depths of purgatory was actually Qin Hai. Suddenly, Chen Feng's gaze landed on Qin Hai's legs. An item that he was extremely familiar with could be seen on Qin Hai's legs, Spirit Sea wood. Qin Hai grabbed it in his hands firmly as he allowed the endless lightning to descend on him. What's going on? Chen Feng was shaken. Qin Hai? Spirit Sea wood? How did these two link together? There was no reason for this to happen, even if this was merely happening in a drawing. The owner of this drawing, this bizarre drawing, how had she drawn this thing? After checking the status of this young lady, Chen Feng was shocked.
Xiaoyu, 18 years old. She was a person with weak physique and nearly zero combat power. However, she was called a genius girl, the type that would only appear once every 100 years. That was because she had successfully fused with a set of mystical genes. A set of genetic ability that seemed impossible to exist, reality. She did not have any combat power. However, she was able to find anyone, able to draw out that person's location and the things that person had experienced. Furthermore, it was deducted that, if this set of genetic abilities were further improved, she could easily draw out the whole life of anyone, from the past till the future. One's whole life might be a mere single sketch by this young lady. This was the most terrifying aspect about her. Due to this, Xiaoyu now possessed an enormous reputation. As she had always been helping people locate their missing relatives online, she had received the praise of the public. Recently, she had drawn a painting of Qin Hai. Based on the description, one of the fans of Qin Hai had paid Xiaoyu a huge amount of money to draw it. Hence, Xiaoyu started drawing, resulting in this astonishing scene. It's actually true. Feng's heart trembled. He had originally believed that this was simply some fan art. Honestly, nowadays, with the popularity of those celebrities, it was very normal for all sorts of fan art to emerge. Moreover, there was some fan art that was quite messed up out there. But this particular drawing was actually real? Qin Hai. Spirit Sea Wood. Both were real. Wait. Feng recollected his thoughts. In other words, now, at a certain corner of this planet, Qin Hai was experiencing this? How did this happen? Feng was shaken. Suddenly, he recalled that confident voice back then, that proud silhouette that had proclaimed that, despite the exhaustion of his potential, he would still be able to create a brand new world for himself. Qin Hai, what happened to you? There was also that Spirit Sea Wood. That thing was too terrifying. He had first-hand experience of it. An idiot like Lei Ming could only unconsciously cause the Spirit Sea Wood to self-operate, while Feng was able to control the luck value in the direction his luck aura worked in, despite the minuscule amount of control he could exert. This drawing. Feng's eyes shone. He was clear on the uproar this drawing would cause. Both Qin Hai's popularity and the rarity of the Spirit Sea Wood depicted in the drawing would cause an uproar. Perhaps he could look for Qin Hai. Feng was tempted to do that. In a year, a calamity would befall Star City. He had to increase his strength as soon as possible. Traditional methods were simply impossible to accomplish that. They could not grant him too great an improvement. Even with Luck Aura's assistance, Feng could only see himself reaching B class. If he wanted to be stronger, it would only be possible if he increased the strength of his Luck Aura. This was the strongest trump card for him in this world. The improvement in Luck Aura would bring Feng an all-around improvement. If he were able to find Qin Hai and that Spirit Sea Wood to once again upgrade his Luck Aura, he might be able to reach a class in a single year. Spirit Sea Wood. He had to obtain it. Besides, he did not wish for Qin Hai to die just like that. At this thought, Feng looked at the background in the Qin Hai drawing. Those simple-looking sketches, at this moment, were seemingly livelier than before. Qin Hai, where are you? Currently, the whole online community was shaken. Apart from the scene depicted in the drawing, the fact that Qin Hai had obtained a large amount of new fans after the competition had also contributed to the uproar caused by this drawing. What is that place? What is Qin Hai doing? Woo, it hurts my heart to see this. A lot of fans started crying for help online on behalf of Qin Hai. With the assistance of the huge amount of fans he had, Qin Hai's location was finally determined. However, that location. God! Why is Qin Hai at such a place? Has he gone insane? Everyone was dumbstruck. This was because, currently, Qin Hai was located beyond the areas that were already explored and marked as safe by the Genetic Union. He was currently at an unknown region none had dared to explore before. That was an area known as the Forbidden Area. This planet was too huge. Only 18% of the planet was developed. A lot of places were enveloped by bizarre and mysterious powers and remained uncovered due to current humanity's level of technology. Hence, these areas were all labeled Unknown Area. Those were places where all technology would stop working. Humanity had never been the true master of this world. Instead, it was those unknown existences within the regions that even their satellites were unable to monitor. Those regions were filled with mysteriousness and unknown powers. Even the mysterious organization they discovered earlier had a large majority of their projects related to these unknown areas. Those were areas human did not dare to set foot in. Places known as forbidden areas. Normally, only A-class experts dared to set foot into these areas. However, even for A-class experts, those places were still incredibly dangerous. A lot of them never returned from the explorations, only leaving behind the occasional last words, which was also how those legends come about. Extreme Iceland used to be such a location. Then it was forcefully sealed by several top experts. Only after that did the Genetic Union start building a camp there. However, now that the ice river was unsealed, that place was once again a forbidden area. Now, Chen Hai had appeared in one such place. His fans almost fainted on the spot. It was no wonder Chen Hai was in such a crisis. That was simply a place no human should enter. What is happening to my Chen Hai? Perhaps he's doing this to break through? Some sighed. That's right. Breakthrough. With his potential exhausted, Chen Hai was fated to have no future. Normal methods would not grant him any improvement at all. He would be forever stuck at D class. If he wanted to break through, he could only rely on unknown powers. Those unknown areas were his only hope. Hence, Chen Hai had set forth to those places without the slightest hesitation, even if the chances of his survival were extremely low. This child. The hearts of countless people ached. Let's try looking for that place. Perhaps it is a place someone has been to before. A lot of people started searching based on Chen Hai's coordinates. Finally, they found it among the archives of the Genetic Union. Only a simple description was available. Frozen sea tundra. Danger level, extremely dangerous. Development level, 0%, unknown area. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 220, Frozen Sea Tundra. Chapter 220, Frozen Sea Tundra. Translator, Limeston Editor, Tenish. Frozen Sea Tundra. I've heard about that place before. It is a place that not even A-class experts had returned alive from, someone said in alarm. There would always be all sorts of legends surrounding a forbidden area. On the satellite map, every single pitch-black or undetectable area represented a different degree of danger. If it was somewhere within the center of the mainland where human civilization centered, regardless of how dangerous it was, the Genetic Union and Gene Production Association would try their best to clear the danger there. However, for those distant locations, it was simply too far for their claws to reach. I'm afraid Chen Hai is now in grave danger. Sigh. How many people can actually return alive from those areas? Everyone sighed. The fans of Chen Hai kept posting threads begging for help online, hoping that someone would go and rescue Chen Hai. As the current most charismatic celebrity producer, Chen Hai's popularity was unsurpassed by anyone. Even Chen Feng, the competition champion, could not compare to him in this aspect. However, no one was willing to go rescue him. All the different powers and organizations, at this moment, sunk into silence. The single reason for this was due to the place being the frozen sea tundra. Going to such a place to rescue Chen Hai? The price one had to pay was too high. First, due to the previous incident involving the Chen family had a very bad reputation nowadays. Nobody was willing to be associated with anyone from the Chen family, even if the person in question was Chen Hai. Second, and also the main reason, Chen Hai's potential was already exhausted. He no longer had any value attached to him. Fans? Even the fans he had now was something he gained previously when he was still with his outstanding talent. As of now, he was a person fated to remain stuck with no improvement. When more and more geniuses started surpassing Chen Hai, he would gradually lose all these fans as well. Regardless of which perspective one looked at it with, Chen Hai was simply not worth any investment. He was simply not worth saving. Saving him was not as simple as talking about it. That was not a place an ordinary person could simply go. That was a completely unknown area. At the Genetic Union, some people who cherished talent had submitted requests to save him. From the Gene Production Association, people like Ho Liang and Chen Hai's master and a lot of other seniors had submitted requests to save him as well. However, time was required. To organize a major rescue operation like this, they could not act immediately. The death of other geniuses that might result from this rescue operation needed to be taken into consideration as well. For something like this, the participants needed to be volunteers. All this would require time to coordinate. Now, from the scene depicted in the drawing, how much time did Chen Hai have? No one knew. If they were too slow, what welcomed them might be a corpse. Perhaps. When Chen Hai had entered the frozen sea tundra, he had already been prepared for death. It was probably something outside of his expectations that someone would be able to draw out his current situation. He probably had not expected that there would be so many fans wishing he be rescued.
Chen Hai Rescue Operation. Chen Hai Support Crowdfunding. Chen Hai Funding Association. All sorts of events started unfolding online.
The funds accumulated to rescue Chen Hai also reached a terrifying amount. Now, even the scammers were caught in this trend.
I am Chen Hai. I am currently trapped in the frozen sea tundra. My account number is XXXXXX. Please transfer funds to me.
I will take you as my wife when I return safely. What caused the people to be speechless was the fact that some people actually fell for this. Even males were included among the victims. These fans were seemingly unstoppable when they went crazy. Unfortunately, regardless of how much funds they managed to accumulate, not a single A-class expert was willing to act. Compared with wealth, they cherished their life and the power they had obtained with great difficulty more. None of them were willing to go to a place they might not be able to return from. Currently, at a certain base, an ashen-faced Lei Ming was staring at the spirit seawood in his hands. He had performed over 100 tests. However, he could not unleash even a single void hacker. Evidently, the spirit seawood had lost its effectiveness. It's spoiled. It was spoiled by that damnable Feng. That goddamn son of a B***TCH. Lei Ming was shuddering from his anger. This small branch was invaluable and was much more valuable than a lot of other items. He was already extremely careful with it. Unexpectedly, it had still been spoiled by Feng.
Feng.
Lei Ming felt like dismembering Feng into 1,000 pieces. He was sure that the next time he met Feng, he would most certainly not let that person off. Suddenly, he saw the news being reported on his screen.
Chen Hai.
He had been hearing about this non-stop for the past 2 days. However, he had not paid much attention to it. This was the first time he got an actual look at the drawing. However, immediately after this, his attention was deeply caught by that branch in the drawing.
Spirit sea wood.
Lei Ming widened his eyes.
A complete piece of spirit sea wood.
Although the spirit seawood he'd obtained previously was quite powerful, however, at least half of it had been burnt by those idiots. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so fragile as to be spoiled by a single touch from Feng.
And, currently, in Chen Hai's hands was a complete spirit seawood. This thing.
Lei Ming trembled from his surging emotions.
He had to obtain this. As for the frozen sea tundra?
Under the enticing benefits he stood to gain, nothing seemed to be a problem. He turned his communication tool on.
Brother. I found another spirit seawood. Ha ha.
The others will definitely not recognize it. They have never seen what a true spirit seawood looks like. However, I saw one 2 days ago, despite the fact that it was spoiled shortly after. No, I have not recognized it wrongly.
It's at the frozen sea tundra.
That place might be extremely dangerous. However, if even Chen Hai can get there, we will naturally be able to go there as well. We can silently rob the spirit seawood from him before retreating, Lei Ming said emotionally. If even Chen Hai could reach that place, why couldn't they? As for the manner of retreating, it was simply nothing to worry about.
As long as they obtained the spirit seawood, luck would accompany them.
At that time, they could leave even with their eyes closed. What was there to be afraid of? They had to obtain that spirit seawood. His plan had been foiled by Feng once. This time, he had to make up for this regret. Gold City. In a certain remote suburban district. In a mansion, a group of people with pitch-black robes were kneeling in an orderly fashion. A terrifying yet bizarre aura pervaded the air. In that drawing. Frozen sea tundra. I sensed the aura of a dragon. There, the bloodline of our ancestor might exist, an ancient yet overcast voice echoed in the air.
Long Yu.
Here. Lead them there to look for it. All right, Long Yu replied with a deep tone. Despite the fact that he had to enter such a place with his C-class strength, no doubt was shown. It was his ancestor who had requested them to enter and he would certainly not harm them.
That is a domain belonging to us.
At that place, you will all receive the blessings of power.
Unfortunately, I can't move anymore. The future of the Long family rests on your shoulders.
The overcast voice gradually disappeared. Countless people stood up with solemn and respectful expressions. Then, let's prepare to set off, Long Yu ordered, to search for the glory belonging to us. To search for the glory of the dragon. Roger. A row of orderly and loud shouts was the response. Currently, Chen Hai was still trending online. What caused the public's heart to ache was the fact that up till now, there were still no experts willing to move.
Countless fans grieved.
This was the first time they realized that money could not accomplish everything. However, right at this moment, some of the fans that had gone to the only route that led to the frozen sea tundra saw a silhouette there.
Immediately, this spread online.
The online community that had just calmed down was once again in an uproar.
That person was Chen Feng.
The Gene Rookie Competition champion Chen Feng had quietly gone there.
Bang! The whole internet was in an uproar. Chen Feng is going to rescue Qin Hai? Has he gone insane? What can we do then? Everyone was looking at this with unbelieving expressions.
They had never expected that, during the moment of crisis, the first person to step forth would be Chen Feng. In a situation where even those experts were unwilling to move, a producer like Chen Feng had stepped forward.
Everyone was shocked.
Perhaps, this is what true friendship looks like.
The online community was in an uproar.
Both Qin Hai and Chen Feng were already extremely popular before this. Due to this incident, they once again dominated the front pages everywhere, topping all the search engines. Everyone discussed about this without stop.
Countless people were paying close attention to how this was progressing.
Moreover, there were some wealthy fans that had directly booked a whole satellite for personal usage, hoping that they could catch even a glimpse of what was happening in the frozen sea tundra. In the final scene captured by the satellite, a tiny-looking silhouette could be seen stepping into the darkness, the area that no satellites could capture.
That was Chen Feng. He had finally reached the frozen sea tundra. Hopefully, he could return alive.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 221, Fangirl. Chapter 221, Fangirl. Translator, Limaston Editor, Tenish.
In the forbidden area, the blanket of snowflakes seemed to interweave together. Chen Feng was looking at the map he had in his hand. This was as far as the navigation map led. Arriving here, no other human could be seen.
This was the furthest safe ground explored by the Genetic Union.
Anyone stepping further than this point would encounter unknown hazards.
A gentle female voice could be heard. Chen Feng? Who?
Immediately, Chen Feng turned around. A silhouette walked out from among the snow. It was a beautiful young lady wearing a white skirt. Surprise filled her bright-looking eyes. "Are you here to look for Qin Hai?" the young lady said excitedly.
"Can you bring me along as well?"
Chen Feng narrowed his eyes.
"Who are you?"
He had not told anyone about him coming here.
How could anyone find out about this?
Even if someone saw him and spread it online, that person was not supposed to be ahead of him.
This young lady.
Chen Feng looked at the snowflakes that were dropping off her. She should have been here for quite a while. The young lady smiled as she said, "I am a fan of Qin Hai."
"You can call me Xiao Rou." "Fan? Xiao Rou, dot." Chen Feng's heart leaped. He.
I am also the one who commissioned Sister Xiaoyu to draw that drawing. I originally thought that, with the release of that drawing, I could get a lot of help. Unexpectedly, those so-called experts were all cowards, Xiao Rou said in a dissatisfied manner.
Chen Feng.
Luckily, there is still you, Xiao Rou said excitedly.
Oof. You are indeed a true friend. However, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Let me go together with you to rescue my Qin Hai. Chen Feng. Fans nowadays were so fanatical?
He started studying the lady called Xiao Rou. She was extremely beautiful. With her fair complexion and the unique temperament about her, it was obvious that she was a young missus of a wealthy family.
What was she doing here?
Xiao Rou showcased her power.
I'm already C-class. Chen Feng. One's rank did not matter, right?
Rather, combat awareness was what was vital here.
This frozen sea tundra was an extremely unique place. If one did not possess sufficient awareness, even an A-class expert could die easily. Luck aura was the only thing that gave Chen Feng the courage to come here. If a stranger were to join him. Impossible, Chen Feng rejected her firmly. I beg you, Xiao Rou begged. Chen Feng sneered. Since you are already at C-class, wouldn't it be better for you to go alone?
It's different, Xiao Rou said bashfully.
I have always been training in seclusion and have never left my house before. Chen Feng. This truly couldn't do. So this was a young missus here to chase after her idol? Humph. I knew you wouldn't agree. You miser.
Sister Xiaoyu was correct indeed, Xiao Rou muttered before turning her communication tool on. A screen popped out and a scene appeared before Chen Feng.
How about this? This is.
Instinctively, Chen Feng took a look at that scene. Immediately, his heart throbbed.
Spirit Sea Wood.
He saw another Spirit Sea Wood.
Sister Xiao, you told me that you might want this thing yet can't find it.
She drew me several other drawings as well.
I can help you find this thing, yo. A smile appeared on Xiao Rou's mouth. Xiao Yu? That mysterious genius? Chen Feng sunk into a solemn mood. However, what did she mean by you want this thing yet can't find it? With luck aura. Schwa.
Instinctively, Chen Feng urged his luck aura to work.
Lockdown on a Spirit Sea Wood. Schwa.
A response was received from his luck aura, ineffective. Since they were both luck-related items, Chen Feng was unable to use the power of luck to lock onto the Spirit Sea Wood's position.
What if he had Qin Hai as the target, then? He tried. Schwa. Ineffective. The ice-cold feedback woke Chen Feng up.
The Spirit Sea Wood was simply too powerful, especially its luck-related power. It was nearly impossible for Chen Feng to use the power of luck to lock onto it.
Moreover, the area around it couldn't be located either. Chen Feng had a solemn mood. Seems like I have to manually look for it, then.
I can help you, Xiao Rou said proudly.
Chen Feng sighed. Is there a need for this?
Xiao Rou, 18 years old, C class.
This signified something extremely terrifying.
This meant that this girl had an extremely astonishing talent when it came to combat.
The faction supporting her would be extremely frightening as well.
That faction should at the very least be as powerful as the previous Qin family.
Someone from such a faction would be a fan of Qin Hai? Granted, gene production was harder than pure cultivation.
However, for her to be a C-class genetic warrior at the age of 18, her talent could be considered top-notch.
What do you know?
Xiao Rou rolled her eyes. Us girls have always been wishing that a day would come when an unrivaled hero would appear on a cloud with 7 colors and save us.
But is it not the same for you guys?
I heard about your story from Sister Xiao Yu.
This is also how you get mixed up with that Miss Wang Yao, right? Chen Feng. Hence.
Xiao Rou was filled with anticipation. When my beloved little Hai is in his moment of danger, at his moment of despair, I want to be the first person he sees. When I save him, we might be able to start a love story worthy of the legends. Xiao Rou's eyes were twinkling as she said this.
Chen Feng.
He remembered that, when he was a student in his previous life, he had daydreamed about being a hero that saved a certain female celebrity. Ultimately, though, due to his excessively bad luck, all of that remained his imagination. As for Xiao Rou here, she was actually planning to turn her dream into a reality.
How vigorous! Chen Feng was filled with admiration. However, at this mysterious forbidden area, was this young lady that proclaimed herself as Qin Hai's fan truly his fan? Or perhaps she had another identity? Chen Feng always maintained vigilance. All right, I agree. Chen Feng smiled. However, you must listen to all my orders.
No problem, Xiao Rou agreed without the slightest concern.
Good.
Chen Feng started lecturing her on what she should take note of before once again setting off. However, this time around, he had the addition of a peculiar lifeform known as Qin Hai's fanatical brainless fangirl by his side. Soon, they arrived at the proper frozen sea tundra region. The falling snowflakes disappeared. What appeared before them was an endless expanse of ice. This was the first step anyone entering here needed to take, to cross the frozen sea. Frozen sea. Chen Feng recalled the information he had obtained during his research. Xiao Rou indifferently said, a powerful dissolving power exists in this frozen sea. Anything that comes into contact with this sea will be dissolved immediately, including humans. The seawater that evaporates will drift in the air and fuse with the power of lightning in the air. Hence, even the sky above this sea is extremely dreadful as well. If one goes too high above sea level, one will be struck down by lightning. If one were to get too near the sea level, one will be dissolved by the sea. Hence, only one method is available to pass this area. To fly at a low altitude. Chen Feng was amazed. You know about this? What nonsense are you saying? Xiao Rou flung her delicate ponytail around before saying. I am not stupid. Since I am here to get married to my little Hai after saving him, how can I die here? Chen Feng. Awesome. Xiao Rou was about to say something. Actually. Suddenly, Chen Feng was startled. Shoo. Someone else is here. Schwa. Bringing Xiao Rou with him, he retreated immediately before hiding somewhere. Right at this moment, a whole bunch of people appeared, reaching the vicinity of the frozen sea.
The initially tranquil forbidden area was suddenly bustling with activity.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 222, If we are going to play, let's make it big. Chapter 222, If we are going to play, let's make it big. Translator, Limeston Editor, Tenish.
Before the frozen sea, several tens of silhouette in black robes appeared. They stared at the frozen sea silently and solemnly, a bizarre sense of determination flickering in their eyes.
Is this the frozen sea?
Long Yu focused his gaze. They had heard of the legends surrounding this place before and were aware of how dangerous this place could be.
Next, well, nothing else was done about the dangers they might encounter here. The Long family was indeed an extremely powerful family in the legends.
However, these days, they were merely a declining family that still had the information pertaining to some mystical past events or ancient legends.
As for the frozen sea tundra?
They had done zero research on this place. The only reason they had even chosen to set off here was due to the dragon's aura their ancestor felt from the drawing.
Dragon 13, Long Yu said suddenly, give it a try. All right.
The youth called Dragon 13 walked out and directly sunk his right hand into the frozen sea. At that, an astonishing scene happened.
His right hand was immediately dissolved by the sea. Just like that, his right hand disappeared. Everyone had solemn expressions. What a terrifying sea. The seawater here was as mysterious as the ice river.
Despite the different effects they brought and the fact that the water here would lose its effect after several seconds out of the sea, it was still dreadful. This was the terror of a forbidden area.
I can't resist the power. Dragon 13 stood up calmly.
His dissolved right hand was actually healing slowly.
This was his genetic ability, flesh regeneration. Long Yu nodded slightly. Very good.
If even Dragon 13's body couldn't resist it, there was no point in the others to trying. This frozen sea was something they couldn't touch at all. It appeared that they could not fly over it now.
Long Yu continued his orders. Dragon 17. Some of them started soaring. There were too many of them here and each of them possessed powerful genetic abilities.
Even if they did not know how things worked here, they could still easily figure it out after some tests.
Low-altitude flight, eh? Long Yu calmly commanded, transform. All right. Ayo. A faint howl.
That group of black-clothed people sprawled on the ground as a pair of fleshy wings grew from each of their backs.
Shwa. Shwa. That group of black-clothed people hovered and flew away.
Chen, Feng and Xiao Rou were witnessing all this with dumbstruck expressions. They were still guessing the methods these people would use to cross the sea. Unexpectedly, these people all possessed a pair of wings.
Long family.
Chen Feng recognized Long Yu, a person he'd once conflicted with at the Dragon's Passing Mountain.
That clan that proclaims themselves as the descendants of dragons? Xiao Rou was amazed.
They had actually chosen a dragon as the direction to mutate their body.
Sigh. How stupid.
Chen Feng's gaze darted around.
Why are they here? He was certain that these people were not here for the Spirit Sea Wood. A lot of people might know about the legends surrounding the Spirit Sea Wood.
However, it was nearly impossible for anyone to have actually witnessed an actual Spirit Sea Wood. This item was a branch of the Spirit Sea Divine Tree with no fixed form or shape. Previously, even when Chen Feng had seen the Spirit Sea Wood in Lei Ming's hands, he had not thought of its origin either. If it wasn't for the fact that he'd felt something peculiar about that wood, he would have never discovered that it was actually Spirit Sea Wood.
This thing was an item from the legends.
As for the peculiar relationship that mysterious organization seemed to have with the Spirit Sea Wood and how had Lei Ming known about this thing?
What was that mysterious organization planning?
All these were what Chen Feng wished to know. The Spirit Sea Wood definitely could not fall into the hands of that mysterious organization.
I need to increase my speed, Chen Feng muttered inwardly. With the uproar caused by the drawing, it was very probable that the appearance of Long Yu's group here was not a simple coincidence.
More people might appear here as well, regardless of the reason they came. Chen Feng decided that he had to cross this frozen sea as soon as possible.
Xiao Rou looked at Chen Feng with anticipation. How should I cross it? Come with me.
Chen Feng walked toward the shore of the frozen sea.
Shwa.
Softly, he stretched out his hand.
What are you doing?
Xiao Rou was shocked. You are not that Dragon 13 guy who was a genetic warrior specializing in flesh cultivation and is capable of regrowing his damaged flesh.
Chen Feng smiled calmly. Don't worry. A noiseless aura dispersed around him.
The frozen sea possessed a mysterious power that could theoretically dissolve everything. However, if that was truly the case, would this shore still exist here? The soil they were standing on was obviously an existence that could not be dissolved by the frozen sea. However, it was evident that normal soil would be dissolved by the sea. Hence, it was clear that there was a layer of mysterious power around the soil here. Like a protective barrier, this power protected the soil here from being damaged by the frozen sea. This was the energy Chen Feng was looking for. Shua! Luck Aura, full activation. The countless genes contained in Chen Feng's myriad illusions ability started flickering. Ever since Chen Feng's spiritual energy reached 3,000 points, a higher amount of powerful genetic abilities contained within his myriad illusions had been unlocked. If I were to produce an energy equipment containing this unique attribute here, how much luck value would I require? Chen Feng transmitted this thought. Shua! Update received, 2 points. It's probable. Chen Feng's eyes shone. Only 2 points of luck value would be required to produce an energy equipment with this special attribute. This proved that the amount of luck value exhausted would be equivalent to the activation of myriad illusionary windblade coupled with attribute selection. Among the countless genetic abilities contained within the myriad illusions genetic ability, a genetic ability that was immune to this frozen sea existed. Indeed. Chen Feng's emotions surged. Then let's begin. Bang! A faint layer of purple-colored energy equipment appeared on Chen Feng's body. From his hands to his feet, his whole body was wrapped in it. Instantly, Chen Feng was fully equipped. Shua! He soaked his right hand in the seawater. He could clearly see the rejection of the seawater by that faint purple energy. Indeed, it can't damage this equipment. Chen Feng's heart jolted. Shua! He stepped forth, standing on the frozen sea. He was safe and sound. Xiao Rou widened her eyes. You? What magical ability is this? It can ignore that terrifying dissolving power of the frozen sea? Before coming here, she had consulted her second uncle about this. He indeed possessed an item that was immune to the frozen sea's power. However, that was an item that was still in testing phase and was also fated to be an item with zero combat power as well. But this Chen Feng noticed Xiao Rou's reaction. It's somewhat troublesome. Could he simply cross the sea carrying her like that? That was too dangerous. With a random splash or drop of seawater on her, this young lady here would be a goner. At this place, regardless of what rank a person was, it was pointless. The moment one touched the seawater, one would be erased by the power of Mother Nature. What to do, then? Suddenly, Xiao Rou's eyes shone as she said, "Oh yeah, a drawing by Sister Xiaoyu. Meichem, let's see, this one." She took out a drawing and passed it to Chen Feng. "Sister Xiaoyu told me this drawing would be helpful to you." Oh? Chen Feng's heart throbbed. Returning to the shore, he took the drawing and looked at it. Immediately, he was amazed. That was actually a blueprint for a ship. On the drawing, everything was clearly tagged. Every single energy circulation route and all the functionalities were clearly marked. This? Chen Feng was shaken. I can even do this with the energy equipment ability? That's right. What the drawing depicted was an energy equipment. In Chen Feng's eyes, or perhaps in the eyes of a commoner, the energy equipment was an ability that took on the shape of a mechanical armor or a layer of energy that wrapped around the body of the user to give the user a formidable power. But here, it was clearly depicted that the energy equipment was capable of being separated from the user's body. A boat could be created using the energy equipment ability. After separating from the user, the energy would still be able to circulate normally? Chen Feng was amazed. Subsequently, he noticed what a stupid question he had asked. Wasn't the energy equipment an ability where the energy required would first be exhausted before the equipment was formed? Granted, forming items that were separated from the user's body would have countless problems. This wasn't simply an issue no one had thought about previously. Rather, after separation from the user, a lot of known formulas or operation methods would need altering. It was a process that was even harder than the formula improvement that Chen Feng did. Hence, no one had attempted this. But here. Chen Feng looked at the drawing in his hands. On it, all problems one might encounter after energy separation were clearly marked. It was akin to an idiot's guide titled Simple Steps to Produce an Energy Boat. Damn. The only thing Chen Feng could do was exclaim in admiration at this. This Lady Xiaoyu was actually such a terrifying person. He had initially thought that he was already blessed by the heavens with his luck aura. Unexpectedly, in this world, there were other existences that were much more powerful and mysterious.
The drawings of Xiaoyu. The summons of Wang Chun. The mysterious Wang Yao.
On top of all that, there was a mysterious organization that none could grasp. What a crazy era in a crazy world. However, even though Lady Xiaoyu was the provider of all these, Chen Feng was certain that she did not have any technical knowledge in this aspect. She was simply capable of drawing what Chen Feng required with her ability.
Boat? What joke was that? Since the solution for the biggest problem concerning energy separation was now available, why should he build a boat? Might as well be grandiose if he were to make a move. Naive. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's mouth. Gulp.
He swallowed 2 bottles of gene reagent.
Bang. His energy started blooming.
With myriad illusionary wind blade as the energy supply, Chen Feng started circulating his energy as prescribed by the drawing.
In that instant, a terrifying energy started blooming around them.
All 3,000 points of spiritual energy in his body were unleashed together with the unlimited wind blades created by his luck value.
Condense. Energy equipment.
Chen Feng erupted with all his power.
Bang, dot.
On that ice blue sea, a huge object appeared out of thin air. Lady Xiaoro by the side had been waiting for a boat to appear. That huge object that had instead appeared had her dumbstruck.
What is this? Footnotes. 1. Recap, in Chinese, dragon equals long.
Hence, these Long family members with numbers as their name have the same surname as Long Yu, since their name can either be translated as Long 13 or Dragon 13. I had chosen to use Dragon instead of Long for them to highlight the importance this family placed upon dragons. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 223, The Cocky Chen Feng. Chapter 223, The Cocky Chen Feng. Translator, Limeston Editor, Tenish. What is this?
Xiaoro was dumbstruck.
Boat? The heck?
What appeared in front of her was obviously an enormous battleship.
Chen Feng had actually used the assembly methods of energy equipment to forge a battleship? How was this possible? She was a genetic warrior as well.
Hence, when Chen Feng had been building this ship earlier, she had been able to feel the amount of spiritual energy exhausted.
How much spiritual energy did Chen Feng have? How was this possible?
He's insane, Xiaoro muttered.
And now. Done. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face.
With 3,000 points of spiritual energy, enhancing gene reagents, and the unlimited wind blades powered by his luck value, Chen Feng had instantly unleashed a power that had seemingly reached a brand new height. This was a battleship.
To be more accurate, this was the hull of a battleship built using his energy equipment ability.
The interior of the ship was empty.
MHM. High-level technologies?
Chen Feng had no knowledge on that aspect. At a glance, this thing here appeared like a battleship.
However, if one were to be frank, this was simply an energy equipment of Chen Feng's. That was all there was to it. Chen Feng could only control it to move.
There were no other extra functions. However, this single function was sufficient for it to be used on the frozen sea.
Let's go.
Chen Feng stepped onto the battleship.
Bang.
He controlled it, and slowly, the battleship started moving. Xiaoro raised her hand and meekly asked, I have a question.
Isn't this showing off too much? How was this merely show off? This was simply an unbridled act. What place was this? The frozen sea. One of the forbidden areas of the legends.
Moreover, due to the released drawing, some other people had started coming here recently. Now this was a place that not only had a dangerous environment but also formidable mutated beasts and unexpected enemies within as well.
And what were they doing now?
Riding on an enormous battleship shining with a purple radiance in an absolutely unrestrained manner. In this seemingly boundless sea, it was simply an act so unbridled no one could miss them.
As long as one wasn't blind, one would be able to see them. It's not. Chen Feng waved his hand. Gulp.
With a bottle of spirit recovery gene reagent, his spiritual energy started recovering.
But wouldn't it be better if we were to make a small boat and cross the sea quietly?
Xiaoro said with a bitter smile. Low profile might not be the key to survival, Chen Feng said indifferently.
Building a boat? To hide and tremble in fear at the sight of others? What joke was that?
This was a forbidden area. He had exhausted all his spiritual energy and 2 bottles of gene reagents to produce this energy equipment. Something produced in such a manner by him was definitely not a mere empty shell. Xiao Rou shrugged.
There are no extra functions for this huge ship of yours anyway.
This energy battleship might appear formidable, but it was essentially Chen Feng's spiritual energy. Even if it was enhanced with some unique methods, it was still not powerful enough. A single full power attack from a warrior at C class or above was sufficient to destroy it. For example, the Long Yu they'd seen earlier.
Regardless of how she looked at it, Chen Feng was simply courting a grandiose death.
Please trust Miss Xiaoyu, Chen Feng said with a toying expression.
Xiao Rou.
What could she say to that? She now seriously doubted whether Sister Xiaoyu's advice to follow Chen Feng was the correct choice. From what she had seen so far, this guy was simply a lunatic.
Had Sister Xiaoyu thought of how crazy this guy was when she sketched her drawings? Bang!
The shiny battleship set off,
moving in an absolutely unrestrained manner.
In this dusky world of the frozen sea, this ship was akin to a bright lamp. Soon, a bunch of silhouettes could be seen a distance away from them.
This was Long Yu's group.
The people in Long Yu's group, who were putting in great effort to fly at low altitude with their wings, saw Chen Feng as well. Immediately, they were dumbstruck.
Someone was actually taking a stroll on this sea? Should we rob that ship from them? A lot of them were tempted.
At this very moment,
Shwa! Above the battleship, 2 rows of cannons appeared and uniformly aimed at Long Yu's group.
Purple radiance swirled around the cannons, ready to fire at any time. At this sight, all their temptations vanished.
What was that? Ion cannon?
They were unsure.
Long Yu stared at the cannons in alarm, afraid that a terrifying power would suddenly shoot out of the cannons. Shwa! Their eyes met. Sparks seemed to appear between them.
Long Yu could feel that this battleship was not particularly powerful. If they were to rob this battleship for their own use, things would be much easier for them.
If they were to act now, Chen Feng would most definitely fail to block their attacks.
However, that swirling radiance around the cannons was giving him an ominous feeling. An unusual power seemed to be hidden there. Moreover, this was the frozen sea. It was simply not a wise choice to engage in a battle here.
After a long time,
Long Yu took the initiative to back off.
Go.
Roger, the rest answered.
Shwa! Once again, they flapped their wings and flew away.
Smart, Chen Feng said indifferently.
Shwa! The battleship drifted away.
In this first encounter with a different party, Chen Feng won without a battle.
Xiao Rou stared at those cannons in amazement. Are all of those real cannons?
Naturally, these are fake cannons, Chen Feng said. This was simply equipment formed of energy, not a ship built with technology.
How was it possible for him to produce an actual ion cannon? This young lady here couldn't be an idiot, right? Xiao Rou. Fake? So, he had simply been bluffing earlier? Are you not afraid that they will really make their move?
Xiao Rou smiled bitterly.
Chen Feng did not seem like a reliable person.
They won't, Chen Feng said indifferently.
However, do you trust me if I tell you that they will take the boat away from us without the slightest hesitation if we are currently on a boat? Xiao Rou sunk into silence.
That was because she found what Chen Feng said quite agreeable. This was a forbidden area. This was a place with no rules. Faced with any act that would grant one some sort of advantage, one would not hesitate to do it.
Shwa!
The battleship continued forth. After the encounter with Long Yu's group, the subsequent journey progressed quite smoothly. They easily traveled half the frozen sea. Just as they were reaching the end of the sea, in the distance, a group of silhouettes appeared.
Moreover, different from Long Yu's group, these people were all emitting terrifying auras from their bodies.
The very moment Chen Feng saw them, they spotted him as well.
It's them! Chen Feng's heart throbbed. Those from the mysterious organization had finally appeared. Lei Ming, Lei Hao,
and 3 other people he had never seen before.
Chen Feng.
Xiao Rou was anxious. She could feel how terrifying these people were. 1A class, 1C class, and 3B classes.
God! What damnable squad was this?
Go, go, go. Xiao Rou said anxiously. If they were to retreat now, these people might not be able to catch up to them on this frozen sea. We won't be able to escape, Chen Feng said indifferently. At times like this, they definitely could not show any fear. If he truly turned around and fled, these people would definitely start chasing after them.
It's you! Lei Ming's gaze was ice cold.
This was the guy that had spoiled his spirit sea wood. The aura of the Lei Hao beside him did not appear too calm either. He was staring coldly at Chen Feng, his killing intent seething out of him. This was the guy that had rescued Wang Yao. Naturally, what alarmed them more was that battleship. In this place, there actually existed an item that was immune to the dissolving power of the sea. This thing. Greed flashed in their eyes. It has been a while. Chen Feng waved his hand indifferently. Ha, I did not expect you two to know each other. Shua. Slowly, they approached him. Chen Feng. Xiao Rou said nervously. Don't worry. Chen Feng waved his hand. Shua. The rows of cannon once again moved and aimed straight at Lei Ming's group. Immediately, they stopped their advance. Evidently, they had never expected that these cannons would be able to move. Were these real cannons? Or were these fake cannons? Ion cannons. They exchanged glances and ultimately decided to retreat for now. It was simply not worth getting into a fight at this location. They did not fear that ion cannon. However, that powerful energy undulation from the cannons would attract the terrifying lifeforms residing within the sea. The only way to prevent that was to destroy the battleship. However, if the battleship ended up destroyed, what was the point in them acting in the first place? It was simply not worth it. You should rejoice in the fact that we are now on the frozen sea, Lei Ming said coldly. Lei Hao's killing intent bloomed. After leaving this place, I will kill you. A powerful aura belonging to an A-class expert started spreading, causing one's heart to tremble at its might. Go! They started retreating. Bluffed. Xiao Rou was overjoyed. She had not expected that, despite his madness, Chen Feng was quite talented when it came to bluffing. He had successfully bluffed two groups of people now. However, outside of everyone's expectations, Chen Feng suddenly opened his mouth at this moment. Do you think you can leave as you wish? Suddenly, Chen Feng smiled. What? Lei Ming's group stared at Chen Feng with an expression like they were looking at an idiot. Xiao Rou widened her eyes. What is this guy thinking? It is really quite fortunate for me to encounter you all here. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. If I were to let you guys off after being threatened, where could I put my face? A class? Here, you are nothing more than a dog. Pa! He pressed a certain button in front of him. Bang! Instantly, a blue radiance started shining intensely. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 224, The Furious Pursuit. Chapter 224, The Furious Pursuit. Translator, Limeston Editor, Tenish. Xiao. A multitude of icy blue radiances started blooming. Xiao Rou was dumbstruck, as she had never expected Chen Feng to stir trouble here just as this group of people was about to leave. She had also never expected these cannons to be truly capable of shooting something out. However, even if they could shoot something out, what was the point? That was an A-class expert there. What damage could an energy battleship formed by a D-class deal to him? This was supposed to be common sense. Moreover, even Lei Hao thought the same. Their group blanked, as they had never expected Chen Feng to have the guts to make a move against them. Moreover, he was the one who took the initiative to start the battle. Was this guy crazy? However, when the blue radiance neared them, their expressions changed greatly. Evade! Lei Hao shouted. Shua! Dragging Lei Ming with him, he retreated furiously. Xiao! Light swirled around them. Be careful. One of the genetic warriors was unable to dodge it in time and was pierced through by the blue radiance. With an unbelieving expression, he lowered his head and stared at the huge hole that had appeared on his chest. Before even finishing his sentence, loudly, he fell into the frozen sea. Bang! Countless lights swirled around. A formidable B-class genetic warrior was thus killed. What happened? Xiao Rou widened her dumbstruck eyes. Chen Feng had killed a B-class genetic warrior? What a fast reaction time, Chen Feng praised. He had initially believed that he would be able to kill Lei Ming as well. Surprisingly, Lei Hao had rescued him. Lei Hao stared deeply at Chen Feng. You? Go, he commanded. Surprisingly, he led the group as they turned around to flee. Chen Feng sneered. Can you escape? Fire! Bang! Bang! Multiple icy blue beams shot out of the cannon, creating multiple huge waves on the water as they landed. Lei Hao's group was evading without stop with unsightly expressions on their faces.
Crazy. Crazy. Xiao Rou muttered. Good gracious. What was she seeing here? A magnificent A-class genetic warrior was being chased after by Chen Feng? What on earth had happened? How could a mere energy battleship be something an A-class warrior feared?
Xiao Rou started studying the battleship and was immediately stunned.
The blue radiance shooting out of the cannons was actually the seawater. That's right. That was the seawater of the frozen sea. These so-called cannons were something with no energy shooting capabilities.
They were merely extracting the seawater before spraying them out.
That's all there was to it. This.
Xiao Rou did not know whether she should cry or laugh. She recalled that the last time she'd seen something similar to this, it had been at the theme park.
In other words, Chen Feng had created some sort of water gun to kill a B-class genetic warrior before subsequently chasing after the rest of them armed with his water gun? Truly. What could she say to this? Bang! Bang! Bang!
Lei Hao's group fled with all their might. Water splashed around them without stop, while behind them, the shiny purple battleship followed closely. Chen Feng had been chasing after them for a straight 10 kilometers. Lei Hao was seething with killing intent.
When had he ever received such humiliation? Chen Feng, don't push it with this bullying of yours. Chased after by a D-class genetic warrior? Chen Feng sneered. So what if I bully you? Sympathy? It was non-existent. When Lei Hao made his move against Chen Feng and Wang Yao previously, did he hold back?
The moment Chen Feng saw Xiao Yu's energy boat blueprint, he had prepared to do this. Why else had he wasted his spiritual energy to build this battleship? His intention was to deal with the mysterious organization. Granted, his initial target had been Lei Ming. Lei Hao's appearance was quite surprising for him. However, even if it was Lei Hao, Chen Feng's aim was the same, to kill. If he had the chance, he would definitely end them today.
Bang! Bang! Once again, several blue radiances shot out of the cannons. A B-class genetic warrior brushed past a tiny portion of the water bullet.
Immediately, a huge portion of his body dissolved, almost destroying one of his organs in the process.
Their expressions were unsightly. This won't do. They were sure that if this continued, they would definitely die. Chen Feng. You are too excessive.
Coldly, Lei Hao stared at Chen Feng.
Do you really think that I can't do anything to you?
A terrifying power started condensing within his hands.
He was an A-class warrior. He had a dignity that belonged to A-class warriors. Even if he hadn't recovered from his previous battle during the Dark Freak incident, even if his strength was greatly weakened presently, he was not someone a mere D-class like Chen Feng could push around. This is the frozen sea. If I were to use excessive strength, the mutated beast residing in the sea might be attracted. Lei Hao inhaled deeply. Those mutated beasts among this mystical frozen sea are something even I do not wish to face. Are you sure you want to attract them out now? Schwa. Lei Hao's gaze was cold. If those beasts were to appear, we will be able to flee after putting in a great amount of effort. How about you? Lei Hao spoke forthrightly. He was in A class and his companions were in B class. As for Chen Feng? He was merely in D class. The only reason Chen Feng was able to keep up with them currently was because they had been limiting their energy usage in fear of attracting those beasts. Hence, the speed of their flight had been quite slow. However, if one of those beasts were to appear, they would definitely ignore everything else and focus all their power into escaping. At that time, the slowest person here, Chen Feng, would definitely be the first person to die. Even if someone from Lei Hao's group ended up dying, Chen Feng and Xiao Rou would die together. Lei Hao stared coldly at Chen Feng. Know when to stop lest you go too far. If possible, he did not wish to perform such an act where both sides would be harmed. Chen Feng did not comment on that. Bang! Bang! Another succession of water bullets shot out of the cannons. Chen Feng! Lei Hao was furious. You are courting death. Bang! Abruptly, a terrifying energy started emerging. At this instant, the terrifying power of an A-class expert bloomed. The formidable yet astonishing power emerged as Lei Hao stared ahead with sharp eyes, killing intent evident in his eyes. Killing Chen Feng? It was an act as simple as raising his hand. Lei Hao sneered. I will first kill you before escaping with them. However, at this moment. Ayo! A loud sound reverberated from the depths of the frozen sea. Lei Hao's expression changed greatly. Not good.
Indeed, formidable life forms existed within the sea. Go! Xiao! Lei Hao grabbed his younger brother and fled hastily with the remaining two B-class genetic warriors. Shua! Their silhouettes disappeared shortly after. Currently, not far from the battleship, the outline of a huge shadow started emerging from the depths of the sea. Even before emerging from the water, it was scary enough to cause one to tremble. Xiao Rou's expression darkened. It's over. They were not as fast as those A-class and B-class genetic warriors. The battleship was something that floated on the frozen sea. Due to the current bubbling currents of the sea, the battleship was simply incapable of moving away. However, at this moment, Chen Feng recalled something. Oh yeah. I forgot to tell you something. Chen Feng said. This battleship was assembled using the same energy that prevented the shore from being dissolved by the sea. Hence, despite how shiny our battleship appears to other humans, for these beings that reside within the sea, we are simply the same as a mobile reef on the sea. Xiao Rou. Reef? She looked toward the direction Lei Hao's group had fled to. Indeed. Under the sea, a huge shadow that was furiously chasing after them could be seen. The faster Lei Hao's group moved, the more intense their energy exhaustion would be. With that, the more attracted the life form of the frozen sea would be toward them. Xiao Rou mourned them. How pitiful. She was now sure that Chen Feng was a freak with a twisted mind. Despite his talent and intelligence, at his core, this was a guy filled with twisted tricks. Humph. My beloved Qin Hai is still the more obedient kid after all. Currently, Chen Feng was looking at the sea. Suddenly, his gaze concentrated. That was the spot where the B-class warrior had fallen into earlier. His body, his clothes, everything on him was cleanly dissolved by the sea. However, a particular badge of his had survived and was floating on the sea. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 225, Karma. Chapter 225, Karma. Translator, Limeston Editor, Tenish. The badge was floating on the sea. This thing here wasn't dissolved? Chen Feng was shaken. What item was that? Shua. Carefully, he approached the badge and picked it up. A familiar aura could be felt once he held the badge in his hand. This is... Chen Feng's expression changed slightly. The power of spirit sea wood was felt. Even if it was only a sliver of it, but it was spirit sea wood. Chen Feng frowned. The badge he held was light yet filled with mystery. He studied it and found that this was the badge for core members of that mysterious organization. This was an item only the core members were eligible to have. They actually use spirit sea wood to make their badges? Chen Feng was shocked. Only a weak sliver of the spirit sea wood's power was contained within the badge. However, if the amount of badges were high enough, the amount of spirit sea wood exhausted would probably be quite high. How had this mysterious organization obtained so much spirit sea wood? What was the point of making their badge using spirit sea wood? Shua. Chen Feng tried activating it. However, there was no response. Only the owner can use it. Chen Feng was unsure. However, at this moment, his luck aura abruptly activated. A torrent of power gushed toward the mysterious badge Chen Feng held in his hand, and something astonishing happened. The badge in his hand crumbled. All the power contained within the badge was actually absorbed by his luck aura. Shua! Light swirled around him, and subsequently, the badge in his hand turned into dust. Chen Feng was dumbstruck. When he once again checked himself, he was shocked to find that his over 20 points of luck value had now increased to over 500 points. His luck value had increased. Chen Feng exclaimed in admiration, this thing here can actually be converted into luck value? He was aware that the power of spirit sea wood was contained within the badge. He was also aware that the power of luck contained within the spirit sea wood was completely at odds with his luck aura's power of luck. However, he had never expected his luck aura to directly devour the power in the badge. It was the same as the previous time. Luck aura was behaving in a tyrannical manner. Too strong. Chen Feng was shocked. The power of spirit sea wood could actually be absorbed in such a manner? This was the second time Chen Feng had gotten his hands on spirit sea wood. Once again, it had brought him a pleasant surprise. Hence, the first time, the spirit sea wood was powerful enough to upgrade my luck aura. This time, the power is weak and was insufficient to alter the nature of my luck aura, so luck aura decided to directly absorb its power to replenish the luck values? Chen Feng guessed. With the tyrannical nature of luck aura, this was quite possibly the truth. What's up? Xiao Rou was somewhat curious as Chen Feng had suddenly stopped moving.
Nothing.
Chen Feng shook his head as he shifted his gaze to look in the direction Lei Hao's group was headed toward. Now he was starting to look forward to encountering them.
MHM. 500 points of luck value per badge. If all their badges were taken by him. Moreover, would the Spirit Seawood's power contained in all their badges be the same? Perhaps it would differ depending on their ranks? If that was the case,
Chen Feng felt like he had opened the door to a brand new world. This was genuinely how he felt currently.
Luck value's recovery rate was too slow. 1 point per hour.
In the past, whenever Chen Feng needed to do something, he needed to prepare himself for over 10 days or half a month. Otherwise, his luck value would be too embarrassingly little in amount.
Now, though. Mysterious organization? Chen Feng's eyes were now ignited.
The mysterious organization that he had previously tried his best to avoid had now become the best EXP farm for his luck aura. As long as he could defeat them, he could get as much luck value as he wished for.
Bang! Once again, the battleship set sail. Their target was the tundra.
The frozen sea was extremely huge. It appeared even more so when one needed to carefully fly at low altitude as one crossed it. However, for Chen Feng, who was simply absolutely unrestrained in his manner of crossing, the size of the sea did not pose him many problems. His battleship traveled forth speedily.
Clang!
With a loud clang, the battleship knocked against the coast. They had arrived.
Currently, not much energy was left in the battleship. The battleship transformed into countless light particles as it dissipated.
Chen Feng was quite surprised to find that they were not the first group here. Before them was an endless expanse of snowy tundra with deep footprints on it. Not long before they had arrived, someone else had arrived here in advance.
Someone else is already here. Chen Feng sunk into a solemn mood.
Immediately after he'd seen the drawing, he had started preparing to come here. With his energy battleship, he had even arrived earlier than the group from the mysterious organization. Unexpectedly, someone else had been faster than them.
Who could that be? Chen Feng was in a solemn mood.
Chen Feng studied the footprints on the ground. They were seemingly left by humans yet, at the same time, did not appear human.
These footprints.
Chen Feng had a solemn expression on his face.
It could be some other life form, Chen Feng guessed.
It might have been some amphibious life forms from the frozen sea. The tundra was a unique place. Similar to the frozen sea, a mysterious power was here as well. However, due to this being a place nobody had come to before, nobody was clear on the type of dangers here. Chen Feng stared ahead. Only an endless white could be seen.
Shwa! Shwa! Snowflakes drifted through the air.
When they landed on the ground, they melted noiselessly, giving off an unusually odd feeling. This place.
Chen Feng inhaled deeply.
At the same time, Lei Hao's group had finally escaped in a wretched manner after being chased after by the beast of the frozen sea. However, one of them had still suffered grave injuries in the process. They could have been considered lucky. Due to the high intensity of the energy they were unleashing in their escape, a different beast had been attracted. In the end, both beasts had started fighting each other, giving them the opportunity to escape. They rubbed their badges. In a lot of circumstances, this badge was capable of giving them subtle aid.
This was akin to a holy item to them.
A mysterious power only the core members were eligible to possess.
Chen Feng. Lei Hao etched this name into his memory.
He had never expected that a day would come where he would be messed around with by a D-class genetic warrior. It had been the same back then at the Ice River.
Now, it was still the same.
This early in, out of their group of 5, one was already dead and another one was seriously injured. They were now seething with killing intent.
Chen Feng.
Their hatred toward this person intensified.
We will have our chance, Lei Ming said coldly.
Chen Feng could only act so rampantly due to him possessing an ability that was not affected by the frozen sea. If it hadn't been for that, Chen Feng would have died without even noticing how it had happened.
When we leave this place. He. Let's go. It's too dangerous here, Lei Hao said with a deep tone. Little Tian's injuries are too heavy.
We need to leave the frozen sea as soon as possible.
The rest nodded their heads. Understood. Fortunately, they were now very near the tundra. Shwa!
They started flying forward at a low altitude and were able to reach the end of the frozen sea shortly after. However, when they arrived, they were surprised to see 2 silhouettes there.
The silhouettes were seemingly hesitating, not daring to step forth. That was Chen Feng? Their eyes shone. This was truly karma. Just as they vowed that they would take care of Chen Feng, they encountered him? It's you guys? Chen Feng's expression changed greatly. Instinctively, he wanted to flee. However, it was too late. Die.
Lei Ming's furious group charged at him. This was especially true for that injured B-class warrior. If it wasn't for this damnable Chen Feng, he would not have been in his current sorry state.
However, right this moment, silently, Chen Feng fished out a huge, odd-looking water gun. It greatly resembled a toy.
However, Lei Hao, with his acute senses, noticed that a long hose was connected to the water gun. It spread all the way until the frozen sea.
That thing was... Dodge!
Lei Hao howled abruptly.
What? The rest of his group had an ominous feeling at that shout. Bang!
Streaks of icy water gushed out.
Pooh. Lei Ming's group dodged hastily. However, that injured B-class warrior was too close.
That, coupled with his injuries, meant he failed to dodge in time and was pierced through on the spot.
Chen Feng!
Lei Hao bellowed furiously.
Chen Feng merely sneered. Poof! Bang! Bang!
A succession of water bullets were shot out while Lei Hao's group escaped in a sorry manner. Lei Hao stared at Chen Feng coldly.
I will definitely kill you. Go! Shwa!
With a flash, they escaped.
Escaped? Chen Feng put his water gun away in an unsatisfied manner.
He could distinctly remember that the last time he'd held a water gun in such an unbridled manner was when he'd been in kindergarten. Granted, he had still been badly beaten up afterward, since back then he had accidentally sprayed his teacher's face full of water. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 226, Life Forms of the Snow Tundra. Chapter 226, Life Forms of the Snow Tundra. Translator, limestone editor, Tenish. Snow was everywhere. Lei Hao's group of 3 entered the snow tundra with a faint layer of lighting around them. Surprisingly, when the snowflakes landed on the layer of lighting, the spot where the snowflakes landed would actually sink down. That damnable bastard. Lei Hao was gnashing his teeth.
This was already the 3rd time they had been played around with by Chen Feng. Moreover, only 3 remained out of their original team of 5. Lei Ming's eyes gleamed coldly.
Should we?
The reason Chen Feng could be so unbridled now was due to the frozen sea's power. As long as they went further away from the shore and deeper into the snow tundra, there was simply no need for them to fear Chen Feng.
They only needed to wait here.
When Chen Feng arrived, Idiot, the only surviving B-class genetic warrior said as his cold gaze landed on Lei Ming.
Have you forgotten what place this is? Ah.
Lei Ming was puzzled. Suddenly, a bone-piercing chill emerged. At this, Lei Ming came to himself. This was the frozen sea tundra. As he was too angered by Chen Feng, he had almost forgotten that this was a forbidden area. Even with his elder brother, who was an A-class genetic warrior, by his side, this was still an extremely dangerous place. For example, that terrifying life form they'd encountered at the frozen sea earlier. Similarly, would this snow tundra be an easy place to survive?
Lei Ming gulped. Go.
Now he did not feel like staying here a single minute more than necessary. It would be better for him to prioritize the completion of this mission and leave with the Spirit Seawood as soon as possible.
Let's go. Lei Hao led them as they continued forth.
Currently, Chen Feng had just finished absorbing the badge of the genetic warrior that had been killed earlier. An extra 500 points of luck value were added to his pool.
A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Now I'm even falling in love with you guys.
This is truly an organization filled to the brim with benefits. However, Chen Feng was clear that this was as far as he could go in this unbridled act of his. He had successfully killed that B-class genetic warrior due to a combination of multiple factors, such as the heavy injuries on that genetic warrior, his surprise attack, and the power of the frozen sea. However, moving forward, he could only rely on himself. Since Lei Hao's group had penetrated deeper into the snow tundra, Chen Feng could not fall behind.
Let's go.
From the shore, they tried stepping onto the proper snow tundra region. However, at this instant, Chen Feng's sense of crisis flared. Abruptly, he stepped back. In front of him, a white silhouette flashed past. At this instant, the chill in the air intensified. Whoosh! The white silhouette landed. It was actually a snowy white rabbit. Thanks to its snowy white fur, one would almost miss this rabbit amidst all the snow here. From the small and exquisite frame of this rabbit, a power that caused one's heart to palpitate could be felt. That power was at the very least C-class.
Hum.
Turning into a white flash, the rabbit charged forth viciously. Whoosh! The white flash gleamed coldly.
You are courting death. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. Although he was merely at D-class, he was not someone anyone could bully. Bang! Unlimited wind blades were activated, powering the appearance of an energy equipment.
With his 3,000 points of luck value, under the unlimited wind blades, a power equivalent to 10,000 points of luck value were unleashed. Coupled with the amplifier of 200% provided by his energy equipment.
Bang!
Light swirled around Chen Feng's body. His power increased, temporarily putting him into the realm of a C-class.
Bang! With a single punch from Chen Feng, this rabbit was killed.
Xiaorou cried out in fear.
Chen Feng glanced at her.
If you dare to say how could you kill such a cute rabbit, I will definitely dump you here and leave alone.
Oh, no.
Xiaorou pointed behind Chen Feng.
There seems to be something there. What? Chen Feng turned around.
Behind him, amidst the blanket of white, the ground trembled suddenly before it started growing in height. Chen Feng's pupils constricted as he looked at the clump of snow that was growing taller before. Ultimately, a huge beast appeared from beneath the ground. That was actually a 5-meter-tall rabbit.
Its strength was B-class. Bang!
The huge rabbit leaped.
Go!
Dragging Xiaorou with him, Chen Feng retreated frantically.
What joke was that?
Even if this rabbit was not as powerful as Lei Hao, its B-class strength, coupled with its huge size, was sufficient to plant fear in one's heart. Moreover, the rabbit's speed was quite high. Why did such a thing exist?
Chen Feng was alarmed.
He was aware that, as an unusual place, a mysterious power would be contained within this snow tundra. However, he had never expected that, just as he entered this place, he would be hunted by a crazy rabbit.
Schwa!
Suddenly, an even more intense sense of crisis emerged from his heart. Immediately, Chen Feng stopped his steps.
Bang!
The ground before him started cracking.
A 3-meter-long carrot was impaled deep into the ground. Thump! Thump!
Calmly, the rabbit approached while the ground trembled.
Schwa!
It stopped before Chen Feng and Xiaorou and looked at them with a toying expression, akin to the expression on a cat's face when it saw a mouse. This was a beast with wisdom. Chen Feng's heart chilled as he realized this. This was extremely terrifying.
No wonder.
This fellow here had felt the strength of Lei Hao and was quite afraid of him, so it had waited for Lei Hao to leave before moving against Chen Feng.
Nowadays, even a rabbit knew to avoid the strong and bully the weak. Things were going to get troublesome.
Chen Feng raised his head and stared at the rabbit in front of him.
Hum.
Red light flickered in the rabbit's eyes as a berserk-killing intent could be felt from its eyes. Those formidable life forms of the frozen sea would all be hidden within the depths of the sea. However, here at the snow tundra, the terrifying life forms that resided here would appear one after another, especially after sensing unfamiliar auras. It's getting dangerous. Chen Feng clenched his fists tightly. They were already quite far away from the frozen sea. Otherwise, he would definitely have sprayed this damnable rabbit to death with his water gun. Furthermore, if this rabbit here truly possessed wisdom, he probably wouldn't be able to accomplish much using the seawater anyway.
What should he do, then?
Chen Feng stared at his own body. The only thing he could rely on presently was this set of energy equipment. This was the strongest genetic ability he possessed presently, which had forcefully raised his power level to match a C-class warrior. However, that was all it could accomplish. This rabbit here was a B-class mutated beast.
Meeting it head-on?
That was simply akin to courting death. However, if he were to flee... Chen Feng's gaze darted around. With the majority of the energy in his energy equipment being wind attribute, his speed was comparatively fast. Regretfully, though, this rabbit seemed to be even better in regard to speed. Then, only one method was available to him.
Chen Feng inhaled deeply.
The energy equipment was not something that could only be used to form a durable energy armor for himself. It could be also used in a straightforward and rough manner as well. However, this was something that Chen Feng had always avoided using.
Right at this moment. Clang, dot. With a loud sound, the rabbit easily pulled out that huge carrot from the ground. Bang!
The ground trembled slightly while countless snowflakes splashed around.
Now! Chen Feng's eyes shone. Go! Bang!
His energy equipment started radiating. At this instant, the energy equipment on Chen Feng that was as powerful as a C-class warrior erupted. That's right. All the energy within his energy equipment had erupted together at this instant. A terrifying energy bloomed as all the power of the energy equipment was instantly unleashed, giving Chen Feng a short boost of power. Instantly. Bang! Chen Feng and Xiao Rou vanished, leaving afterimages behind. This speed was astonishingly terrifying. This was equivalent to an all-out eruption from a C-class warrior. Have we escaped? Chen Feng could sense the rabbit's aura disappearing. We escaped. Chen Feng's heart shivered. This place was truly too scary. However, before Chen Feng could even breath out in relief, an intense sense of crisis descended upon him. The direction of it. Shwa! Abruptly, Chen Feng raised his head. In the sky. A huge rabbit was descending from the sky. The huge carrot in its hand was aimed straight at Chen Feng as a dazzling radiance was condensed at the tip of the carrot. Damn it! Chen Feng's expression changed greatly. This rabbit caught up? Shwa! A bone-piercing chill descended as the huge silhouette above them seemed to shade them from the sky. A terrifying power descended, locked down onto Chen Feng and Xiao Rou. At this moment, Xiao Rou's high-pitched scream resounded. Ah! Somewhat uncomfortable by the high-pitched scream, Chen Feng covered his ears. As he was about to try activating his luck aura to see if there was anything it could accomplish, he was shocked to find that the tyrannical descending rabbit gradually slowed down until it finally stopped. Next, it started moving backward. Its speed started increasing until, finally, it was only a small dot in the sky. Dang! Chen Feng was stupefied. He looked at Xiao Rou. What genetic ability do you have? Our reversing gravity, Xiao Rou said as she panted. Chen Feng. No wonder she was so full of vigor. This young lady had been quite useless during the trip, to the point that Chen Feng almost forgot that this lady here was a C-class genetic warrior. Let's leave quickly, Xiao Rou said nervously. Reversing gravity won't be able to kill it. It will return soon. Chen Feng nodded. The both of them moved away rapidly. After a long time, that rabbit descended from the sky once again, a gloomy expression on its face. Evidently, it resented the fact that these prey had escaped from it. Its red nose sniffed the air to capture their smell. Just as it was prepared to once again chase after them, suddenly, it looked at the sea. There, more prey seemed to have appeared. Instantly, the rabbit became excited. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 227, The Legendary Fangirl. Chapter 227, The Legendary Fangirl. Translator, Limeston Editor, Tenish. At the snow tundra, Chen Feng and Xiao Rou were already far away from their initial position. After their experience with that huge rabbit, they were now extremely cautious. Chen Feng did not dare to slack off at all and kept his luck aura, alarm completely activated at all times. Somewhere a distance away from them, an ant stepped on an elephant, killing it. Ah! That's right. With a dumbstruck expression, Chen Feng was witnessing this scene where an ant stepped on an elephant to kill it. Apparently, 20% of the lifeforms here had a powerful yet bizarre mutated ability, magnification. As for the remaining 80% of the lifeforms here, they were the food of the 20%. Hence, enormous rabbit, enormous ant, enormous mantis. This was an extremely dangerous place. Every single mutated beast here had an extreme growth in their strength. The weakest of them were at D class, while the most commonly seen beasts here were at C class. Those who were slightly more powerful than the rest were those at B class, like the rabbit earlier. They were all extremely terrifying. As for higher-ranked beasts, Chen Feng had yet to meet one of them. It was also his wish that he would not get the opportunity to meet one. Shwa! Noiselessly, both of them traveled forth. Suddenly, his luck value reduced by 2 points. 1 point was exhausted when an unknown enemy was detected, and an extra 1 point was exhausted to lock onto the enemy. After the location of that enormous enemy was detected, Chen Feng easily avoided that place. This was a place that was actually much more dangerous than they had imagined. Chen Feng looked at Xiao Rou. Do you regret this? This young lady's initial excitement was now nowhere to be seen. No. She shook her head firmly and said with a solemn tone, the more dangerous it is, the more I want to save him. This is my promise to him. This is also what my stubbornness deems necessary to do. Promise. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. That did not sound like some normal fangirl. Was it something this young lady had decided upon by herself, or had this Chen Hai fellow, with his fans? It was a topic worth further research. He definitely had to ask Chen Hai about this when they met. Chen Feng stopped his mind from working overtime as a busybody as he stared ahead. Snow was still everywhere, with unknown crisis hidden everywhere as well.
This is the next location. Xiao Rou took out another drawing. It was actually a guide map.
It looked like one of those game maps for an online game he had played in his previous life. Here. Xiao Rou had a stern expression.
Traveling along the straight line here, we can reach that place faster. We will definitely arrive before the others. Chen Feng nodded. All right. Once again, they set off.
At this unusual place, with the help of luck aura and the guidance of the map, they reached the depths of the snow tundra at an extremely fast speed. Surprisingly, Lei Hao's group had also reached at the same time as well. They should possess some sort of scouting abilities as well, Chen Feng guessed.
Schwa.
They concealed their bodies and noiselessly trailed Lei Hao's group.
Within this snow tundra, one's sense of awareness was reduced greatly. Hence, Lei Hao's group did not notice them.
They climbed up the snow mountain in front of them, and there they finally saw Chen Hai.
Bang! Bang! Dazzling lightning coiled around.
At the summit of the snow mountain, amidst the wind and snow, Chen Hai's snow-covered body could be seen. His body was being bombarded by gusts of terrifying power while, at the same time, a bizarre glow flickered without stop on his body as well. Every time that terrifying power descended upon him, his body would tremble slightly, akin to someone resisting an extremely powerful shock.
At this instant, Xiao Rou's eyes concentrated. Chen Hai. Don't be in a rush.
Chen Feng held her back. They had already been waiting all this while, it wouldn't hurt to wait a bit longer. What was important currently was to think of a way to deal with Lei Hao's group. Or, perhaps, to think of a method to rescue Chen Hai right before all these experts here. Chen Feng's mind started working rapidly.
Lei Hao. Lei Ming.
With his brain working rapidly, he started analyzing their strength.
Meeting them with force? That was simply impossible.
Even Chen Feng and Xiao Rou combined would not survive a single casual attack by Lei Hao.
Hence,
only one method remained. Stealing Chen Hai from them. To take Chen Hai away with the fastest speed they could muster before subsequently leaving this place. As long as they reached the frozen sea, a hunter and hunted might be reversed.
That's feasible, Chen Feng thought.
Despite the probability of that succeeding being very low, with his fully activated luck aura. Suddenly, Xiao Rou said, he can't be moved.
What? Chen Feng blanked. Xiao Rou's gentle gaze landed on Chen Hai. Chen Hai is breaking through. He can't be moved. Can't be moved.
Chen Feng followed her gaze and, with astonishment, noticed the flickering layer of light surrounding Chen Hai.
He was currently in a breakthrough mode. What was there for him to break through? With all his potential exhausted, there was still something in his body to break through? Chen Feng was amazed.
Perhaps, he has truly found his own path.
Wait.
Suddenly, Chen Feng recalled something. If Chen Hai wasn't in any danger and was instead breaking through here, all that Chen Hai rescue mission and drawing, all that was simply here to bring him trouble?
God knows.
Without all that, it was very probable that Chen Hai would have been able to break through in peace. Even if this is a danger he took upon himself to break through, it doesn't mean that this is not a substantial danger.
Xiao Rou shook her head. Sister Xiao Yu's analyses will never be wrong. Chen Feng shrugged. Fine. However, if Chen Hai couldn't be moved, things would truly be troublesome now. They could wait for him.
However, the same did not apply for Lei Hao's group.
Indeed.
They merely stared at him coldly before proceeding to walk toward him.
Their target was the spirit sea wood.
Chen Feng's gaze sharpened.
They must be stopped.
His target was also the spirit sea wood. However, he had to rescue Chen Hai as well.
Perhaps, luck aura.
Chen Feng was about to activate his luck aura. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a feminine shout resounded as Lady Xiao Rou charged forth toward them. Stop! Xiao Rou blocked in front of Chen Hai. Xiao Rou stood there with a lightning-filled sky as her backdrop. This was quite an astonishing scene.
Lady Xiao Rou.
Chen Feng narrowed his eyes.
Would this young lady be so stupid as to show herself just to die? Obviously not. If Chen Feng's guess was correct. It's you.
Lei Ming was pleasantly surprised.
You both are actually brave enough to show yourself just to throw your life away? Interesting.
A smile appeared on Lei Hao's face. When they had been looking for Chen Feng previously, they hadn't been able to find him. Now, without even looking, Chen Feng was here.
The sole surviving B-class warrior of the group was staring at them with a toying expression.
This was not the frozen sea. Hence, Chen Feng could only die once he showed himself here. If you want to touch Qin Hai, you have to step over my corpse, Xiao Rou said coldly. That frail-looking silhouette of hers appeared incomparably calm. Lei Ming licked his dry lips. It would be a pity to kill such a beautiful sister here.
Ah.
Xiao Rou shook her head and looked at him, pity in her eyes.
Even now, you are still so stupid. Seems like you will be keeping the Lei family's biggest idiot nickname forever. The expressions of Lei Hao's group changed greatly. Who are you? Lei family? Biggest idiot? How had an outsider like her found out about this nickname?
Zua Xiao Rou said indifferently.
It's you?
Lei Ming cried out in alarm.
This was a name he was simply too familiar with.
Even if he had never met her, this was still a name he would hear frequently in their organization.
This was because this name was simply a legend among their generation.
The record holder of the highest mission success rate in their organization, a world-shaking genius of the Zhou family.
Challenging those in B class at the young age of 18. Etc.
All sorts of rumors surrounded her. With the frail body of a young lady, she had accomplished a lot of feats even those geniuses the organization had painstakingly nurtured couldn't accomplish, becoming a legend. Why had such a person appeared here? That is because Shua Xiaorou looked at the silhouette among the purgatory as a smile appeared on her face. I am his fangirl. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 228, Betrayal. Chapter 228, Betrayal. Translator, Limaston Editor, Tenish.
At a certain location, a member of a certain organization had just returned to the base from his mission. When he opened the door, he was stunned by the stench of blood that assailed his nostrils. Blood was everywhere inside.
What happened? He looked at that scene in alarm.
Blood.
Blood everywhere.
In that huge base, not a single living person remained.
All of them were dead.
He hastily played the surveillance video. In the video, a young lady could be seen. Gracefully, she walked out the base. Behind her, light swirled around as the whole base seemed to crumble and the countless people within turned into a mist of blood.
That person was Zhua Xiaorou. It's her.
He slumped onto the ground powerlessly. If it was her, this was quite a possible feat. However, the reason she had done this was unknown. Pain plastered on his face, he contacted headquarters. The 931st base has perished.
Core member Zhua Xiaorou is now a traitor. The overcast voice echoed in the empty base.
The ground was bathed in blood, painting the base with a horrifying appearance.
At the snow tundra. Fangirl. Lei Ming's mouth twitched. You, an existence akin to a freak, is a fangirl of Qin Hai? Who are you kidding?
Why, that B-class genetic warrior asked.
Give me a good reason why you betrayed us. Reason? Shua Xiaorou smiled. Is there a need for that? Reason. That guy's tone of voice was unprecedentedly solemn.
From his body, Zhua Xiaorou could feel an intense pressure that she couldn't even feel from Lei Hao.
This guy.
Previously, the Zhua family had a marriage arrangement with the Qin family, Zhua Xiaorou said indifferently.
That guy sighed.
So that's the case. The Qin family was a family hovering at the edge of becoming an outer member of that mysterious organization. Due to the Dark Freak Project and the Qin family's attitude, it was ultimately decided that they should be accepted into the mysterious organization. Arranged marriage would be the best way to get them on board.
Hence, after a round of filtering, the Zhua family was ultimately chosen for it. 3 years ago, the Qin family and Zhua family officially arranged a marriage between them.
As far as they were concerned, this was simply a command to be obeyed. However, for Zhua Xiaorou, the only girl in the Zhua family, for this girl who had been living her whole life amidst massacre and darkness, this was an extremely big deal. That was also the first time she started to truly pay attention to the things that were happening outside their organization.
Ah. So that's Qin Hai? Ah.
So this is what a celebrity producer looks like?
Ah. He's so impressive?
Ha, so he is also a well-known figure of the other side?
Ah. So, this is my future husband?
A sprout of romance was thus planted in her heart. Thereupon, she started finding out more and more about Qin Hai. She also started paying attention to the affairs pertaining to Qin Hai, becoming a unique existence among the fangirls of Qinghai. These 3 years were the happiest years of her life, as she had suddenly found meaning to her existence. Perhaps it was truly possible for her to become a wife, living an ordinary life? However, suddenly, everything seemed to disappear. The Qin family was no more. They lost their foundation. All her dreams seemed to collapse. Hence, she killed her way out of the organization. She wanted to rescue Qinghai. She wanted to be by his side. The organization? Their nurture? Affection toward them? All these were non-existent. There were simply too many existences like her in the organization. They were nurtured like tools, being built in order to increase the organization's power. However, due to this, they did not have any sense of belonging to the organization. After all, they were merely tools of the organization. The organization did not need her. However, Qinghai needed her. Hence, she was here. That's how simple it was. By her side, Feng was stupefied. So this stupid lovesick girl here was Qinghai's fiancée? And she was even a core member of the mysterious organization. This, how melodramatic. Sorry. Zhou Xiaorou smiled at Feng. After all, if I had been honest, you might not have brought me along. Feng. What nonsense was that? Who would be at ease bringing an assassin around? Moreover, even if Lei Ming was not taken into the consideration, there was still that B-class guy and the A-class Lei Hao. These two were the most dangerous people here. Would Lady Xiaorou be able to deal with them? Who? Feng exhaled deeply. He readied his luck aura, preparing to erupt at any moment. And now, finally, Lei Ming seemed to have realized what had happened. You betrayed the organization? He widened his eyes. Do you know what's going to happen to a person who has betrayed the organization? You? Shut up. Lei Hao interrupted him before looking at Zhou Xiaorou. If you are here for Qinghai, fine. You can take Qinghai away. Lei Ming was dumbstruck. Brother? Taking him away? You are so easily scared? Aren't you an A-class expert? But Zhou Xiaorou looked at the branch on Qinghai's thigh. It seems like he is still using that thing. How about we wait until he finishes breaking through before I bring him away? Shua. Lei Hao's eyes gleamed coldly. Don't push it. Breaking through and tempering himself in such an environment was something that Qinghai couldn't accomplish with his strength alone. The only thing he could rely on was that spirit sea wood. Every single improvement he gained would be equivalent to an exhaustion of a large portion of the spirit sea wood's power. Waiting for him to finish his breakthrough? By then, how much of the spirit sea wood's power would remain? Since that's the case, I can only kill you all, Lei Hao said coldly. Bang! Endless thunder started converging. Zhou Xiaorou's hands started radiating as she calmly said, under normal circumstances, I naturally wouldn't dare to exchange blows with you. However, the current you has yet to recover from the injuries you suffered when chased by the genetic union previously, right? Lei Hai's expression was stern. Is this something Xiao Yu told you? Finally, he figured out the reason behind Zhou Xiaorou's highest mission success rate. It was due to that Xiao Yu. With those drawings, before she even set off for the mission, she would have prepared thoroughly. This time, since Zhou Xiaorou dared to bare her fangs before him, she ought to have prepared thoroughly as well. Since he was now greatly weakened compared to his peak, he had to face this with all he had. Little Ming, help me, Lei Hao said with a deep tone. All right. Lei Ming did not dare to joke around at this time. Bang! The lightning gleamed as both brothers joined hands. They worked extremely well together as their power started complementing each other, increasing their combat power greatly. Kill! Lei Ming's attack streaked forth. However, the moment his attack was unleashed, without him realizing it, his body started floating. The attack that was originally aimed straight at Zhou Xiaorou completely missed. As for Lei Hao, his body instantly felt like Mount Tai was crushing down on him, with the weight pushing him to the point his legs sunk into the ground. This was Zhou Xiaorou's power. An extremely powerful secret art formed through 4 different genetic abilities, gravity control. Within her world, she could freely control gravity. Unregulated gravity, grinder. Zhou Xiaorou said coldly. Bang! The expression of the Lei brothers started warping. Tenfold gravity? Reverse gravity? These were nothing compared to a totally irregular gravity. Only an irregular gravity would bring the highest amount of pain. One would never know the amount of pressure each part of their body or their organs was subjected to. Moreover, this gravity was changing without stop. Lei Hao locked his gaze onto Zhuo Xiaorou. Although his power wasn't much, he was, after all, still in a class. Only a single opportunity was required. A single move would be sufficient for him to kill Zhuo Xiaorou. As long as his attack landed on Zhuo Xiaorou, he would be victorious. However, how would Zhuo Xiaorou give him this chance? Unregulated gravity, guard. Bang! A layer of incorporeal shield appeared in front of Zhuo Xiaorou. By himself, Lei Ming was unable to penetrate the shield. As for Lei Hao, despite his attack being powerful enough to penetrate it, after it went through the layer of unregulated gravity that formed the shield, his attack's trajectory was skewed, missing Zhuo Xiaorou. They simply couldn't hit her. Is this all? Zhuo Xiaorou said. Bang! An extra layer of gravity emerged. Pooh! Lei Hao started vomiting blood, hatred apparent in his eyes. If his verbal compliance law was still available to him, he could definitely have killed Zhuo Xiaorou easily. A mere C class, even if the C class in question could skip classes to battle those of a higher rank, would still not be a match for him. But now, he had to rely on Lei Ming to even have a chance of protecting his body. Lei Ming's aura was gleaming unceasingly. The only thing he could do was counteract the pressure exerted on them by Zhuo Xiaorou's gravity. A large portion of it was counteracted. However, the remaining pressure that he did not manage to counteract was still sufficient to subject them to extreme displeasure. All the different organs in his body seemed to be stretching and compressing at a different intensity, causing him immense pain. The change of force exerted by the unregulated gravity was simply too rapid. He simply couldn't keep up with the changes. The saddest part about all this was the fact that he was a C-class just like her. However, he suddenly found that, in this battle, he was simply incapable of doing much. Bang! Bang! Zhuo Xiaorou had actually gained the advantage despite fighting alone against the two of them. Trash! By now, the B-class warrior beside them seemed impatient. A blue light flickered in his profound-looking eyes as he said, "Let's end this. We should stop wasting time." Shwa! He took a step forward, light swirling around him. However, outside of his expectations, just as he was about to make his move, a silhouette appeared before him. It was actually Chen Feng, the person he found insignificant. A mere D-class gene producer. He was quite surprised. "It's you!" Chen Feng, a D-class genetic warrior that was capable of forcefully facing a C-class warrior due to his unique energy equipment. However, that was as far as he could go. Before a true B-class warrior, he simply stood no chance. Chen Feng had a solemn expression. "It's me." He was aware that he was not strong enough for this. However, at times like this, he could only put his life on the line. With the full eruption of his energy equipment, unlimited wind blades, Aurora gene reagent, and luck aura, all these trump cards of his would be able to drag this out, right? He only needed to last long enough for Zhuo Xiaorou's victory and it would be sufficient. Are you thinking of dragging this out? With a single look, that guy guessed Chen Feng's intentions. You are actually thinking of dragging it out when facing someone like me? How interesting. Chen Feng frowned. What did that mean? That guy waved calmly. Goodbye. With a gentle flicker. Shwa! The whole world before Chen Feng's eyes changed abruptly. Bang! The sky sunk and the ground crumbled. The whole world seemed to compress without limit. The vast whiteness in front of him reduced until, ultimately, it turned into multiple stairways. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 229, A Terrifying Ability. Chapter 229, A Terrifying Ability. Translator, Limeston Editor, Tenish. Illusions? Chen Feng's heart leaped. He seemed to have arrived in a tunnel made of stairways. Under his feet, only those ice-cold gray stairs existed. 2 flights of stairs were side by side, one leading upward while the other led downward. At the 2 sides were pitch-black walls. A weird environment. Chen Feng tried touching the wall, and it felt odd on his hand. The only path available to him was these stairs. What illusion was this? Chen Feng was curious. He tried breaking out of the illusion with his spiritual energy. However, it was ineffective. Ineffective? Suddenly, he remembered his luck aura. Luck aura possessed a mystical ability to convert the data in the real world into a matter of probability. As such, it would be able to give him answers on matters where his judgment was required. Is this an illusion? Feedback received, no. Looking at the 1 point of luck value that was consumed, Chen Feng's heart jolted furiously.
So this was not an illusion? This bizarre environment did not seem to be a digitized world either. What place was this? Shwa. He tried attacking the wall. It was ineffective.
From these walls, a power only possessed by those in a class could be felt.
Such a defense was something even an A-class warrior might have trouble against. What place is this? Chen Feng was shocked. Is this some sort of cage for imprisonment? The Black House won? Finally, Chen Feng's expression started changing. Even if he had to face a B-class warrior head-on, he would be fearless. If he couldn't defeat the opponent, he would still be able to slow the opponent down for a few seconds. However, this kind of ability that was odd and bizarre was what he feared most. Now, he had encountered one. He looked left and right, only endless darkness could be seen. In front of him, only the stairs could be seen. If this is not an illusion,
Chen Feng deduced that this should be a mystical space.
Hence, the ability of that B-class genetic warrior should be space-related.
If this was a space created by that warrior, an entrance and exit had to exist.
I will know after walking around. Chen Feng had an unyielding expression. Shwa.
He started walking along the stairs. Since this was not an illusion, there was no worry that he would take a wrong step and fall to his death. Everything his eyes could see would be solid things that actually existed. He started walking down the stairs.
However, the stairs seemed endless.
After several minutes of non-stop walking, there was no sign of the stairs ending.
Chen Feng was confused.
One had to know that space creation was a feat that required a supply of energy. The larger the created space was, an amount of energy countless times greater than the one locked within needed to be created.
As for that B-class?
It was obvious that this was not something he could accomplish.
Something feels weird.
Chen Feng inhaled deeply.
Continue.
Once again, he walked down the stairs for 10 minutes. When he raised his head, what welcomed his sight was still the endless stairs.
Have I been walking the wrong direction? Chen Feng frowned. Would things improve if he continued down? That did not seem possible. This was an independently built space. Hence, that person would definitely not place Chen Feng near the entrance. Otherwise, Chen Feng could have easily left after walking several steps.
As Chen Feng recalled the confident expression on that person's face, he was sure that there had to be a trick somewhere.
What's the trick?
Chen Feng walked up the stairs. After 10 minutes, he finally stopped.
Space creation? Energy exhaustion? Nope.
This was simply an endless space. He had walked at least several hundred steps of stairs, yet the end was nowhere to be seen. He was certain that if he were to continue on, the result would be the same. Such a space was something that did not exist in the real world. Only in illusions would it be possible for such a space to exist. However, this was obviously not an illusion either.
What's the trick? Chen Feng muttered.
Suddenly, he took out a bottle of spirit recovery reagent and placed it on the ground. Next, he rushed up the stairs. Just as he climbed up, he inhaled a mouthful of cold air. That bottle of gene reagent he placed on the ground was right above him.
On the same position. Could it be?
Suddenly, Chen Feng realized the crux of the issue. Regardless of how many steps he walked, he would still be stuck on the same floor. This was actually an unending escalator.
Illusion? Nope.
This was not an illusion.
Penrose stairs.
Chen Feng was shaken. The Penrose stairs, or Penrose steps, also dubbed the impossible staircase, was an impossible object created by Lionel Penrose and his son Roger Penrose. A variation on the Penrose triangle, it was a two-dimensional depiction of a staircase in which the stairs made 4 90-degree turns as they ascended or descended and yet formed a continuous loop, such that a person could climb them forever and never get any higher.
In other words, this was an endless staircase.
Theoretically, it was impossible for such a thing to appear in a three-dimensional world. But now, this concept that was impossible in his previous world had appeared in this world. Chen Feng had obviously been walking upward without stop, yet he was caught in an endless loop.
This was an unsolvable loop.
This was a predicament. This was a prison. It's getting troublesome, Chen Feng muttered.
Loop. Chen Feng was certain that this was an independent space.
His opponent had first created an independent space before creating an endless loop in this space, making locating the entrance and exit an impossible feat.
Wait.
Chen Feng collected his thoughts.
Endless loop? Creating an endless loop with the power of space? Warping space? Phasing through space? Impossible. This was simply not a power possessed by AB class.
Based on Chen Feng's understandings, only a top-notch A-class Grandmaster of Space whose genetic abilities were comprised purely of space-related abilities, who at the same time was also a person who had spent all his time on space research, would be able to have a chance at warping or phasing through space.
An ability like this was extremely rare even among A-class warriors. As for B-class,
it was simply impossible.
Moreover, if he only needed to casually create a space before setting an endless loop in it, why was there a need to use the Penrose stairs method?
He could simply create a circle or a corridor or a jail cell that would be sufficient.
What was the point of taking this approach? The answer was simple. Due to the rules of space, all these were obviously feats he couldn't accomplish.
Chen Feng did not possess too deep an understanding toward the power of space.
However, he was still aware of the common knowledge pertaining to space. For example, if one wanted to create a space, an entrance and exit were required. Even if an independent space akin to a heaven was created, an entrance and exit would be required. Granted, a lot of people used the same point as both the entrance and exit. However, at this place, no entrance or exit could be found.
Only the endless stairs were available.
Was that possible? That was simply impossible to be true. Hence, where were the entrance and exit?
Chen Feng looked at the stairs above and below him. He was sure that the entrance and exit would be at either the lowest or highest point of the stairs, regardless of which side it was. As long as he reached the end of the stairs, he would be able to leave this place. This was also the reason that such a profound set of endless stairs was placed here. It was put in place to stop the prisoners from locating the entrance and exit. Hence, he only needed to reach the end? Chen Feng tried. However, regardless of where he went, the gene reagent was still there waiting for him. He was still walking on the same spot.
I'm still at the same spot?
Suddenly, he smiled.
Endless loop? Penrose stairs? What a joke.
Since both the exit and entrance existed yet he was still at the same spot, only one possibility remained. His opponent had used some genetic ability to give him an impression that he was actually moving.
Coincidentally, Chen Feng knew of one such ability.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 230, Bro, you are too excessive. Chapter 230, Bro, you are too excessive. Translator, Limeston Editor, Tenish.
On the same level, two flights of stairs heading toward different directions could be seen. One was heading upward while one was heading downward. Forming an endless loop, it ensured that after every flight of stairs Chen Feng climbed, the same bottle of gene reagent would welcome him.
Illusion? That was not possible.
If this was truly an illusion, the mere act of spiritual energy eruption would have been sufficient to damage it, because an illusion by itself was something constructed with spiritual energy. Hence, this was not an illusion. All the things here were solid things that truly existed yet didn't give such an impression.
Chen Feng started thinking.
If he possessed space-related abilities as well, would it be feasible for him to produce the same Penrose stairs?
It was quite feasible.
B-class, C-class, D-class, E-class, and F-class, a total of 5 genetic abilities.
Apart from one space-related ability, one could still possess 4 other types of genetic abilities.
Space creation, space structuring, and space construction would require a secret art form through at least 3 types of genetic abilities. In other words, 2 more genetic abilities were required to build the Penrose stairs. As long as these 2 genetic abilities were capable of creating an endless loop, it would be sufficient. In fact, such abilities truly existed.
For example, mirror image.
A majority of endless loops were created using abilities that work like the concept of mirrors.
Even if the built path were something one couldn't walk on, what if mirrors were used to give an illusion of actual movement? For example, the stairways before him.
On this level, 2 flights of stairs were available. What if one of them was an actual flight of stairs while the other flight of stairs was forged using mirror image related abilities to give one an illusion that it was an actual path that led somewhere else, when in truth, it led back to the same place? This would become an endless flight of stairs. If he were to climb the first flight of stairs, the next flight of stairs would be an imitated flight of stairs formed by the mirror image ability that led him back to the same position.
This was a mirror imitation.
Using the mirror-related ability to create a flight of stairs that looked the same, yet every aspect of it, such as gravity or vision, were opposite of the actual flight of stairs.
That was the reason he had not noticed any abnormalities when traveling on the stairs.
He had no idea how that guy had done this or what the genetic abilities used were, but it was very probable his deductions were correct.
Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Let me give it a try. Schwa.
He stepped forth. if his guess was correct. He now stood at the middle of the 2 flights of stairs. Since he had already guessed how this worked, it would be much easier to deal with this. He stretched his hand out. The mirror image ability could not be seen nor felt. However, the only thing that felt different was the temperature. Shwa! An endless cold aura was released from Chen Feng's hand. Unlimited wind blades erupted. Ka! Ka! Before him, at the spot that was supposed to be empty, a layer of frost appeared. It appeared. Chen Feng stirred. He was indeed correct. Then, time to end this. Bang! Chen Feng shook his hand, shattering the layer of frost. Instantly, the endless loop stopped. Chen Feng climbed up the stairs. There, a faint white radiance was shimmering. That was the exit to the real world. In an independent space like this, the flow of time was obviously different. Chen Feng was certain that in the real world, not long had passed. Currently, at the summit of the snow mountain, Zhuo Xiaoro was looking at that B-class genetic warrior with an inconceivable expression. Who are you? Chen Feng had disappeared. She had noticed Chen Feng making his move earlier. With his strength, he would be able to last at least several seconds against his opponent. These several seconds would be sufficient for her victory. However, Chen Feng had actually disappeared instantly. Such strength. Me? That person smiled. The others nicknamed me Scholar. It's you. Zhuo Xiaoro's expression changed greatly. Scholar. An extremely terrifying person from the organization. He was only in B class, yet nobody dared to look down on him. His formidable space control abilities and his self-created space secret art was sufficient to cause others to tremble in fear. This was an extremely scary enemy. So far, the enemies that had been banished away by him had never successfully returned. Chen Feng. Zhuo Xiaoro's heart chilled. She had probably brought disaster to Chen Feng this time. Sorry. She sighed. It seemed like she couldn't continue this battle anymore. She could still deal with the Lei brothers with some difficulty. However, if Scholar joined hands with them, she had zero confidence in her victory. She glanced at the Qin Hai that was still in the midst of breakthrough. Seemed like she could only do what Chen Feng had said to earlier, take Qin Hai away forcefully. However, if she did that, the sliver of hope for breakthrough the Qin Hai had painstakingly sought after would be lost. Zhuo Xiaoro clenched her teeth. Forget it. At this moment, Scholar's cold gaze was locked onto her. A formidable power of space was bubbling up around him. He was about to make his move. Escape. Zhuo Xiaoro charged toward Qin Hai. Reverse gravity. Hum. With her speed increased, she reached Qin Hai instantly. However, just as she was about to grab onto Qin Hai, a terrifying power bloomed in front of her. Lei Hao had charged forth to obstruct her. Lei Hao laughed malevolently. Planning to leave just like that? Bang! A formidable power swirled around his body. Bang! Bang! With 2 punches, Zhuo Xiaoro was pushed back. Lei Hao sneered. Even if I don't have much of my strength left, I can still stop you. Ah! A smile appeared on Scholar's face as his power of space locked onto Zhuo Xiaoro. Goodbye, then. Hum. A formidable power bloomed. However, right at this moment, space cracked and a silhouette appeared out of it. That silhouette was in front of Zhuo Xiaoro, seemingly taking on Scholar's attack for her. However, it vanished without a trace the next instant. Instead of vanishing like she was supposed to, Zhuo Xiaoro remained in the same spot. Scholar blanked. What happened? He could vaguely see a phantom appearing out of nowhere to block his attack on Zhuo Xiaoro. Scholar frowned. A body substitution ability? It was rumored that such a secret art indeed existed. It was able to take on a single fatal attack on behalf of the user. However, it was an ability that could only be used once in a certain short duration of time. Let me attack one more time, then. Shwa! Once again, Scholar made his move. However, at this instant, bang! The space cracked, and once again, that silhouette blocked in front of Zhuo Xiaoro to take on the attack. Shwa! The silhouette vanished. Zhuo Xiaoro was still safe and sound. Scholar was dumbstruck. What was going on? How could a body substituting ability be used twice in a row? Perhaps Zhuo Xiaoro possessed some sort of power on her that could block his space secret art? Shwa! Shwa! Once again, Scholar attacked. However, the silhouette flickered in and out of existence without stop. Every single time he attacked, that silhouette would appear.
The seemingly undefeated secret art of scholars was now rendered ineffective. How was this possible? Scholar did not dare to believe this. What kind of freak was this Zuo Ro to be immune to his attack?
This was the strongest secret art he had.
I refuse to believe this. Scholar howled.
He had never encountered such a situation.
Even those A-class super experts would be trapped by his ability.
Granted, they would be able to break out with brute force the next instant, however, they would still be momentarily trapped.
As for Zuo Ro, she was completely immune. How could this be? Shua! He attacked once again.
However, his expression changed greatly as he attempted to attack. That was because he had alarmingly found that all his energy was exhausted. The remaining energy he had was not sufficient to support an activation of his secret art.
How could this be? Scholar collapsed. Not a single attack of his had succeeded. Theoretically, an attack that failed to launch should not be consuming his energy.
This was a space secret art. Only when his opponent was thrown into the created space would the space and endless loop be constructed.
If he did not even complete the act of throwing his opponent into the space, why had his energy been exhausted? At the same time, bang! The space cracked. Once again, that silhouette appeared.
This time, Scholar finally got a good look at the silhouette and cried out in alarm.
It's you?
That silhouette was Feng. Feng stared at him with a ridiculous expression.
Of course it's me. Goddammit. The moment I came out, you throw me in again. Every single time I came out, you throw me back in there.
This is too excessive, . Bro, even if I had indeed broken out of your 5-star secret art, you don't need to hate me so much, right?
Throwing me into that space repeatedly is quite pointless, right?
Since I can break out of it once, the subsequent times are even easier to me.
Aren't you worried that your energy will be exhausted if you keep spamming the skill on me?
Evidently, Feng was extremely displeased.
Scholar was dumbstruck. How was I supposed to know it was you?
Not a trace of calm remained on his face.
What kind of person was this?
So the undefeated 5-star secret art of his was broken by a D-class genetic warrior who was also a producer with weak combat power?
Repeatedly? Crazy.
The world had gone crazy.
Scholar collapsed emotionally. When had producers become so powerful? Bang! Unregulated gravity.
Taking the opportunity, Zuo Ro instantly erupted. The Lei brothers and Scholar was immediately sunk into a disadvantageous position.
Since they did not have much energy remaining, they couldn't even move. Instead, they could only suffer under the irregular gravity force exerted onto them. Let's end this. The terrifying power of gravity descended upon them. Bang! A loud explosion. However,
unexpectedly, a powerful and terrifying power, at this instant, suddenly erupted to block Zuo Ro's attack, erasing the irregular gravity applied on them in the process.
Bang! Bang! The terrifying power bloomed while an astonishing power surged. Shua!
The calm silhouette of Lei Hao appeared as he walked out one step at a time.
From his hand, an empty gene reagent bottle was tossed away. A small label could be seen on it. Origin Restoration Liquid. Class A. Function: restores the user's power to the peak condition the user was once at during the past 1 month. Duration: 120 seconds.
Effect: after the active duration, the user's power will drop to the weakest condition the user was once at during the past 1 month.
Shua! Lei Hao walked forth.
The terrifying pressure belonging to an A-class bloomed. Idiotic kids, did you all truly believe that I would come to such a dangerous place with this injured body without any sort of preparations?
This is what you forced me to do.
Initially, I didn't wish to use this, Lei Hao's cold voice echoed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 231, The Power of Dragon's Skull. Chapter 231, The Power of Dragon's Skull. Translator, Limeston Editor, Tenish. Not good.
Feng and Zuo Ro's expressions changed greatly.
Lei Hao had recovered. A class.
All those abilities such as unregulated gravity or the space secret art were simply a joke in front of an A-class Lei Hao. They were simply in a different league. The only thing they had been relying on previously was Lei Hao's serious injuries that were limiting him from unleashing his true power, but now, when he erupted with his true power.
Luck Aura, activate.
Without the slightest hesitation, Feng unleashed all his power.
Seek a lifeline.
Chen Feng urged inwardly.
Schwa. Luck aura's feedback, a large-scale altering of reality will be required, unable to estimate luck value consumption. Use them all, then.
Chen Feng did not hesitate.
Schwa. Luck aura erupted at full power. Altering reality had always been something Chen Feng did not dare to do due to the huge consumption of luck value.
Even getting 3 pineapples out of a slot machine required 5 points of luck value. Even when he altered reality with the help of Spirit Seawood previously, 10 points of luck value had still been exhausted. This time, with 1,000 points of luck value, he needed to alter reality so that they could be saved from their current predicament.
Would it be sufficient? He had no idea. Schwa.
Instantly, his luck value was exhausted.
A
bizarre power seemed to disperse around him.
However, nothing seemed to happen.
The Leihao in front of him was still there, surrounded by a powerful torrent of energy, akin to a demonic god.
Bang! Bang! 2 A-class attacks shot forth. Pooh! Zhou Xiaorou and Chen Feng were both flung away.
They suffered serious injuries from that one attack. This was simply a confrontation between those in different leagues. No secret art was required. A mere normal A-class attack was something Chen Feng and Zhou Xiaorou couldn't handle.
Schwa.
Once again, Leihao raised his hand.
Sorry, Zhou Xiaorou said to Chen Feng.
She initially believed that she would be able to rescue Qin Hai. However, not only had she failed to save Qin Hai, she had implicated Chen Feng in the process as well.
This is still not the time for you to be sorry.
Zhou Xiaorou blanked.
They were going to die the next moment, yet this was still not the time? Bang!
The powerful attack of Leihao's descended upon them. Chen Feng ignored the attack and paid close attention to his surroundings.
Luck aura would definitely work, right?
Even if a large-scale altering of reality was required, even if they were in such an impasse, however, 1,000 luck value had been exhausted.
It should display some effect, right? Even if only a sliver of lifeline was given to them. Show yourself. Hope. Chen Feng roared inwardly.
It was at this instant that, suddenly, a bizarre wave of light started glinting. From the other side of the snow mountain summit, where they couldn't see, it started rushing toward them.
Schwa. It happened instantly. The light wave swept past them.
At that, all the energy around them was instantly extinguished. That terrifying attack from Leihao that was nearing Chen Feng and Zhou Xiaorou was erased.
That light wave actually possessed the power to erase all energy. Schwa. Schwa.
The light wave washed over them without stop. Apart from the energy that was out in the air, all other energy was erased as well.
Chen Feng's wind blades. Zhou Xiaorou's gravity. Scholar's space. Everything became non-existent.
At this moment, they all turned into ordinary people.
What happened? Leihao was alarmed. He was an A-class genetic warrior. He was currently at his peak condition. What damnable power was this for it to transform him into an ordinary person directly? For him to be defenseless against it? That was impossible. How could such a power exist in this world? This is impossible. Leihao howled. At the same time, distantly, fanatical cheers could be heard. We succeeded. Ha ha. Finally, he succeeded. Our long family will rise in power. Fanatical voices filled with excitement could be heard.
They raised their heads. From the other side of the snow mountain summit, along with the steady sound of footsteps, those silhouettes approached and finally appeared in their field of vision.
Schwa. Schwa.
A group of people in black robes appeared in an orderly fashion. Their expressions were solemn and respectful, while from their gaze, excitement and surging emotions could be seen. They were those from the Long family.
Leading them was Long Yu.
The most surprising sight was the fact that on the shoulders of these black-robed people was an enormous skull. Several tens of them were required to carry a single skull.
A terrifying light was radiating out of the skull.
It appeared that the mysterious energy erasing power that appeared earlier had originated from this skull.
Schwa. Schwa. The black-robed men marched forth in an orderly fashion.
Their silhouettes became somewhat illusionary, seemingly blending into their black robes, a gush of formidable yet mysterious power bubbling up within their body.
Who are you? Leihao asked with an unsightly expression.
Bloodlines of the Long family, Long Yu replied coldly.
Descendants of the dragon. Dragon? Abruptly, Leihao's gaze landed on the skull. That shape. That huge skull greatly resembled the dragon from the legends. This is the bloodline of the dragon.
Long Yu appeared fanatical.
Ha ha ha.
Even if only a sliver of it is left, as long as we successfully extract it out, our Long family will rise.
We will certainly become the strongest family. Ha 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 ha.
Long Yu laughed crazily.
They could clearly feel the increase in their strength.
After awakening the power concealed within the skull, this place was now their home ground.
As for Lei Hao, Chen Feng, they couldn't be bothered with these people.
The last portion of the dragon's bone. They had been following the trail that had ultimately led them to Qin Hai.
It's here,
Long Yu said with a deep tone.
The final portion of the skull was beneath Qin Hai.
Retrieve it,
Long Yu barked coldly.
Yes. Several black-robed people walked out. Lei Hao's gaze was cold.
You dare? Since when did a bunch of C-class warriors start having the guts to be so unbridled before him? How was it possible for him to allow them to take Qin Hai away in front of him? I'm not interested in dealing with you now.
Long Yu looked at him.
I know you are strong. However, without any energy, you are akin to trash.
Lei Hao laughed.
Trash. Ha ha ha, trash. Ha ha ha. Even without energy.
Even if I were to use only my physical flesh, the power of an A-class warrior is not something weaklings like you can understand.
Bang.
The power of his body surged.
You want a fight? Come.
Lei Hao was raging. He'd had enough of being insulted by these weaklings.
Forget about Chen Feng. Even this long guy here was doing the same thing?
One look was enough to know that these were simply brainwashed cult members.
How could an A-class genetic warrior like him swallow this insult? Bang! He punched out. Was the physical body of an A-class warrior powerful? It was.
At the very least, it was much more powerful compared to a B-class warrior.
This was especially true for Lei Hao.
Being a member of the mysterious organization, the power of his physical body had also undergone an enhancement previously.
However, idiot.
Long Yu merely looked at him coldly.
Competing in physical body against us from the Long family?
Howl. With a loud howl, two black-robed men charged forth and blocked the path in front Long Yu.
Clang.
Lei Hao felt like he had punched something akin to an iron bastion.
How is that possible?
Lei Hao's expression changed greatly. When he wanted to withdraw his hand, he found that he couldn't move his hand.
With a kick by Long Yu, Lei Hao fell on the ground.
Next, Long Yu stepped on him. Long Yu sneered.
A class?
He. The two black-robed men took off their robes to expose the firm flesh beneath. At this moment, that flesh filled with a sense of explosiveness bloomed with a terrifying radiance.
Long family's bloodline. Class, peak C class. Strength, 10,000 points. Physique, 10,000 points. Genetic ability, a full flush of body-enhancing abilities. This was the terrifying aspect of the Long family. All their genetic abilities were body-related.
The pure power their flesh could unleash was astonishingly dreadful. At this place where all sorts of energy were blocked, they were simply undefeated.
Go!
Finally, Lei Hao smartened up and decided that it was simply too stupid to fight these people here. He should take the opportunity to escape while the duration for his peak condition was still active.
Scram! Lei Hao bellowed. Bang!
He unleashed all the power within his body. The power that erupted from him was immediately erased by the skull. However, that instantaneous eruption was sufficient for him to break free from those of the Long family right before his power was erased.
Shwa!
With a flicker, he dragged Lei Ming and Scholar and left hastily.
This was not somewhere they could stay. However,
before leaving, he gave that place a deep gaze.
Chen Feng. Long Yu. Zhuo Xiaorou. He would definitely avenge the humiliation he'd received here. An A-class expert like him had to first flee Chen Feng before being beaten up by Zhuo Xiaorou.
Next, when he'd finally recovered to his peak condition, he'd been stepped on by that Long family.
He would etch this humiliation into his mind.
I shall have my revenge. His silhouette vanished. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 232, The Unrivaled Qin Hai. Chapter 232, The Unrivaled Qin Hai. Translator, Limest and Editor, Tenish.
Lei Hao had fled. Next, the cold gazes of those from the Long family landed on Chen Feng and Zhou Xiaorou.
We are leaving soon.
Without a change in expression, Chen Feng dragged Zhou Xiaorou as he retreated. Long Yu's eyes gleamed coldly.
Chen Feng.
He still remembered his grudge from the previous incident, where he'd lost an arm.
However, he was clear on his current role as a representative of the Long family.
Presently, they had a different priority. They should first extract the dragon's blood before looking for Chen Feng to settle their score. He shifted his gaze toward the summit of the snow mountain. There, that youth was seated cross-legged with countless lightning bombarding him. He seemed to be making use of this lightning to temper his body and break through his limit. The dragon's bone beneath him is attracting the lightning. Long Yu was certain. He is thinking of using this method to absorb the dragon's power.
How ridiculous. He is actually thinking of stealing the power belonging to our bloodline? Kill him.
Howl. Several black-robed people charged toward the rain of lightning.
Bang! Bang! Several terrifying bolts of lightning descended on them.
Their bodies trembled from the bombardment. However, they were able to quickly stabilize their body. Step by step, they resolutely walked toward Qin Hai. Finally, their hands landed on Qin Hai.
Shwa!
Qin Hai trembled lightly.
Die! They increased their force. Chen Feng's heart chilled. Something is going to happen.
1,000 points of luck value were only sufficient to chase Lei Hao away and save him and Zhou Xiaorou from their impeding death. However, it was not sufficient to do anything to help the Qin Hai that was currently amidst the lightning. However, at this moment, with a flickering shimmer, a terrifying power sword. Those black-robed people who possessed terrifying physical body were immediately flung away.
Bang! 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 Loudly, they landed on the ground, like 3 sandbags. What? Long Yu was alarmed.
The eyes of Chen Feng and Zhou Xiaorou shone. Amidst the lightning, that silhouette that had remained seated all this while had finally stood up. From that ordinary-looking body, a power that caused one's heart to palpitate could be felt. That was Qin Hai. That power they felt was the pure and unadulterated power of a physical body.
Chen Feng's eyes shone. Qin Hai is finally awake? Shwa!
Accompanied by a resplendent radiance, Qin Hai's eyes slowly opened. His sharp gaze swept through the group of black-robed people before stopping at Zhou Xiaorou. Zhou Xiaorou's emotions surged.
Qin Hai. He woke up. Qin Hai has awakened at the crucial moment.
Everything was worth it.
Qin Hai.
Zhou Xiaorou looked at this person that had captivated her soul. However, Qin Hai's calm gaze nearly swept past her before landing on Chen Feng by her side.
Qin Hai nodded. Thanks. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's mouth.
You are too polite. It was good that Qin Hai had finally awakened.
Ah?
Zhou Xiaorou was somewhat stupefied. Finally, she recalled a very scary fact: Qin Hai did not know her. Regardless of how heavy an emphasis she placed on Qin Hai, regardless of the fact that she had been accustomed to treating Qin Hai as her goal, the fact remained that Qin Hai did not know her. At most, he would have only heard of her name. That was all. This was a crucial point that she had nearly forgotten. At this thought, a bitter feeling surfaced in her heart. However, as long as he remains alive. Destroy him, Long Yu said coldly. Wanting to leave after absorbing the dragon's power? Naive. We need to bring the complete dragon's skull back. Since he has absorbed its power, just take him back with us, Long Yu ordered coldly. Roger. Once again, the black-robed men moved. Bang! The enormous dragon's skull was temporarily placed on the ground. Once again, they moved against Qin Hai. However, the astonishing strength displayed by Qin Hai, that pure and unadulterated power of his physical body, shocked them. Bang! Bang! Gold radiance bubbled around Qin Hai, giving him an appearance akin to a deity.
Those black-robed men with the dragon's bloodline coursing in their veins and all sorts of genetic abilities were still not a match for Qin Hai.
A single punch of his smashed them away. Long Yu's pupils constricted. How is that possible? He was very clear on the strength of those from his family. They were all peak C class. Moreover, presently, this was a place where genetic abilities were non-existent. The most powerful aspect of these black-clothed men was not their strength or physique attributes. Rather, it was the formidable physical body they had by virtue of their dragon bloodline. That, coupled with those passive abilities that were not subjected to any restrictions, was what made them so powerful. For example, increasing their physical strength by 20%. These passive genetic abilities had long fused with their physical body, hence, these abilities would not be restricted by any abilities. With pure physical body alone, they were already incomparably formidable. No one was capable of contending against them. This was the definition of a long family member. This was what these black-robed men were. However, this youth before them. Bang! Another black-robed man was flung away. A single punch. The power bubbling around the youth's body was astonishingly dreadful. Such strength. Long Yu fixed his gaze on Chen Hai. Was this the power of the dragon's bone? He had to obtain this. Let me do it. Long Yu shouted. Bang! A seemingly boundless power bloomed. Veins surfaced all over his body as the terrifying physical body of the Long family erupted. Instantly, his speed increased to the limit as a resolute punch was launched at Chen Hai. Humph! Chen Hai snorted. Bang! He met Long Yu's fist with his own. At this instant, a terrifying power blossomed from the collision. Pooh! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Long Yu was flung away. He was actually not a match against Chen Hai. Your strength. Long Yu rubbed his fractured fist. Finally, his expression changed. He was finally made aware of the reason this youth was so formidable. He had actually absorbed the power contained within the dragon's skull, a power capable of erasing all other abilities. Erase, a genetic ability contained within that dragon's skull. This was the thing that had given them courage against Lei Hao, the thing that had driven Lei Hao away. This was also the thing that gave them their current strength. However, even the erase ability was with limitations. The intensity of the restriction it was able to place on abilities was limited in nature. Moreover, only genetic abilities that had actually been released could be restricted. For example, Lei Hao's previous eruption. It had failed to erase it the same instant it had appeared. As such, even though Lei Hao's power had been restricted, he had still been able to flee after the momentary eruption. This youth before them had obviously absorbed this erasing ability of the dragon's skull. Moreover, he had reached a point where the unreleased power contained within one's body was able to be erased as well. That bubbling gold radiance swirling around him was the terrifying power of the erase ability. With a single punch of his, that gold radiance would start erasing all the power within the target, physical and energy included. Next, the terrifying power of his punch would invade and start destroying the target's body. Erase. Instead of being alarmed, Long Yu was overjoyed. If this youth here could absorb that ability, did that not mean that it would be the same for them? He started picturing the scene where everyone in the Long family that all possessed terrifying physical bodies obtained this erase ability, this ability granted by the bloodline, who would be their match. At that time, the Long family would truly rise. Long Yu licked his dry lips. We must definitely obtain this power. Seize him. Don't hold back, Long Yu barked his orders. An overcast roar resounded, Roger. What are they doing? Zui Xiaoro was alarmed. In the battle between physical bodies, both she and Feng could not help. Initially, they had enjoyed the spectacle where Chen Hai crushed all opposition. Now, though, she had an ominous feeling. These black-robed men were giving off a bizarre feeling. I don't know, Feng answered with a somber tone. He had a bad feeling as well. However, now that his luck values had been exhausted, he couldn't do anything. The only thing he could do was hope that the recently broken through Chen Hai, the Chen Hai that had just found his own path, would be stronger. Bang! Bang! Chen Hai rained his punches upon them. Almost all of the black-robed men were smashed away. However, howl! With the sound of an overcast roar, those heavily injured black-robed men that were sprawled on the ground started standing up. With a flicker of black radiance, an intense power started radiating from their bodies. Their heavily injured bodies started healing rapidly, and their strength seemed to have increased as well. A protrusion started appearing on both sides of their heads. Soon, the two protruding points of flesh started condensing as they transformed into flesh-formed horns. Who? At the same time, a pair of flesh-formed wings unfolded behind each of them. All the black-robed men, in an instant, had transformed into a peculiar life form that was seemingly human yet not human. Feng was somewhat dumbstruck. Humanoid dragons? No, Long Yu answered. This is the power of the dragon's bloodline. Bang! Once again, the black-robed men flashed forth as they made their move. Regardless of their agility, strength, or physique, all were greatly increased. As they moved, afterimages were left behind. The power they were displaying was astonishingly dreadful. Bang! Bang! The Qin Hai that had appeared unrivaled earlier had now sunk into a disadvantaged position. Zhuo Xiaorou's expression changed.
Not good. Qin Hai is in danger.
Even if Qin Hai was sufficiently powerful with his newly gained power, against such a large amount of humanoid dragons, he would not be their match. This was especially true when Long Yu was added into the equation.
There were simply too many of them. Unregulated gravity.
She tried to use her ability. However, it did not work.
Before that huge skull, all genetic abilities were rendered ineffective.
She looked at Chen Feng.
Chen Feng. Let me think.
Chen Feng inhaled deeply. He could not do anything much either. His abilities were restricted, his luck values were exhausted, and his physical body was not strong enough.
If he joined the battle, he probably wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder. However,
Chen Feng's gaze landed on the spirit sea wood on the ground. After Qin Hai's breakthrough, that thing had been left on the ground.
That would be their chance. Shua!
Chen Feng charged forth and grabbed the spirit sea wood.
Kill him. Long Yu ordered.
If Chen Feng and Zhuo Xiaorou were to stand far away to watch the battle, he wouldn't have been bothered. They were simply too lazy to even waste their time to go over there to kill those two. However, since Chen Feng dared to come over by himself, he was simply courting death. There was also that branch there. He had not originally cared about this branch. However, that A-class expert seemed to have been here for it.
Even Chen Feng was aiming for it.
He was not an idiot.
He knew that there was something about this thing here.
Perhaps. This thing might be related to Qin Hai's act of absorbing the Dragon Skull's power. Hence, he would not allow Chen Feng to take this thing away.
Bang! A black-robed man charged toward Chen Feng with his powerful physical body.
His silhouette streaked past the air, akin to a whistling giant, as he smashed toward Chen Feng at a lightning speed.
Chen Feng was unable to dodge it. At this time, scram!
Qin Hai screamed. With a flicker of gold, his silhouette streaked over and smashed that black-robed man away.
Pooh!
Blood splattered. A bloody scar was left on his back by the opponent he had initially been facing. Qin Hai looked at Chen Feng.
Have you gone crazy? At times like this, instead of escaping with that young lady, what was he doing here? How can I surpass you without being crazy? A smile appeared on Chen Feng's mouth. Guard me for a minute. After that, you can leave the rest to me.
Initially, he'd intended to flee after grabbing the spirit sea wood. However, since even Long Yu had noticed it, he might as well absorb it here.
You?
Qin Hai stared into Chen Feng's eyes.
Fine, Qin Hai answered.
He believed that, since Chen Feng had given him a guarantee, Chen Feng definitely had his methods of getting out of this.
Bang!
Gold radiance bubbled as he guarded in front of Chen Feng. The black-robed men charged forth, yet they all failed to get past him.
Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Who? Hum.
Light swirled around. Once again, a power familiar to him surged. That was the power belonging to the spirit sea wood, the mysterious power of luck value. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 233, Heaven-Defying Combat Power. Chapter 233, Heaven-Defying Combat Power. Translator, Limeston Editor, Tenish. Bang! Space and time seemed to freeze at this moment. Luck Aura was activated fully and it started absorbing the luck value within the spirit sea wood.
Once again, that surging and mysterious power overflowed out of Chen Feng.
Hua!
Light swirled in front of his eyes and Chen Feng once again entered that mysterious yet hazy state of mind.
Chen Feng was overwhelmed by emotions. Let's begin, then. His luck aura was undergoing another major improvement. Upgrade. As for the overflowing luck value? Come.
Chen Feng's eyes were sharp. Since in this world an ability capable of erasing all abilities existed, an ability capable of blocking off this erasing ability would definitely exist. He was approaching this the same way he had approached the frozen sea earlier.
Now, he wanted to produce an energy equipment with such an ability. Shwa! The consumption of luck value begun.
The unlimited wind blades erupted and started working as the energy supply to form a clump of silver radiance. Due to the limitations exerted upon him by the dragon skull, only the small shining clump of energy was created after exhausting a huge amount of luck value.
He tried activating it.
The power contained within the silver radiance could be felt. It was usable. Even within this restricted area, this thing was still able to activate the usage of energy. Despite the fact that only a feeble amount of energy could be used, despite the fact that the energy could not be transmitted out of this clump of radiance, this thing here indeed ignored the effects of the erase ability. This was truly an extremely powerful energy equipment. Not good. Long Yu's group had an ominous feeling. Chen Feng is able to use energy under the restrictions placed on him by the dragon's skull? If he is allowed to complete this thing, kill him. Long Yu howled. Bang! Bang! Dot. The group of black-robed men charged forth. However, clang! Qin Hai's sturdy figure blocked them all. With gold light swirling around, every single punch of his was world-shaking. The gold radiance filled the sky as he blocked all incoming attacks. That was not an energy-fueled attack. That was a pure physical attack. Bang! Bang! The black-robed men attacked furiously. Pooh! Pooh! Since Qin Hai had only broken through recently, he was not particularly skillful with the usage of this new power of his. He did not possess any proper moves to be used with this new power of his either. Hence, under the relentless attacks of the black-robed men, he was cutting quite a sorry figure. However, even with that, he did not retreat a single step. He would block the attacks that he could block. As for the attacks that he couldn't block, he would simply face them forcefully. Bang! Bang! Punches rained down on Qin Hai's body. Zhou Xiaorou was anxious. Qin Hai, dot. The Qin Hai that had originally had the spirit attribute as his main attribute was only able to break through after using a unique method. However, regardless of how powerful his physical body was, could he truly block those damnable mini-dragons for 1 whole minute? Would he be able to provide Chen Feng the 1 minute he needed? Bang! Qin Hai's body was now painted in red. Bang! Qin Hai's body trembled lightly. He couldn't hold on much longer. These so-called Long family members had reached the limit of C-class after their body transformation. The pure strength of their physical bodies had reached an extremely terrifying level as well. Seemingly unequaled. Even Qin Hai was unable to resist them. Pooh! Pooh! Blood dripped out of Qin Hai's lips. How long has it been? He checked the time. 50 seconds, 10 seconds remaining. Bang! Bang! Gold radiance bubbled. The gold radiance that filled the sky earlier had now dimmed. Not much strength was left in Qin Hai's physical body either. Regardless of how strong one was, one would not be able to keep taking on the attacks of so many people. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. Pooh! Qin Hai spat out a huge mouthful of blood. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. Qin Hai's legs were shuddering, seemingly unable to even stand anymore. 1 second. Bang! Qin Hai slumped down powerlessly, half kneeling on the ground. I'm afraid. I can't hold on much longer? His face was dreadfully pale, as he had obviously overexerted his strength. That newly broken through body of his that was initially filled with vigor had been reduced to such a state in several minutes. Am I going to die? Despite this thought, a smile appeared on Qin Hai's face. Chen Feng, your 1 minute, I did it. Bang! Viciousness flickered in Long Yu's eyes as he launched a punch toward Qin Hai. That formidable and terrifying force behind his punch seemed to pierce through space as it neared Qin Hai. However, at this very instant, with a silver flicker, a hand noiselessly stretched out. Calmly, it blocked in front of Qin Hai. Clang! A loud collision. Long Yu's alarming attack was actually blocked by a single hand. What? Long Yu shifted his gaze in shock. There, a Chen Feng that was enveloped by a silver radiance could be seen. His right hand was stretched out in an extremely casual manner, giving an illusion that not an ounce of power was put into that outstretched hand, yet it had blocked Long Yu's strongest attack. Long Yu could not believe that. How is that possible? Is anything truly impossible? A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Qin Hai, thanks. Next, you can leave everything to me. Calmly, Chen Feng walked forth. The agitated Zhou Xiaorou rushed out to hold onto the collapsing Qin Hai before retreating backward with him. This time, the roles were switched. Chen Feng was the one blocking in front of them. Bang! Dot. At this instant, the silver radiance appeared so dazzling. Since Luck Aura was done with its upgrade and his energy equipment was completely assembled, moving forward, this would be his home ground instead. The descendants of a dragon? Chen Feng looked at Long Yu's group as a mocking smile appeared on his face. Indeed, that huge skull greatly resembled a western dragon. Coupled with that pair of immense wings, it truly looked like a giant dragon.
However, if one were to study it attentively.
Chen Feng had a faint smile on his face.
Are you sure you guys are not the descendants of a lizard instead? Chen Feng.
Long Yu's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Chen Feng.
Are you aware of what you are doing? Of course, Chen Feng answered, smiling. The so-called dragon's bloodline, what a load of bullshit. Do you think I can't recognize the fact that you guys are simply a bunch of mutants?
You guys are simply a bunch of legal mutants. Previously, when I participated in the competition, I met a bunny girl as well. You guys are more or less the same as her.
At most, you guys are some lizard mutants. Bang!
Instantly, the Long family members raged.
Mutant? Lizard?
They were bursting with rage.
That noble dragon's bloodline they had, that strength they had that was higher than an ordinary person's, that formidable power coursing through their veins, was actually deduced by Chen Feng in such a manner? Bunny girl? Lizard mutant? They felt deeply insulted. You are courting death. Killing intent was seething out of every pore on Long Yu's body. Bang!
He punched out with a terrifying force.
All the black-robed men moved at the same time as well, their target being Chen Feng. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Come.
A formidable power could be clearly felt within from the silver radiance wrapped around him.
The super-powerful energy equipment with a power amplifier of 500%.
A power amplifier of 500% might have been reached when a D-class genetic warrior erupted with their strongest secret art.
However, that was still an instantaneous eruption, and had all sorts of limitations. But for the current Chen Feng, there were no limitations. Every single punch of his would be amplified by 500%.
At this place where no energy could be used, only the physical body's strength, Chen Feng was in unrivaled existence.
Bang! Bang! Instantly, Chen Feng erupted. With a punch of his, a black-robed man was flung away.
With another punch of his, another black-robed man was punctured by him. From that terrifying silver radiance, a terrifying power was erupting.
Battle! 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 Bang! Bang!
Silver radiance flickered without stop as all the lizard mutants were beaten back into their human form. Finally, even Long Yu was smashed away by that silver punch.
How is this possible?
Long Yu's eyes were filled with disbelief. He had never expected himself to be smashed away by a mere D-class gene producer, more so when they were competing in a domain he specialized in, pure physical strength. Currently, an alarmed expression appeared on Chen Hai's face as well. Chen Feng is so powerful? To break through his limit, to not fall behind the others, he had chosen to walk this difficult and dangerous path. Finally, his flesh had been strengthened to his current level. Since his potential had been fully exhausted, it hadn't been possible for him to increase his attributes. Hence, using such a method, he had thoroughly altered the nature of his body.
Strength attribute limit? Spirit attribute limit?
All these were now pointless. He had altered the ordinary human body he had into a stronger body. With that, even when his attributes remained, he was still able to unleash an inconceivable might. This was the path Chen Hai had chosen.
However, this Chen Feng fellow was actually so powerful now?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 234, Giant Dragon Something. Chapter 234, Giant Dragon Something. Translator, Limeston Editor, Tenish.
It's energy equipment, Zhua Xiaoro whispered. It might be related to that branch he held onto.
This shouldn't be his regular condition.
She was clear how strong Chen Feng normally was. If Chen Feng was this powerful in his regular condition, they would have ended the battle and left this place with Chen Hai long ago.
MHM. Chen Hai nodded slightly.
However, his eyes never left Chen Feng. Regardless of whether this was his regular condition or not, Chen Feng was once again beyond him. This youngster that had defeated him during the competition had once again surpassed him. Moreover, this youngster had saved him once again.
Chen Feng.
Chen Hai muttered inwardly. He was aware that, similar to him, Chen Feng was also a person of outstanding talent. This black horse of the rookie competition was currently growing at an extremely terrifying speed. Chen Hai's gaze was resolute.
I won't fall behind. Even if he couldn't surpass Chen Feng, even if he would forever be chasing after Chen Feng, he would not fall behind. Bang! The resplendent silver radiance shone dazzlingly. Long Yu was flung backward as blood spurted furiously out of his mouth.
The other black-robed men were all sprawled everywhere on the ground, howling in grief. This was simply a battle between those in different leagues.
That was an energy equipment assembled with a huge amount of luck value. Chen Feng waved his hand. Let's end this.
At this moment, in a bizarre undertone, a chant resounded.
Shua! Instantly, the whole world sunk into darkness. Chen Feng's heart jolted. What happened? Hum. And subdued chant could be heard, akin to a demonic curse being cast amidst the darkness. Rays of bizarre-looking red lights hovered up of the black-robed men. Next, those black robes started interweaving together. Along with the black robes, those red rays started interweaving as well, creating a bizarre-looking scene. Xiao! Xiao! One string of blood after another was created. I shall not die here. Long Yu's sinister-looking gaze was filled with killing intent. Those who insult the Long family must pay the price. Ah! Next, a heart-wrenching shout could be heard. Surrounded by the blood-red strings, Long Yu's body started to collapse. Countless terrifying red strings twined around him until, ultimately, a huge clump of red radiance was formed. Bang! The red radiance bloomed. Howl! An imposing howl resounded. Amidst the red radiance, a lively radiance flickered into existence. As the darkness faded, a dazzling giant dragon formed of the red strings appeared in the air. Every single motion and flap of its wings appeared so mesmerizing. That is. Qin Hai and the rest inhaled mouthfuls of cold air. Giant dragon. It was really a giant dragon. Even if that was a product created through the power unleashed by Long Yu and the black-robed men, this still signified that the power of a dragon truly coursed through their blood. The descendants of a dragon. What the Long family believed was actually the truth? Howl. The giant dragon howled. Its eyes still bore some semblance to Long Yu. Evidently, all the black-robed men had transformed into bloodstrings in order to assist Long Yu in his transformation into a blood-colored giant dragon, but... You dare lay hands on the power that belongs to us? All of you deserve death, the giant dragon howled. Howl. A trace of a dragon's aura could be felt from the terrifying roar. The giant dragon's eyes were shining with a dazzling red radiance and were filled with killing intent. It locked onto Chen Feng before opening its wide jaw. Next, a thick beam of blood-colored light shot out from the jaw. Bang! Only a dazzling red could be seen. Chen Feng! Qin Hai and Zhou Xiaorou were alarmed. That was a dragon. All this while, a dragon had remained a legend to them. However, now that they had witnessed this so-called dragon's bloodline and dragon's skull, it was probable that a dragon truly existed. Even if the dragon before them was simply something that Long Yu had temporarily transformed into, that terrifying might it exhibited was sufficient to plant fear in a person's heart. Could Chen Feng block this attack? Instinctively, Qin Hai and Zhou Xiaorou looked at Chen Feng. There, amidst the boundless red, a dazzling radiance abruptly appeared and started shining. Qin Hai's eyes shone. It's Chen Feng. Bang! Bang! The silver radiance appeared dazzling. With the energy equipment on him, Chen Feng ultimately managed to defend against this attack despite the fact that the impact of the attack had pushed him backward. Shwa! The blood-red radiance disappeared, leaving a row of deep footprints on the ground. This is the power of a dragon? Chen Feng said coldly. For some reason, the calm in his voice felt infuriating to his opponent's ears. Humph, the giant dragon bellowed. Shwa! Shwa! The blood-red pair of wings started flapping. At that, the giant dragon started raging as torrents of blood-red radiance washed over Chen Feng without stop. That speck of feeble silvery flickering representing Chen Feng was almost completely submerged by the red. However, regardless of how many times the attacks bombarded Chen Feng, that silver radiance remained. Bang! Bang! Calmly, Chen Feng punched out, one punch at a time. Every single punch was accompanied by a silver radiance. At this moment, that formidable power assembled by the Spirit Sea Wood was unleashing an inconceivable might. Bang! Bang! Amidst the red torrent, he was actually advancing. 1 step. 2 steps. Shwa! Chen Feng shouted, open. The blood-red radiance that seemed to cover the sky vanished, and once again, the silver radiance shone upon the world. Bang! Chen Feng leaped and erupted with at least 30% of his energy equipment's energy supply and smashed into the blood-red dragon. Bang! The earth trembled. A dazzling radiance dispersed. Pooh! That enormous giant dragon was smashed away. You? The giant dragon stared at Chen Feng, unbelieving. Defeated. He was defeated. A giant dragon might not have been a dragon in the truest sense,
but anything with the word dragon in its name would normally be extremely terrifying. Even if there was only a small amount of giant dragon gene in the people of the Long family, when they extracted all the genes within their body and condensed them together to form the giant dragon, the power unleashed was still terrifying. This was a power that belonged only to their Long family. However, he had been defeated. Defeated by this bastard here that he could previously eradicate with a wave of his hand. Shua! Chen Feng walked forth. You lose, he said calmly. This is impossible. The giant dragon roared, we are the Long family. We are the descendants of a dragon. It is impossible for us to be defeated by you. Is this due to insufficient dragon genes used? That must be it. Killing intent seethed out of the red giant dragon's eyes as it landed on the dragon's skull. You are the one who forced me into this. The power of a dragon's skull, the true power of a giant dragon. He. Ha 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 ha. The giant dragon laughed crazily. Bang! Its huge red claw grabbed toward the dragon's skull. Hum. A terrifying power started surging. Not good. Chen Hai's expression changed slightly. The power of the dragon's skull was simply too dreadful. It was capable of restricting even the A-class Lei Hao's power. Even if Chen Feng managed to break away from the restriction subjected on him, if the giant dragon were to absorb the power contained within the dragon's skull, their fusion would be the most dreadful thing. The methods of those from the Long family were simply too terrifying. They possessed the capability to assemble the genes from all lifeforms that contained even a sliver of a dragon's gene within them to form a giant dragon, and within the dragon's skull was a true giant dragon gene. The moment he absorbed the dragon's skull, what appeared next might be a genuine giant dragon, but... However, surprisingly, Chen Feng merely looked on indifferently. Chen Feng? Zhou Xiaorou reminded him. At times like this, shouldn't he be stopping them? There's no need. Chen Feng sneered. If he chose not to fuse with the so-called dragon's skull, he might have been able to flee. He might even have been able to flee together with this skull here. But now... Howl! The red radiance shone dazzlingly. The radiance surrounding the blood-red giant dragon intensified. Evidently, it was absorbing the power of the dragon's skull. Zhou Xiaorou was confused. Why? That was the bone of a giant dragon. Hence, the powerful gene of the giant dragon would definitely exist within it. How could he? At the same time, an odd expression appeared on Chen Hai's face as he seemed to recall something. Could it be? That's right. A toying smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. It's that thing. Dragon's skull? Who said this was a dragon's skull? Just because it resembled a dragon's head and had a huge size, it was a dragon's skull? If this was any other place, with such a size and its resemblance with a dragon, there was no doubt in its identity as a dragon's skull. However, what place was this? Frozen sea tundra. Here, there were countless life forms that were incomparably huge in size. If that was truly a giant dragon, how was it possible for such a powerful life form to not mutate here? And after mutation, how much larger would its body be? No one knew the answer. As it turned out, this skull here that greatly resembled a dragon and possessed the mystical erase ability just happened to greatly resemble a different lifeform that Chen Feng remembered. Dissolving lizard. Ability, release a weak undulation capable of reducing the power of energy. After coming here, this ordinary lifeform had mutated into a giant dragon. That seemingly ordinary ability it possessed had also transformed into an extremely powerful energy restrictor. This was what Long Yu was planning to fuse with. Did he truly believe that Chen Feng was merely insulting them when he jeered at them earlier, calling them lizard mutants? No. In fact, Chen Feng was truly curious. He was curious to know, when the powerful giant dragon with the mysterious power formed by the giant dragon genes of the Long family fused with a lizard gene, what would be the result? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 235, New Ability. Chapter 235, New Ability. Translator, Limeston Editor, Tenish. Bang! Light swirled around as Long Yu finished absorbing the new genes. The power within the dragon's skull was absorbed and fused with the blood-red giant dragon. Ultimately, a brand new type of energy was created as the giant dragon's body started changing without stop. Noiselessly, the wings disappeared. The enormous body of the giant dragon reduced in size, and its limbs shortened as its body neared the ground. Ultimately, the transformation finished and it became a huge blood-red lizard. Evolution? Nope. This was degeneration.
Chen Feng. So he had indeed turned into a lizard? Long Yu was horrified. No. This is impossible.
They were descendants possessing the bloodline of a dragon.
How was it possible for him to transform into something like this?
Even if he were to fuse with genes of other species, the power of the genes should not be able to surpass the power of the dragon's bloodline.
Chen Feng sighed.
Erase. The lizard's erase ability had erased the power of the so-called dragon's bloodline. From the moment Long Yu had started absorbing the power within the skull, he had been destined to reach a dead end.
Chen Feng shook his head. Let's end it. Bang! With a terrifying and dazzling silver, Chen Feng smashed Long Yu away with a punch.
However, Long Yu's huge body merely rolled on the ground before standing up without any injuries.
Ha 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 ha.
Even without the genes of a dragon, the genes of this lizard are powerful enough.
Long Yu had a vicious expression on his face.
He could clearly feel the formidable power within his body. What he felt was the formidable power belonging to the enlarged dissolving lizard.
Even without the dragon's bloodline, it was still powerful. As long as he killed Chen Feng and returned to the Long family. Bang! Bang!
Long Yu started raging. That terrifying body of his charged at Chen Feng.
Shwa! Shwa! Its long tail whipped forth. Chen Feng's silver energy equipment actually failed to resist this attack. Ha ha! When this power is so formidable, so what if it's the power of a lizard? Long Yu had a vicious expression. Bang! Dot!
It moved its body and charged at Chen Feng. However, surprisingly, even when he was in an absolute disadvantage, Chen Feng did not appear anxious. He merely stared at Long Yu with sympathy in his eyes. Long Yu's heart throbbed.
What's going on? Have you forgotten one thing? A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face.
You have indeed obtained a huge improvement in your strength after absorbing the power of lizard. However, the skull whose power was fully absorbed by you. That huge skull turned into dust as it dispersed. After having all its power absorbed, this skull was no longer able to maintain its form. As it was gone, the most formidable power of this skull, the erase ability, had disappeared as well.
Now, everyone here could once again use their energy. Not good.
Long Yu's heart throbbed.
If they recover their ability to use energy. Bang! Suddenly, a terrifying pressure started descending.
The cold voice of Zhuo Xiaorou resounded, unregulated gravity, grinder. She had been holding her frustrations for so long and could no longer hold it in. Finally, after the restriction on energy usage was removed, she erupted with her strongest ability.
Bang!
The huge lizard loudly slammed into the ground, never to stand up again.
We. Long family.
Long Yu's indignant shout stopped mid-sentence.
Bang!
Zhuo Xiaorou waved her tiny hand. Long Yu could not even finish his sentence before his death. His huge pair of eyes were fixed on Chen Feng's group, unable to believe that he would actually die here.
It's over. Chen Feng exhaled in relief.
It had been too difficult.
Lei Ming. Long Yu.
This frozen sea tundra trip had been much more dangerous than he'd imagined. However, amidst the extreme dangers, he'd reaped great profits as well. Qin Hai had been saved and Chen Feng's luck aura was once again upgraded, if a level was assigned to it, the luck aura should be level 3 now, right?
A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Shwa! He checked himself. Luck value, 1,000 points.
As the spirit seawood he'd obtained this time was bigger than the previous spirit seawood, after upgrading his luck aura, 1,000 points of luck value were left for him. Naturally, this was not the most crucial reward he obtained. The most crucial reward was the new functions luck aura had gained from the upgrade.
Shwa!
Chen Feng activated his luck aura.
A
layer of an illusory world appeared. This was an illusory world only Chen Feng could see. Similar to the digitized world, it could be classified as a unique and independent spiritual world. Chen Feng was somewhat astonished.
Luck aura has created its own spiritual world as well? Shwa!
Chen Feng scanned the newly created world, and immediately, his body shivered. In this illusory world, countless bizarre light particles were drifting around, with rays of light swirling around as well. Within this world, the powerful and mysterious power of luck seemed to flow. This was a world formed with luck.
An illusory world.
The luck number generator that Chen Feng had created using the gene fragments in his digitized world was a function this new world possessed. He no longer needed to fret his mind over the usage of his luck number generator.
Everything would be automated within this illusory world. For example, Holiang's coordinates. Schwa.
A bizarre power started coursing through this world of luck as the mysterious power contained within this world swirled around before transmitting the accurate coordinate to Chen Feng.
That was not the end of it.
In the illusory world, the lights that were swirling around actually formed a scene depicting what Holiang was currently doing.
This is... Chen Feng's heart jolted. A scene.
Using light particles, it was indeed possible to depict all sorts of scenes. Theoretically, as long as the light particles were arranged in a specific manner, any scene could be depicted. However, the probability for the light particles to arrange themselves in just the correct manner to display the scene he needed was too low. If he were to force it to happen, the exhaustion of luck value would be too huge. At least, this was something he couldn't accomplish in his digitized world.
That was simply a joke. How many gene fragments would be required to form a proper scene? It was unknown.
And now, due to the existence of this illusory world, all the light particles and everything else capable of affecting probability had appeared. These bizarre light particles had formed this illusory world. Here, a scene that was exactly the same as what was happening in reality would be depicted. In short, due to the existence of this illusory world, the previous feedback from his luck aura, which he could only receive in numeric form, had now been modernized, entering a brand new era.
This was akin to an upgrade from a BlackBerry to an iPhone. So, in the future, images will accompany the coordinates when I look for someone? Chen Feng was filled with anticipation.
Within the shown scene, Holiang started taking his clothes off.
Chen Feng's face darkened. Luckily, the scene vanished after only 1 second.
As such, Chen Feng was saved from witnessing that particular scene.
Instinctively, he exhaled in relief. Luck value exhaustion, 1 point. Luck aura, lockdown had been upgraded. If lockdown has been upgraded, how about luck aura, alarm?
Chen Feng urged inwardly. All along, the manner in which his luck aura, alarm worked had always been quite violent. It had always been using the destruction of gene fragments as a means of notifying Chen Feng of the impending crisis. This was not the most desirable manner for this ability to work. Now, when using this ability with his new illusory world, would more information be shown with these light particles? If the enemies were to appear, would their exact position be shown? Using red dots to show the number of enemies that had appeared, etc. Chen Feng had way too many ideas on ways to use this new illusory world of his. Let's try it out. Schwa. Light swirled around. Once again, luck aura was activated. Schwa. The illusory world condensed and an astonishing scene appeared. This was a huge circular screen with 3 dots in the middle of it. The 3 dots represented Chen Feng, Qinhai, and Zhuo Xiaorou. 5 kilometers away from them, countless red dots were approaching them rapidly. It worked. The birth of a new ability. An evolved luck aura, alarm. This was similar to the mini-maps in the games Chen Feng had played during his previous life. Using such a bizarre manner, a mini-map was recreated in this world. However, before Chen Feng could even bask in the joyful feeling, he was alarmed by those red dots. Enemy attack. Those numerous red dots were all enemies. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 236, This is 2 Chapter 236, This is 2 IMBA. Translator, Limeston Editor, Tenish. Multiple silhouettes were traveling through the snow tundra. Lei Hao and Lei Ming were among them. Just several minutes after Chen Feng and Long Yu started their battle, the second wave of the people from the mysterious organization arrived. This time, all of those dispatched were above C class. Moreover, even a class were included in their midst. Are you sure there's a spirit Seawood here? The leading A-class genetic warrior asked Lei Hao. Lei Hao sighed. I'm certain. If possible, he would absolutely not want to contact this guy here even if he was aware that this guy was on a mission nearby. That was because the moment this guy was contacted, the new owner of the spirit Seawood might change. With his present strength, he would most probably fail to obtain the spirit Seawood for himself. Very good. That guy was very pleased. Spirit Seawood, this was an item that very few people knew about. Even those from the Genetic Union or Gene Production Association had limited records about it. Instead, they had simply labeled it as an item of legends. Only the people from their organization knew that this thing truly existed. Anyone who possessed the core member's badge would be able to feel that power contained within. Only a feeble trace of it was contained within their badge, yet one could feel that it was an extremely formidable power. If he were to obtain one whole spirit Seawood, possessing true power, He was truly tempted. Initially, he had been in a mission at a nearby area that was even more dangerous than this area. However, after receiving Lei Hao's message, he'd given up on his mission and rushed over without the slightest hesitation.
Yi Tong.
Lei Hao sighed. When the time comes, just share 1/10 of it with us and that will do.
Yi Tong was all smiles.
Yes, yes. Yi Tong found this guy quite tactful. If he only wanted 1/10, it wouldn't be a problem.
As for Chen Feng's group,
they were simply non-existent to him.
That long-something family, eliminate all of them. As for Chen Feng, capture him alive. Yi Tong ordered coldly.
Roger. Everyone accepted his commands. Everyone on the summit of the snow mountain was locked onto by them.
Shwa.
Shwa, dot.
Waves of light started enveloping the summit.
Finally, one powerful B-class scout transmitted the latest situation to them. Currently, only corpses remained of the Long family.
Chen Feng's trio were the only ones left alive there. A toying smile appeared on Yi Tong's face. Seems like they are done up there?
Interestingly, they'd had their work cut short by Chen Feng's group.
Be careful, Lei Ming said in a low voice. The previous Spirit Sea Wood was destroyed by this very Chen Feng. Destroyed?
Yi Tong felt doubtful.
An ordinary power could destroy the Spirit Sea Wood? However, he was unclear, since he had never held onto a true Spirit Sea Wood before. Hence, he ordered, leave Chen Feng to me. You all can deal with the rest.
Roger, everyone replied.
Shwa.
Flickering around like shadows, they noiselessly surrounded the whole snow mountain summit before moving toward the summit.
A new battle was going to break out at any time. Currently, Chen Feng's trio had unsightly expressions on their faces as well. Enemy attack. A huge amount of enemies.
Despite being able to see these enemies through the mini-map, they were unable to find an escape route, as the enemies were approaching while surrounding the summit at the same time.
Breaking through with force?
Chen Feng looked at these enemies where the weakest among them were C-class, and he could only smile bitterly.
This time, things were truly getting dangerous.
He still had his silver energy equipment on him. This set of unique silver energy equipment was assembled using at least 10,000 points of luck value. He could clearly feel how terrifying this energy equipment was. Every single piece of the silver radiance on his energy equipment was made up of compressed energy worth millions of units. Which of his myriad illusions abilities were chosen as the attribute of this energy equipment was unknown. However, an astonishing amount of power was clearly contained within this set of energy equipment. Even if Chen Feng chose to wear this energy equipment on him for one whole year, the energy on it would probably not be exhausted.
However, that was all there was to it. Regardless of the amount of energy contained within this set of energy equipment, he would not be able to use it for anything.
That was because the attribute of the energy used this time only had a single main function, to defend against erase. This was a set of energy equipment capable of smooth energy circulation despite being subjected to the power of the erase ability.
This was its function. As for the true combat power of this energy equipment? Peak C class. Chen Feng sighed.
If this place had not been affected by the erase ability earlier, when the luck value had been overflowing, if that bizarre erase ability hadn't been present, the energy equipment formed under support of his unlimited luck value would definitely have been much stronger. Perhaps it might even have surpassed the power AB class possessed. However, could Chen Feng truly control an energy equipment at that level?
He was not certain.
Let's escape, Zhou Xiaoro proposed. Under her gravity control, their escaping speed would be much faster.
With Chen Feng's energy equipment, as long as they reached the frozen sea, neither the mysterious organization nor A-class experts wouldn't be able to do anything to them. There at the frozen sea, Chen Feng was the sole tyrant. Qin Hai shook his head. We won't be able to get there.
By now, the vague silhouettes of those from the mysterious organization started appearing around them. The one leading the group from the frozen sea's direction was that A-class expert. Evidently their opponent was also aware of how terrifying Chen Feng could be on the frozen sea, so they were not taking any chances. There was simply no way out for them now.
Qin Hai's expression was unsightly. Damn it.
They had still ultimately sunk into an impasse.
I'm sorry.
He felt somewhat guilty toward Chen Feng, as he was the cause of Chen Feng's current predicament.
Chen Feng shook his head. Don't worry about it. What should he do now? Luck value?
He had around 1,000 points of luck value remaining. Based on his experience during his previous situation that was quite similar to their current situation, using his luck value to alter reality might really work. However, the 1000 points of luck value were merely sufficient to save them from their current crisis and might bring unknown dangers to them. For example, when he'd previously used 1000 points of luck value to deal with Lei Hao, he'd had instead helped Long Yu. After dealing with Long Yu, a new A-class expert had instead appeared. 1000 points of luck value were only sufficient to resolve a single crisis. Hence, should he do it? Hopefully, this is the final crisis. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. However, at this moment, Zhou Xiaorou suddenly recalled something. Oh yeah, I still have one more drawing from Sister Xiaoyu. She told me to use it during the most dangerous moment. Xiaoyu. Chen Feng's eyes shone. That mysterious young lady with zero combat power. Shua. Zhou Xiaorou took out a drawing. What is this? Zhou Xiaorou was puzzled, as this drawing was yet another energy circulation blueprint. Chen Feng's heart throbbed. The previous blueprint had greatly increased his strength, making him a tyrant of the frozen sea. This time round, let me take a look. Filled with excitement, Chen Feng looked at the drawing. However, his expression became somewhat odd after that. This is self-detonation? That's right. This was a blueprint for a self-detonation energy circulation route. Shit. Chen Feng widened his eyes. Self-detonation? Is she kidding? He was clear on how terrifying his energy equipment was. The moment he self-detonated, the power that he could unleash would definitely reach C-class. With the strength of his physical body, it was probable that he wouldn't even survive it. Moreover, against a bunch of C-, B-, and A-class enemies, was there a point to self-detonation? Zhou Xiaorou hung her head dispiritedly. This was probably meant to be used when we were against Long Yu. Indeed, if she had taken this drawing out when facing Long Yu, it might have been helpful. Unfortunately, Chen Feng had dealt with Long Yu with brute force alone. Zhou Xiaorou sighed. If only I took this out earlier. If they had taken a shorter amount of time dealing with Long Yu, they might have been gone long ago. This drawing of Lady Xiaoyu's was not wrong, Zhou Xiaorou was the one who had taken it out at the wrong time. Zhou Xiaorou lowered her head. I'm sorry. Chen Feng shook his head. Don't worry about it. The blame was not on her. As Chen Feng continued staring at this blueprint, he was suddenly stunned. Self-detonation. With his current strength, if he were to self-detonate ordinary energy equipment, the power that resulted might reach C-class. However, with the current silver energy equipment. Abruptly, Chen Feng inhaled a mouthful of cold air. His silver energy equipment was simply too terrifying. If he were to self-detonate it, it was simply akin to a small-scale nuclear warhead. This drawing of Lady Xiaoyu's was simply perfect for this situation. However, he no longer had his Peril Rebirth. Self-detonation and Peril Rebirth were simply a perfect match. After his super-powerful self-detonation, he would be resurrected by his Peril Rebirth. However, he had been in too much of a rush when he'd come here. As such, he hadn't had time to produce a Peril Rebirth. If he were to self-detonate forcefully, everyone here would die. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. Hence, is this drawing telling us to die together with the enemies? Shua. The enemies were nearing them. At this instant, as Chen Feng was staring at the blueprint, he suddenly remembered the first blueprint he'd received from Xiaoyu. Body separation. Self-detonation. Suddenly, Chen Feng's eyes shone brightly. So that's the case. Chen Feng laughed heartily. Ha ha. I got it. Qin Hai and Zhou Xiaorou were dumbstruck. Had this kid gone crazy? Chen Feng pulled Zhou Xiaorou over and whispered to her, Xiaorou, do this. Currently, Lei Hao's group had reached the depth of the snow tundra. The silhouettes of Chen Feng's group were already visible for them. Yi Tong had a faint smile. So they are the ones who beat you back? Lei Hao's lips twitched. Be careful lest the erase power is still around. I will take note, Yi Tong said calmly. What a joke. Since he already knew about that ability in advance, he would make his move outside the erase area of effect. These mere C-class and D-class kids wouldn't be able to accomplish much against him. Prepare. Yi Tong commanded. Shua. Everyone moved to their positions. However, at this moment, from the snow mountain summit, there was an abrupt flash of silver. Chen Feng, who was bathed in silver radiance, had charged forth at an extreme speed, charging toward Yi Tong. Has he gone insane? Just as everyone was bewildered, the silver streak abruptly somersaulted in the air. Next, Chen Feng rolled out of the energy equipment, separating his body from the energy equipment. Bang! That energy equipment that was radiating silver continued its charge toward Yitong, akin to an artillery shell, thought. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 237, Brother, does this scene look familiar? Chapter 237, Brother, does this scene look familiar? Translator, Limeston Editor, Tenish. Xiao. At this instant, the dazzling silver radiance seemed to be the only existence in the world. That set of armor that had separated from Chen Feng maintained its high momentum as it charged toward Yitong. Everyone else was dumbstruck. This works? What type of an attack could this be considered as? No one could answer that. This was also the first time they had seen such an attacking method. The energy equipment could actually be used in such a manner. However, even if they lacked knowledge of such a manner of attack, they could clearly feel the terrifying power contained within the energy equipment. Currently, that silver energy equipment was radiating a might terrifying enough to cause one's heart to palpitate. The power was at C class, peak C class, B class, peak B class. The power it radiated was increasing without stop. Soon, it reached a class. How is that possible? They exclaimed in alarm. A class. Chen Feng's energy equipment had unleashed A-class power? How was that possible? Even if the energy equipment had yet to explode, the occasional aura it radiated was sufficient to cause incomparable horror to the others. This was truly the power of an A-class. It was also the strongest attack Chen Feng had unleashed so far. Shwa! Shwa! Countless people got out of the way in horror. Everyone except Yitong, who merely sneered as a response. A class? This is a power you reached after employing some methods, right? He. Yitong shook his head slightly. Child, do you think that in the world of classes, it's only a matter of might? Such an idiotic attack, even if it contained the might of a class. He sighed. This attack of Chen Feng's was indeed mighty. However, that was all there was to it. It might have a powerful might behind it, but such an idiotic manner of attack would never hit its target. What did the power of an A-class look like? A good example would be the battle at the Ice River back then. Mount Tai's suppression. The region of 9 suns. So many A-class abilities had been unable to achieve the desired effect. What was the reason for that? It was because of the method of attack. When one party attacked, did that mean that the enemy did not know how to defend? Back then, only Lei Hao's verbal compliance law had been able to display the greatest effect. That was because his attack had ignored defense and everything else to directly appear on Wang Yao's body. That was the scariest type of attack. As for the self-detonating energy equipment of Chen Feng's? Yitong laughed. It might have had the power of an A-class, but this was definitely the most idiotic A-class attack Yitong had ever witnessed. Bang! That silver radiance streaked forth like an artillery shell as it moved straight ahead and smashed into the snowy ground. Shwa! Bringing along the people near him, Yitong retreated several hundred meters backward. This distance was sufficient. Bang! Finally, it ended with an astonishing silver blossom. The earth trembled and the heavens and earth seemed to have been pierced through by a single silver beam of light. It exploded. It had truly exploded. As that terrifying A-class attack exploded, within a circumference of 100 meters around it, there was not a single survivor. Several B-class genetic warriors that had not been able to escape in time were directly disintegrated into ashes. This was the power of an A-class. Moreover, the areas that were further away were also hit by the shockwave of this attack. Pooh! Countless B-class and C-class genetic warriors suffered heavy injuries. However, further away, a larger amount of them were safe and sound. Calmly, Yitong activated a defensive barrier as they stood several hundreds of meters away from the center of explosion as he easily blocked the attack. Killing him? What a joke! Bang! Bang! The silver radiance shined without stop while Yitong easily blocked all attacks on him, appearing extremely tyrannical. So powerful. Even the heart of Lei Hao jolted. This guy is even stronger now compared to the last time I met him. It seems like I need to recover from my injuries as soon as possible now. After a long time, the silver faded. On the snowy ground where the energy equipment had landed, a huge abyss had appeared. It was so deep the bottom of it couldn't be seen, sufficient to showcase the horror of that self-detonation earlier. However, Yitong, Lei Hao, and the rest were safe and sound. Several B-class and C-class genetic warriors that were slow had been killed. However, this did not have much effect on their strength as a whole.
Then, time to end this? Calmly, Yi Tong looked over.
At this moment, Chen Feng and the rest were already on their way down the snow mountain.
Kill! Yi Tong ordered coldly. Lei Hao had a sudden ominous feeling. Wait.
The scene before their eyes was so similar to the scene back then during the Ice River battle. Back then, it was this very unremarkable Chen Feng that had rescued Wang Yao, causing all his efforts to be fruitless. Now, without Wang Yao here, there shouldn't have been any problems with only Chen Feng here. However, suddenly, Lei Hao's heart trembled. That was because, right at this moment, outside of everyone's expectations, Chen Feng smiled.
Heh, brother. Chen Feng waved his hand at Lei Hao.
Don't you feel like this scene looks quite familiar? Lei Hao fixed his eyes on Chen Feng.
Yi Tong sneered.
What are you afraid of? Without the power of the erasability here and with that silver energy equipment gone, the current Chen Feng was simply trash. What was there to be scared of? Kill! Yi Tong commanded his underlings to kill Qin Hai and Zhou Xiaoro while he started approaching Chen Feng to capture him alive. However, it was at this moment that, from Chen Feng's hands, an abrupt, intense radiance appeared. Seemingly endless energy started gushing out and formed a huge water gun in his hand. At the back of the water gun, a hose was inserted into the newly created pit. There, the seawater of the frozen sea could be seen gushing out. Not good. Finally, Lei Hao figured out the source of his sense of crisis. Lei Hao shouted, "Flee, quick!" However, it was too late. Xiao! 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 Suddenly, a blue torrent shot out. It was aimed straight at Yi Tong, who was the nearest to Chen Feng, but... What is that? Yi Tong had extremely high awareness. The first instant he saw that blue radiance, his A-class defense activated. However, what horrified him was the fact that his A-class defense was akin to paper at this moment. Finally, Yi Tong had an ominous feeling. Dodge! However, even if the speed at which he dodged was extremely fast enough for the icy blue torrent that was initially aimed at his chest to miss by a wide margin due to him being too near, he ultimately still failed to completely avoid it. Pooh! He was sprayed a face full of water by Chen Feng. Pooh! Half his face dissolved on the spot as a mournful scream pierced the skies. No, don't! Yi Tong was horrified. How had this happened? He was an A-class expert. Yet he was disfigured by a D-class gene producer? Yi Tong could not believe this. Idiot! Lei Hao cursed inwardly. Had this guy forgotten what place this was due to him being at a class for way too long? This was the frozen sea tundra. An unexplored forbidden area. Xiao! Xiao! A multitude of icy blue radiances shot out. Escape! Everyone escaped in a sorry manner. Suddenly, Yi Tong screeched, "Chen Feng!" The pain did not faze him, as he had simply been in countless dangerous situations. Earlier, he had used an emergency healing gene reagent, the strongest A-class healing reagent, on himself. However, half his face was still disfigured. Even if his flesh were to regrow there, his face would still appear dreadful. His previous appearance would never return to him. Chen Feng, you! Yi Tong appeared deranged. His terrifying shout resounded, "I want to kill you!" Bang! Bang! Yi Tong started raging. His silhouette flickered as he transformed into countless sharp gleams that streaked toward Chen Feng. However, under the endless icy blue torrents, he was simply unable to near Chen Feng. As long as he approached Chen Feng, what welcomed would be the never-ending streams of icy seawater that were attacking indiscriminately. Chen Feng sneered. Getting revenge on me? How naive! Xiao! Xiao! His super-powered water gun started bursting without stop as two more enemies fell to him. Powered by energy, this super-powered water gun could shoot further without stronger might. At the same moment, a genetic warrior that was already several hundreds of meters away was staring at the gush of water that was randomly sprayed at him with despair on his face. Pooh! The icy blue landed on him. He widened his eyes abruptly, as that water had actually lost its effect this time. How could this? That's right! He was immediately overjoyed as he shouted, "The water will be ineffective 3 seconds after it leaves the body of water. As long as we are outside this range, he will not be able to harm us." So that's the case. Everyone felt enlightened. Schwa. They all started retreating. Xiao! Xiao! The icy seawater shot out by Chen Feng no longer appeared mighty. Ha ha ha! Yi Tong laughed malevolently as hatred seethed out of his eyes. Watch how I torture and kill you. A radius of several hundred meters. For A-class warriors like them, this was not a problem. They started surrounding Chen Feng, evidently planning to kill Chen Feng outside his attacking range. You are dead. Yi Tong's face twisted. Even now, he could still feel that searing pain on his face. Is that so? Chen Feng smiled. Next, he dragged Qin Hai and Zhou Xiaorou as they leaped into the abyss. What? When Yi Tong and the rest reached the vicinity of the abyss, they found that Chen Feng had assembled a purple submarine and was noiselessly sinking into the water. Yi Tong was dumbstruck. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 238, You guys are not idiots, right? Chapter 238, You guys are not idiots, right? Translator, Limeston Editor, Tenish. Chen Feng had escaped right in front of all of them. Just like that, in an absolutely unrestrained manner, he'd used his energy equipment ability to assemble a submarine. Yi Tong knew that a casual attack from him would be sufficient to destroy that thing. However, he couldn't hit it. Bang! Bang! His attacks rained down crazily. However, all of his attacks dissolved the moment they reached the seawater. Not all types of energy were capable of ignoring the power of the icy seawater. Apart from Chen Feng, these people would be stumped in this aspect. It's over just like this? The people behind Yi Tong had bewildered expressions. So, they had abandoned their initial mission to come over here to ambush Chen Feng, only to suffer countless casualties and have their A-class expert Yi Tong's face disfigured. Then their enemy escaped right in front of their face in a grandiose fashion with them unable to do anything except look at his escape? Even when they had 2 A-class experts with them? They won't be able to go far, someone suddenly said. That so-called submarine is most certainly an empty shell. That's right. Chen Feng definitely had zero mechanical knowledge, such as the data required to build a proper submarine. Hence, this energy equipment he'd forged was simply an empty shell. He would be able to control the submarine's movement through energy usage. How about the other factors? For example, air. There's no air underwater, someone cried out in alarm. Even if they have managed to escape from us, they are still going to die. True that. The frozen sea is too far away from here. The air within the submarine is definitely not enough to last them even 1/10 of the route to the open frozen sea area. They will definitely come out. Everyone analyzed. Very good. Yi Tong was seething with killing intent. He was certain that, among that trio, none of them had air-related ability. Blockade this abyss here. When they come out, kill without mercy. Yi Tong's killing intent was evident. They stared resolutely at the abyss. Roger. They had been careless earlier. This time, as long as Chen Feng's group revealed themselves for even a single instant, relentless attacks would be what welcomed them. Chen Feng would surely die. Naturally, they could also choose to not show themselves and instead drown to death under the water. Will this work? Lei Hao watched on with a frown on his face. Theoretically, their plan was flawless. However, he had an indescribable feeling that something somewhere was wrong. As long as the opponent was Chen Feng, some bizarre thing would always happen. Hopefully, there's no problem. Lei Hao muttered. If they failed to capture Chen Feng, their losses this time around were simply too disastrous. Moreover, based on his understanding of Yi Tong, this guy was extremely narcissistic when it came to his looks. It was very probable for this guy to become his enemy due to this. At this thought, the Lei Hao brothers fixed their gazes at the abyss as well. Snowflakes drifted down as time passed. The sky darkened, and the snow tundra became even colder. Currently, within the endless frozen sea, a purple radiance could be seen. Chen Feng's group was still submerged within the water. From the rear of the submarine, a succession of bubbles rumbled out. Zhou Xiaorou inhaled deeply. Wow, the air here is so fresh, she exclaimed in admiration. She had originally thought that the interior of this small submarine would be very stifling. Chen Feng merely laughed. He. What nonsense. You are breathing in highly concentrated oxygen. Of course it's fresh. At the front part of the submarine, energy spread out without stop to ionize the seawater. The icy seawater was, in essence, ordinary seawater as well. Its mysteriousness did not stem from the water itself. Instead, it originated from that mysterious power contained within the water. They only needed to absorb the water into the submarine and wait for 3 seconds for the water to lose its effectiveness and transform into common seawater. Next, they would use the energy of the submarine to ionize and extract oxygen and hydrogen out of it. Naturally, with the strength of their current body, oxygen toxicity was no longer a concern, as they were able to easily adapt to such purity of oxygen. As for the separation of other gaseous substances and impurities, a low amount of luck value was exhausted to easily deal with them. It was simply too easy. The path this world had undertaken for its development was different. This was the genetic era, the era where utmost strength was the pursuit of the masses. Hence, in this world, this knowledge was not taught during compulsory education, only combat and gene-related knowledge was taught. Granted, this information would be available in science books, but no one paid attention to those. Naturally, if Chen Feng knew that Yi Tong's group was currently waiting for him at the abyss, he would probably laugh himself to death at this idiotic act of theirs. Schwa! The submarine traveled in an aloof manner. Occasionally, the gigantic creatures of the seabed would pass them by, as evidenced by the huge shadows that brushed past their submarine, alarming them. Fortunately, for these creatures, that purple energy projected an indescribable pressure onto them, because it was ingrained in these creatures' brains that such energy capable of ignoring the icy seawater's power would only appear on reefs or the shore. As far as they were concerned, this signified unknown danger that they should avoid. Schwa! Schwa! They traveled amidst the flowing seawater and were appreciating the rarely seen scenery of the seabed. This is simply so much better compared to a marine park. Chen Feng lamented. Xin Hai started to stir. These life forms of frozen sea are at least a class. After absorbing a portion of the magnified lizard's power, he had gained a physical body that was unrivaled in C class, with his true combat power being unrivaled in D class. If he were to absorb the power of the frozen sea's life forms. Xin Hai. Zhuo Ro's gaze was filled with gentleness and infatuation. At this, Xin Hai's head ached. Earlier, she had already told him her identity. He had finally recalled who this young lady was. However, he truly wasn't that close to her. What age were they living in for her to believe in arranged marriage? Even the whole Qin family was already gone. But this young lady here had specifically come over to rescue him. Sigh. For this issue, Xin Hai was at a loss as well. He could only let nature take its course and let everything happen naturally for now. Xin Hai appeared amazed. Chen Feng, look at that ice shark. Zhuo Ro. Chen Feng. What an awkward way of changing the topic. I won't force you. Zhuo Ro's gaze softened yet, at the same time, filled with resoluteness. However, I will definitely make you fall in love with me. Because I am Zhuo Ro, the unique and unmatched Zhuo Ro. Up? One Chen Feng said in amazement. Usage of words was in itself an art. What? Evidently, Zhuo Ro did not understand him. Chen Feng coughed. Nothing. Beside him, Xin Hai glared at this troublemaker grudgingly. The snow tundra was extremely huge. The frozen sea beneath the snow tundra was even larger. Unhurriedly, the submarine drifted under the water. Chen Feng did not dare to speed up, since he was worried that he would accidentally knock into some random lifeforms of the frozen sea and cause an underwater explosion. The night passed quietly. At the snow tundra, in front of a certain pit, Yi Tong's group was freezing their asses off waiting for Chen Feng. With blank expressions, they stared at the surface of the water, which appeared so calm. A whole night had passed, yet nothing had come out. Was Chen Feng dead? Nope. They had probably escaped. Maybe they have some item capable of producing oxygen. Someone guessed. Yi Tong was ashen-faced. He could not believe that Chen Feng had even prepared for this before coming here. However, from what he had seen, he had no choice but to believe this was the case. Chen Feng had truly escaped. Ka! Veins surfaced on Yi Tong's forehead. At that disfigured face of his appeared twisted, giving him an extremely dreadful appearance. Yi Tong's killing intent was surging. I will kill you sooner or later. Behind him, everyone else sunk into silence out of fear. Even Lei Hao did not dare to provoke Yi Tong at this moment, lest this guy really go crazy and blame this on him. That wouldn't be worth it. Ultimately, Yi Tong ordered their withdrawal. Go! This mission of the mysterious organizations had ultimately concluded in failure. The snow tundra recovered its tranquility. After an unknown amount of time, suddenly, an old man appeared. Calmly, he walked along the freezing snow tundra before ultimately stopping at the snow mountain summit. He felt a familiar aura from this place. Old friend. I can feel your bloodline. Schwa. Slowly, he reached out with his hand. Bang! Noiselessly, the snow on the ground started melting, revealing the corpse of Long Yu. Dead? The old man contemplated. Schwa. He spread his right hand. At that, a bizarre radiance appeared and started swirling. With Long Yu as the center, bizarre changes started occurring around him. At the same time, Long Yu's body gradually transformed as well. Suddenly, that heart that had been immobile for a long time started beating again. Thump! Thump! Long Yu was revived. If someone else was here, they would have been extremely shocked to find that this was the power of time. In this world, there actually existed someone capable of controlling time. Thump! Thump! Long Yu's heart started pulsing in a lively manner. Blankly, Long Yu reopened his eyes, evidently not understanding what had happened. Schwa! The old man pointed at the empty air. Next, the earlier scene replayed itself in Long Yu's brain. Evidently, he was too lazy to explain what had happened. Hence, he employed such a simple method to let Long Yu know what had happened. Long Yu knelt down to express his gratitude. Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. This was a genuine expert. He could sense that the power of this senior was much higher than all those so-called A-class experts. That terrifying power of his was sufficient to plant fear in anyone. No worries. The old man shook his head slightly. I merely felt the bloodline of an old friend from your body. However feeble and impure the bloodline is, it's still my old friend's bloodline. Bloodline. Long Yu shivered as he recovered his cool. His bloodline was the giant dragon's bloodline. However, how was it possible for this old man's old friend to be a giant dragon? One had to know that the era where the giant dragon was alive was. Wait. Suddenly, he recalled that this old man here controlled the power of time. Did that not signify immortality? If that was the case, it wouldn't be odd for this old man to have had a giant dragon as a friend, even if giant dragons had only been alive during that era. Long Yu's emotions surged. He knew that this might be a gargantuan fortuitous encounter he had stumbled upon. Long Yu knelt on the ground. I earnestly beg for Senior's guidance. Whatever. The old man sighed. Since we met, this can be considered as fate. My old friend had been gone for a very long time. If you are able to once again display the same splendor belonging to him, it can serve as a consolation. Since that's the case, let me awake the bloodline within your body. Schwa! The bizarre radiance started swirling around. As his emotions surged, Long Yu kowtowed to express his gratitude. Many thanks. He knew that this was a gargantuan fortuitous encounter for him. From now onward, he would be reincarnated as a giant dragon. He would probably be the very first possessor of a true giant dragon's bloodline among the Long family. The old man waved his hand. Long Yu could feel the genes within his body burning. He knew it. He was returning to his roots. This was the power of time. Since you have reawakened your bloodline, do not forget to pass on this bloodline to the future generations. In this world, you are his sole heir. At that, the faint voice of the old man vanished together with his body, as if he had never appeared here. Amidst the snowy ground, only Long Yu remained, undergoing a body evolution. Schwa! Power swirled around him as he completed his evolution. His heart was overwhelmed by emotion. From today onward, his new identity would be the heir of the giant dragon. Those people such as Chen Feng and Qin Hai and even the Long Yu of the past were merely things that he would surpass. Ha 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 ha. Let me take a look at my present prowess. Howl. Long Yu tried activating the power of a dragon. However, it couldn't be found. Confused, Long Yu started observing his own body. Immediately, his expression changed abruptly. This was because he had alarmingly found that the entire dragon's bloodline in his body had disappeared. Only a never-before-seen bloodline was left coursing within him. Could it be? With an unbelieving expression, Long Yu continued studying this bloodline. That's right, he had indeed inherited a formidable bloodline. That old man had indeed reconstructed his bloodline. However, that old man's good friend, the one who had seemingly died a very long time ago, was simply not a giant dragon. Rather, it was the owner of that lizard skull they had been lugging around earlier. In other words, he was now a lizard? After a long time, a bitter shout soared up to the heavens. Old man, F***CKU. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 239, Improve. Chapter 239, Improve. Translator, Limeston Editor, Tenish. Chen Feng and the rest returned to Star City. His success in bringing Qin Hai back kicked off a huge uproar.
Online, countless people were discussing this. Currently, Chen Feng was summarizing his gains during this period. 1. Luck Aura's upgrade. His present luck aura had become much more powerful after undergoing 2 upgrades. Whether it was lockdown or alarm, both worked much better now. 2. Methods of using energy equipment. With Lady Xiaoyu's help, Chen Feng's combat power had increased significantly after learning 2 unique methods of operating energy equipment, body separation and self-eruption. When used in tandem with his myriad illusionary wind blade, which was capable of unleashing a multitude of different genetic abilities, Chen Feng was now capable of nearly everything. His combat power had now increased significantly. Naturally, these methods had only given him a multi-purpose power and a formidable combat power. However, the moment he faced a power that exceeded what he could presently handle, he would still be helpless. For example, B class. If I were to go all out, I should be able to reach a power equivalent to a C class, Chen Feng deducted. He himself was already a middle-tier D class. With 3,000 points of spiritual energy and an energy equipment assembled by his myriad illusionary wind blade, his combat power would reach C class, giving him the ability to skip his current D class to challenge those of C class. However, this was far from enough for him. He inhaled deeply. C class? In a true war, C classes were mere cannon fodder. He thought of the recent frozen sea tundra incident. Even the A-class Lei Hao had suffered great damage, and the A-class Yitong's face had been disfigured. Apart from that, countless B-class and C-class had been lost. Next, he thought of the upcoming Star City battle. Chen Feng closed his eyes. The apocalypse-like scene once again reappeared in his mind. That darkness. That grief. That petite silhouette blocking in front of him, and also the ultimate destruction of Star City. Time. Chen Feng muttered. He did not have much time left. In a single year, he had to reach a class. Only by reaching a class could he qualify to have an impact on the upcoming war. Regardless of defeat or victory, at the very least, he would be qualified to partake in the war. At least, he would not need Wang Yao to block in front of him. And if he wanted to reach a class, he needed to break through at least 1 tier per month. High tier D class, peak D class, breaking through into C class, middle tier C class, high tier C class, peak B class, and breaking through into a class. A total 11 tiers for him to break through. That final A-class breakthrough would be extremely difficult. Under normal circumstances, this was simply an impossible mission. To break through any one of these tiers, even if it was a tier of D-class, it would be very common for someone to take 1 whole year. Now, Chen Feng was actually aiming to break through 11 tiers in a single year? This was simply a pipe dream. Something no one would believe. Naturally, Chen Feng did not need the belief of others. He had only taken several months to become the current him, which was a master producer who was well known throughout the world, from a mere student who did not have anything. Was this a feat anyone else could accomplish? His very existence was a miracle in itself. If so, his new goal was now clear. His eyes started shining. Within this month, he had to charge to high-tier D-class from his current middle-tier D-class. In other words, his 3,000 points of spiritual energy needed to reach 6,000 points. Even though this was an incredibly difficult feat, that did not necessarily mean that he had 0 chance of accomplishing it. Gene strengthening. This was the first thought that crossed his mind. By means of hunting mutated beasts, he could increase his attributes. This was something nearly impossible for other producers. However, when it came to Chen Feng, this was something extremely simple. His target, timber raccoons. After preparing a bunch of gene reagents in his peril rebirth, Chen Feng set out to improve himself. Time passed quietly. For the whole month, Chen Feng struggled arduously. For the whole month, Chen Feng transcended classes to challenge those of a higher class. Gene strengthening using timber raccoons was much harder than Chen Feng had imagined. The first difficulty was due to the attribute selection. The dangers of gene strengthening were not only due to the mutated beasts that moved in groups, there was also the aspect of attribute selection. If the attribute of the chosen beast was too much higher than his own, it would become extremely dangerous. This was even more so the case for Chen Feng, who had an extremely high spirit attribute, whereas his other attributes were comparatively low. Even for a timber raccoon with 3,000 points of spirit attribute, their other attributes would be at a range of 500 to 600 points. However, an ordinary genetic warrior's secondary attributes would be incredibly low compared to their main attribute. Hence, he not only needed to select a mutated beast with a spirit attribute 1 to 100 points higher than his, the other 3 secondary attributes of the chosen mutated beast needed to be only a bit higher than his as well. This was an extremely difficult thing to achieve. Initially, Chen Feng had believed that,
with his luck aura locking onto those timber raccoons, it would be extremely easy for him.
However, he had never expected that his actual enemy would be the huge amount of timber raccoon hunters. With great difficulty, he finally locked onto a timber raccoon. However, when he arrived, the timber raccoon had already been killed by others. There were also several times where he finally found a suitable timber raccoon with great difficulty, only to find that the timber raccoon he'd found was actually a corpse that was on a grill with condiments all over its body and the smell of spice drifting through the air. That very moment, his feeling was something that words couldn't describe. After going through this month of hardship, Chen Feng was now looking wan and jaundiced. Fortunately, he had still managed to reach his goal before the end of the month. Naturally, luck value and the endless spiritual energy replenishment items supplied to him by the Gene Production Association played a role in this as well. Energy exhaustion was not a problem he needed to worry about. Improving. 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 Chen Feng was extremely clear on what his goal was. Finally, in a month, he reached high tier D class. Spirit attribute, 6,000 points. Physique attribute, 1,000 points. Agility attribute, 1,000 points. Strength attribute, 1,000 points. His initial target had been reached. Chen Feng exhaled in relief. I can finally leave this damnable place. He glanced at the timber raccoon's habitat that was filled with human. Everywhere, people were shouting, recruiting for scouts for their timber raccoon hunting squad. The reason for him leaving was mainly due to timber raccoons being too weak for him now. Not all timber raccoons would mutate, and not all timber raccoons would be as powerful as a timber raccoon leader. Hence, the limit for an ordinary timber raccoon spirit attribute would be 6,000 points. Chen Feng had been looking for 2 days, yet not a single suitable mutated beast could be found. Going forward, he could only rely on himself. His next goal, reaching peak D class from high tier D class. Based on the official standards, he needed to increase his 6,000 points of spirit attribute to 9,000 points. Once again, a 3,000 point increase was required. For the current Chen Feng that could no longer perform gene strengthening, this was simply too difficult. The time limit for him was still the same, 1 month. For 11 tiers, 12 months were allocated for himself. Apart from the 2 months allocated for the A-class breakthrough, the other tiers needed to be broken through in 1 month each. This was the limit he'd set for himself. Only with this could he reach a class before the Star City War. Only with this could he become stronger. If he couldn't even accomplish all this. Chen Feng shook his head. He started preparing for his next breakthrough. At the same time, he received Ho Liang's transmission. The affairs concerning Zhou Xiaorou's identity in the Frozen Sea Tundra incident had been handled accordingly. Chen Feng's heart throbbed. It's done. Due to Zhou Xiaorou's special identity, both her and Qin Hai had been kept at Star City as they waited for the investigation result pertaining to the mysterious organization. Shua! Chen Feng turned his screen on. The first message he received was, the investigation on Zhou Xiaorou's identity was completed. Qin Hai has received special approval to enter the Gene Production Association's headquarters. Despite the fact that Chen Feng has not completed any mission this time around, due to his outstanding contribution, a special reward shall be awarded to him. Another reward? Chen Feng's eyes shone. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 240, Alarming Change. Chapter 240, Alarming Change. Translator, Limeston Editor, Tenish. At the main building of the Gene Production Association, Chen Feng collected his reward, a reward normally allotted for completion of the highest-ranked missions. This was a special reward. As Chen Feng had not accepted any mission this time, it had been classified as a unique contribution to the organization. Hence, this reward had not been sent to him directly. That, coupled with the rules of the association, meant the reward he received was limited to the reward for the highest-ranked mission he could accept at his present rank. Your current rank. The staff member blanked. Master Producer? That's right. Master Producer. Chen Feng was merely a D class. Hence, the level of missions one could receive at this rank were quite low. However, his previous Master Producer's certification had instead increased the level of missions he could now accept. As such, the level of missions he could currently accept was extremely high. Hence, Schwa. Reward allotted to him, any chosen C-Class Formula X1. C-Class. Any chosen formula. Chen Feng's emotions surged. He was too clear on the weight of this reward. The crux was not the C-Class or the stars of the formula. The crux was the any chosen formula in the reward description. With this, he would be able to make his selection as he wished from the huge gene bank, choosing his very own strongest gene, selecting the strongest formula. Back then, for a single mission with any chosen D-class formula as the reward, Feng had to confront the dark freak, threading on the edge of death. This time, he had surprisingly received an any chosen C-class formula as the reward for his latest contribution. This was a pleasant surprise for him. Any chosen formula. Feng licked his dry lips. With this, the fusion gene reagent he would require after breaking through into C-class was thus settled. Granted, he had not yet reached the limit of D-class, nor had he broken through. However, getting his hands on the fusion formula in advance would serve as a confidence booster for him. Now he could put his full focus on increasing his strength before proceeding to break through directly into C-class. His eyes shone. Naturally, the main reason for such a glorious reward he gained was due to Zhuo Xiaorou, the assassin of that mysterious organization. Due to Zhuo Xiaorou's defection and arrival at Star City with Qin Hai, their side had obtained more information pertaining to that mysterious organization. This was considered a type of contribution. The male seduction trick is actually so useful, Feng lamented. If only you had known this earlier, Qin Hai, you could have. Scram! Qin Hai glared at him. What a troublemaker! You are here. Ho Liang smiled when he saw their arrival and said, "Come with me." All right. They followed him. Surprisingly, despite the smile on Ho Liang's face, a tinge of helplessness could be seen on it as well. It seemed like something was wrong. Something happened? Qin Hai whispered. Probably. Feng sunk into a solemn mood. Could this be related to that incident that was about to happen in a year? I knew I wouldn't be able to keep this a secret from you too. Ho Liang sighed and paused before he continued. This is related to Lady Xiaorou. Oh? Feng and Qin Hai were curious. Xiaorou. Could there be some problem with her? Only when they reached the monitoring cabin and once again saw Xiaorou did they find out what the problem was. The whole cabin was in a mess. Several rooms had been destroyed. There were even several injured people there, howling in grief while Zhuo Xiaorou was chained onto a chair by a multitude of shackles. What happened? Feng's and Qin Hai's expression changed greatly. Just as they were about to ask Ho Liang about this, Zhuo Xiaorou raised her head. When they met her gaze, the familiar gentleness was nowhere to be seen. Instead, only an ice-cold killing intent could be felt. Her icy gaze landed on them. Who are you? Qin Hai was stunned. Have you forgotten me? Who are you? Zhuo Xiaorou's expression was ice-cold. Are you someone from the Gene Production Association? Interesting. Although I have no idea what methods you guys employ to capture me, don't hope to get any information from me, Zhuo Xiaorou said coldly. Qin Hai and Feng blanked. Memory loss? They shifted their gaze toward Ho Liang. This guy here couldn't have used some extreme interrogation method on her, right? Don't look at me that way. Ho Liang rolled his eyes. Lady Xiaorou was a guest here. Every day, she would come here on time to talk to us. Who would dare to extort a confession out of her? Every interrogation was supervised. If you want, you can watch the surveillance recordings at any time. However, this time around, when we started talking about that organization, this happened. Is that so? Qin Hai looked into her eyes. There, only endless killing intent welcomed him. What happened to her? Suddenly, Feng said, Lady Xiaoyu will be extremely disappointed if she finds out you are acting this way. Xiaoyu? Zhuo Xiaorou frowned. Who's that? Feng and Qin Hai exchanged glances as an odd feeling crept up their hearts. She did not remember Xiaoyu? Had she lost all her memories? But she clearly still remembered that organization. Why? Was this due to the battle at the snow tundra? Suddenly, Qin Hai's heart ached. Recently, he had mingled around frequently with Xiaorou. This foolish young lady had always foolishly stayed by his side. But now, even if he did not feel any sort of romance toward Xiaorou, he could not allow her to stay in this condition. This foolish young lady had only turned out this way as a cost of saving him. No. Nope. Qin Hai roared inwardly. He would not allow Lady Xiaorou to stay this way. Based on what Zhuo Xiaorou had said previously, it had taken her 3 whole years to transform herself from an ice-cold killing machine into a normal human being. How had she turned back into the previous her? Is it due to memory loss? Qin Hai had a resolute expression. Although he would not give her his body to thank her, the fact remained that this young lady had saved him. He would not allow her to stay in this condition.
Qin Hai held her hand.
Xiaorou, look at me.
Zhou Xiaorou's gaze swirled around before finally landing on Qin Hai's eyes.
Suddenly, a tinge of emotion seemed to appear within.
Qin Hai's emotions surged.
You remember me, ?
No, there is some gums in your eyes, Zhou Xiaorou said indifferently.
Qin Hai.
If you guys are trying to use the male seduction trick on me, a smile appeared on Zhou Xiaorou's face as she pointed at the Chen Feng that was standing there doing nothing. I prefer that kind of youngster.
You are too old for my liking.
Qin Hai was dumbstruck.
Oh well, old? Chen Feng's mouth twitched. Wait. Old?
He looked at that awfully serious expression of Zhou Xiaorou and abruptly asked, Lady Xiaorou, we won't be asking you about the organization.
Can you at least tell us how old are you this year? Me?
15 years old, she said indifferently. Her delicate-looking face appeared extremely serious.
She did not seem to be faking it. However, everyone else was immediately alarmed. 15 years old?
This. They continued asking a bunch of questions before finally confirming the fact that Zhou Xiaorou had indeed lost her memories. A whole 3 years' worth of memories were gone. And this had happened here. Within this star city, the holy land of gene producers.
Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. Was this caused by someone else, or? Doesn't seem so.
Holiang shook his head. Due to her unique identity, every single movement of hers in Star City was supervised at all times.
So far, no one has made any moves on her.
For her to behave this way.
Holiang contemplated.
This looks more like the work of some mysterious restriction. When her words and thoughts touched upon a certain topic, that topic acted as the trigger for the restriction to activate on her, causing her to lose her memory.
So that's the case. Everyone came to a sudden realization. That's right.
This might be the very reason that organization had remained unknown after so many years. This was also the only way they could maintain their mysteriousness. Quickly, everyone understood what had happened. However, when they once again performed a scan on Zhou Xiaorou, an even more astonishing thing was discovered. Based on the data, the age of Zhou Xiaorou's physical body was indeed currently 15 years old. The Zhou Xiaorou before their eyes was genuinely 15 years old.
Hua!
Their expressions changed greatly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 241, Genetic Unions Plan. Chapter 241, Genetic Unions Plan. Translator, Limeston Editor, Tenish. What actually happened? Nobody had any idea.
None of them had ever expected something so meddlesome to happen during a seemingly ordinary questioning session.
For an issue to crop up with Zhou Xiaorou's body age and memories. Is it possible that she was lying about her age previously? Chen Feng asked.
Qin Hai rejected that firmly.
No.
Even if he had never met Zhou Xiaorou before, he was nevertheless somewhat familiar with her information. She was indeed 18 years old this year, so how had this 15-year-old body appeared?
When they took a good look at her.
Do you all not notice that she seems tinier now? Someone said suddenly. Chen Feng studied her and felt like that was indeed the case.
Her tits got smaller.
Holiang's expression changed slightly.
Surveillance recording. Schwa.
The surveillance recording of Zhou Xiaorou before this had happened was taken out. There, a more mature version of Zhou Xiaorou could be clearly seen. In the video, she was still a young lady. However, her physical appearance was obviously more mature compared to now. In the video, just as their conversation touched upon a certain previous encounter of hers, she hesitated momentarily before she suddenly started raging.
Chen Feng's eyes shone. It's here. Schwa.
That single second was split into countless frames before they could finally see that Zhou Xiaorou's body had, within a single second, turned younger.
That was the power of time.
Hiss.
Everyone inhaled a mouthful of cold breath. There truly existed someone in this world who had grasped to the power of time? Moreover, that power was triggered merely because Zhou Xiaorou had encountered and seen something.
This is truly.
What had she seen? Everyone was alarmed.
They knew that this mysterious organization was probably hiding an even more terrifying secret. In the end, Zhou Xiaorou was kept behind. Even after showing her the surveillance recordings multiple times to prove what they were telling her, she still refused to believe what they said. Hence, the association had no choice but to put her under a temporary house arrest. Despite the term house arrest being used, in fact, everything Zhou Xiaorou wanted was still given to her as before. The only difference was her restricted freedom for safety reasons. I will cure you, Chen Hai said seriously. This uncle here, using an old male to seduce me won't work. Zhou Xiaoro was very serious as well.
Chen Hai. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face.
Naturally, despite this issue with Zhou Xiaoro's body, from their casual chat, they had still managed to obtain some new information pertaining to that organization.
For example, the name. What is their name?
Chen Hai's killing intent surged.
Sooner or later, he would root out this sinister organization. Hou Liang sighed. Mysterious organization. I know. My question is, what's their name? Chen Hai asked.
Hou Liang paused before, with a forced smile on his face, he said, their name is Mysterious Organization.
Schwa. The mood seemed to freeze. Chen Feng's mouth twitched. He finally understood why they had failed to even get a clue on the name of that organization after all this while. So the fact was this wasn't due to their failures during investigation. Rather, it was a name that even if it was spelled out to them, they would still not imagine that this was the actual name of the organization. They had always believed that this was simply a nickname. What a bunch of scammers. Chen Feng was too tired to even berate this. What stupid name is this? Mysterious organization. Chen Hai muttered.
From the moment the Chen family had been destroyed, he'd had an unresolved grudge toward this organization. Coupled with the present Zhou Xiaoro incident, he vowed to not let this organization off.
Wait. Suddenly, Chen Feng's vigilance flared up.
Since Xiaoro didn't reveal any information regarding that organization, why are you guys rewarding me? But
he simply knew Hou Liang too well.
Previously, this guy had been using the dark freak to trick him, telling him all those things like saving the world and the like.
What had the end result been?
That so-called dark freak was simply something insignificant in the grand scheme of things.
Cough cough, Hou Liang coughed. Am I such a scammer? What do you think? Chen Feng looked at him in alarm. Let me tell you this in advance. Since I have already taken the reward, I will not return it. Hou Liang. We won't take it back from you. Hou Liang's face darkened.
Regardless of what happened to Zhou Xiaoro, at the very least, it will appear to outsiders that we have found out everything from her.
We are giving our enemy a false impression. Putting on such an act is still something we need to do.
So that's the case.
Chen Feng was enlightened. Putting on a play? This was something he was good at. Naturally, as for you. Hou Liang paused, there's a new mission. I reject it.
Chen Feng rejected without a slightest trace of politeness.
Hou Liang. This. Chen Feng wasn't giving him any face at all. Chen Hai laughed as he signaled Chen Feng with his eyes, at least listen about it? Fine. Chen Feng shrugged. Then, old man Ho, which world crisis is happening this time that requires our rescue? Or perhaps some demon king has been born? This damn kid.
Hou Liang rolled his eyes. However, since they were now talking about the mission, he recovered his seriousness.
This mission is somewhat unique.
It is not a mission of our Gene Production Association. Instead, it is a support mission sent to us from the Genetic Union, Hou Liang said seriously.
Genetic Union? Chen Feng's interest was piqued. Do you still remember that, previously, we applied to initiate an operation to rescue Chen Hai?
Although you returned with him, after 1 month of discussion, the Genetic Union decided to go ahead with the operation, the target being frozen sea tundra. They are planning to explore and develop the entire snow tundra and build a brand new camp there. Hou Liang said with an overcast tone. At this, the hearts of Chen Feng and the rest trembled.
New camp? The type of camp where one could reach with a single ironclad ride, the type where one could go out for explorations at any time? But, how was that possible? To develop a new camp, the danger level had to be ascertained first.
For example, dragons passing mountain, clear details of the legends surrounding that area, the classes of the mutated beasts there, and the danger zones there, all this information had to be investigated thoroughly. One had to know that the unknown would always be the scariest thing. Even for the area with the lowest danger level, one had to also first figure out what existed within that area. This was the core requirement for the formation of a genetic union camp. Things such as which areas were suitable for the exploration of those in a class and which areas were suitable for the exploration of those in E-class, etc., these all needed to be figured out. Why had they failed to build a camp at a forbidden area all this while? The reason was simple. Due to the unknown dangers there. One would never know precisely how dangerous that place was. At a place where even an A-class might die at any moment, it was simply impossible for ordinary people to survive there.
Opening up the frozen sea tundra for humanity? Was that possible?
Within that frozen sea were countless unknown life forms.
An example would be those elusive huge life forms. He was simply too clear on the dangers of that place. Hence, the assistance of you guys is required.
Ho Liang looked at Chen Feng.
Anything pertaining to the snow tundra can be left to the genetic union.
Regardless of how powerful those life forms are, they are, after all, still living beings. However, as for the frozen sea, those unknown regions within the sea are something even the genetic union is helpless against.
Hence, this will have to rely on you, as only you are able to remain safe and sound under the water.
Earnestly, Ho Liang dangled the carrot.
Naturally, for this unique joint mission, an astonishing reward will be issued by them. If you are interested. Think about it. It will be the same as how it was when you brought Chen Hai back. Just bring Chen Hai along and take a vacation under the sea. Meicham, see how simple this is? You only need to record whatever you see down there. If it is ascertained that there are no formidable life forms residing down there, we can directly freeze the whole frozen sea, transforming that place into an area of exploration where humans can walk. Ho Liang inhaled deeply. Freezing it.
This was the same fashion in which the ice river had been handled back then. This was also the most optimal method of dealing with it. Naturally, this was with the premise that there were no overly formidable life forms residing underneath the sea.
Otherwise, the barrier painstakingly erected by the genetic union would simply be reduced to a joke.
Hence, for this mission, Chen Feng's help was required.
Let me think about it, Chen Feng muttered.
If it was the frozen sea, with his current capabilities, if he were to only observe the type of life forms down there, it shouldn't pose too much trouble. Most importantly, regardless of the genetic union or gene production association, the rewards issued for a mission of this magnitude would not be lacking.
This was especially true for the rewards issued by the genetic union.
Since the main focus of the genetic union was to improve one's combat prowess, the reward would probably be.
Chen Feng was tempted. Fine, I accept this mission.
Good.
Ho Liang was gratified.
Then prepare to go underwater.
Chen Feng. Why does this sentence feel so weird?
I seem to recall that the term go underwater is also used for a certain profession one? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 242, Old Acquaintance. Chapter 242, Old Acquaintance. Translator, Limeston Editor, Tenish. The next day, Chen Feng formally went underwater. In an unexpected twist, as this news was released to the public, it raised an uproar on the internet. Countless people were requesting links. Do you know what go underwater one means? No. Chen Feng went underwater. What, he's filming that stuff? Similar conversations were happening everywhere.
Fortunately, the new camp project of the genetic union was announced soon after. With that, the public found out that Chen Feng was actually going underwater as an explorer to reconnoiter the terrain there.
Finer details of the project were not announced for now.
So it's this version of went underwater they were referring to.
The genetic union is opening a new camp? I'm totally looking forward to that.
Everyone's emotions surged. This was one of those pieces of news that couldn't be kept secret even if they wanted it to be, as the frozen sea tundra was currently under the attention of a lot of people due to the Chen Hai incident. Currently, countless experts of the genetic union were flooding the frozen sea tundra, creating quite a scene there. Without a care about the mysterious organization, they blockaded the entirety of the huge frozen sea. Countless experts surrounded the sea, providing the most optimal environment for Chen Feng to go underwater. In actuality, the genetic union had long ago developed a submarine that could survive the dissolving power of this frozen sea. However, their biggest problem was the fact that these submarines they developed would be attacked after going underwater. After all, these submarines were alien existences for the life forms in the frozen sea. Moreover, some of them even viewed these submarines as threats. Hence, that bizarre purple energy of Chen Feng's had now become extremely useful. To be safe, this time around, Chen Feng would be using a true miniature submarine to go underwater. All sorts of monitoring tools and essential items for daily life had already been prepared in the submarine. Apart from that, an endless supply of energy would be supplied to Chen Feng. The only thing Chen Feng needed to do was use his purple energy to keep this submarine safe. Initially, Chen Feng had been planning to bring Chen Hai along. However, as this mission wasn't issued to Chen Hai, he wouldn't be receiving any rewards for his participation, and he wouldn't be of much help anyway. Chen Hai had ultimately decided to stay back and continue trying to change Sui Xiaoro's mind instead. Naturally, based on her current circumstance, the more accurate term for what Chen Hai was attempting was instigating a rebellion against the mysterious organization.
Chen Feng alone had enough tasks to keep him busy.
Besides that, he was truly not well versed on the operation of a submarine.
Hence, the Genetic Union had arranged for additional manpower to go down with Chen Feng.
However, exceeding all of Chen Feng's expectations, the additional manpower sent to him was actually his old friend,
Su Fei? Chen Feng was somewhat dumbstruck.
Why would this guy be here? He had initially believed that he would never have a chance to cross paths with Su Fei's group ever again. Su Fei was behaving somewhat awkwardly. Only after some casual chatter did Su Fei tell him what had happened. So it turned out that, after going his separate way from Chen Feng previously, he'd felt that his strength had been too weak and his speed of improvement too slow. Hence, he'd started crying for help by pestering his family without stop. Since his family was still considerably wealthy, they had finally exhausted countless financial resources to help Su Fei join the Genetic Union as an employee in the hope that he would have some fortuitous encounter in the process.
Normally, he wouldn't get any chances to do anything.
However, for this mission, everyone else was unwilling to come and take such a risk. As such, he'd managed to grab a spot in this mission.
Chen Feng.
What could he say to this? This guy had truly pushed himself hard.
You actually regrew your hair.
Surprising Chen Feng, after a while of not seeing Su Fei, some hair had actually grown on that bald head of Su Fei's.
Currently, it greatly resembled a military-style shortcut.
Su Fei was feeling proud. I have finally broken the curse your family's lowly cast on me. Be careful lest you got burned once again, Chen Feng said petulantly.
Su Fei responded with an awkward laugh, hee. Soon, the Genetic Union finished their preparations. Clang! Clang! One after another, huge apparatuses of the Genetic Union were placed near the frozen sea. Hum!
A multitude of light screens appeared. On these screens was all the data those apparatuses detected.
Data matching. Matching complete. Submarine inspection. Inspection complete. Test recording. Test complete.
One green light after another lit up. Finally, all the tests were passed.
Everything is operating normally. We can start. Good. Hua.
The submarine split the water apart as Chen Feng started sinking underwater within that submarine.
Just as those from the Genetic Union had said, this submarine indeed survived the dissolving power of the sea. Is this built using special materials? Chen Feng contemplated.
However, just to be safe, he still enveloped the submarine with a layer of purple energy. The submarine would provide their daily life necessities, whereas Chen Feng would be responsible for the submarine's safety under the sea.
Shwa! Shwa!
The purple submarine started sinking. Some life forms of the frozen sea saw this and chose to get out of the way hastily as a response. Evidently, as far as they were concerned, that purple radiance was something they should not touch.
Hum.
The recorder was turned on. Within the submarine, a screen was linked with those from the Genetic Union. Their signals were perfectly aligned, and with that, everyone above could clearly see what was underwater.
Shwa!
A map was opened. A small part of the map was painted in blue, while the rest was all in black.
The blue part is the area we have probed. Su Fei pointed at the map and read the records he had.
Only 10% of the area has been probed so far. For this 10% progress alone, it cost us several tens of submarines.
Is that so? Chen Feng contemplated. Hua!
The submarine started approaching the areas that had yet to be probed.
Hum! Hum! A noiseless undulation dispersed around the submarine. Everywhere it passed, its vicinity would be fully recorded.
On the map, it could be seen that the blue area was increasing without stop.
Shwa! Shwa!
Their progress increased without stop.
15%. 20%. 25%. At the Genetic Union, countless people were exclaiming in admiration, "This is fast."
They had tried increasing their progress countless times in the past. Even when they had been extremely careful, every single trip of theirs had always been filled with difficulty. A single carelessness and they would be smashed away by some lifeform of the frozen sea. Moreover, casualties would also arise from any slight carelessness. As for Chen Feng, none of these were a concern.
Shwa! Shwa!
The progress increased without stop.
C-class life form. B-class life form. C-class life form. One alien life form after another was recorded.
What gave everyone a relief was the fact that despite these detected lifeforms being powerful, they had yet to reach a level so powerful they couldn't be contended against. The only reason these lifeforms could be so vicious was due to this being the frozen sea. Among them, the strongest were merely peak B class. It could be concluded that this was a place that they could afford to develop for humanity. 80%. 85%. We'll succeed soon. Everyone was emotional. The forbidden area that they had coveted for many years was about to be opened up to them. Currently, within the sea, Chen Feng and Su Fei were controlling the submarine as they headed toward the deepest area underwater that were previously unexplored. That was the final 10% of the map. Hua! The water noiselessly split apart as the submarine swam through. Bang! Suddenly, a dazzling radiance appeared. An immense pair of eyes that resembled a lantern opened at the seabed, and their gaze landed on the submarine. Not good. Immediately, the expressions of Chen Feng and Su Fei changed greatly. They had been discovered. Su Fei had a solemn expression. Be careful. He had seen the records of the previous attempts by the genetic union. Every single casualty they had suffered previously had happened after being discovered by the lifeforms of the frozen sea. He had initially believed that this would not happen this time. Had Chen Feng's purple energy failed? This thing. Chen Feng had an ominous feeling. The purple energy was supposed to be extremely effective against the lifeforms of the frozen sea. As long as they were a lifeform of the frozen sea, they would definitely avoid this thing. That was because it was ingrained in their brains that this thing here was similar to those reefs of the sea. For lifeforms not of the frozen sea, this purple energy would be completely ineffective. That's right. Lifeforms not of the frozen sea. Finally, the body of that terrifying huge pair of eyes appeared. When they get a clear look at it, they found that it was actually a huge tortoise with light swirling all over its body. Chen Feng inhaled a mouthful of cold air. It's him. Duma. That damnable huge tortoise. It had actually appeared at this place. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 243, Escaping Methods. Chapter 243, Escaping Methods. Translator, Limeston Editor, Tenish. At the genetic union, everyone watched from their screen as the submarine advanced without stop. Just as the progress reached 90%, against everyone's expectations, a crisis appeared. That gigantic red glow and that terrifying size. Something is going to happen. Their expressions changed greatly. This place was filled with experts. If this was any other place, they could simply smash the tortoise's shell anytime they wanted. However, the current crisis was taking place underneath the frozen sea. That was a place where they would not be of much help. As of now, the only thing they could do was pray that Chen Feng and Su Fei would be able to escape successfully. They were all anxious. Currently, from the screen, it could be seen that the tortoise was approaching the submarine. Su Fei was horrified. What damnable thing is this? Stop! Chen Feng commanded abruptly. Shwa! Immediately, the submarine halted all activity and floated amid the water. They were hoping that with this, that huge tortoise would overlook them. However, from the seemingly lively eyes of that tortoise, it appeared that this tortoise was in a deep thought about something. Suddenly, the gaze from that pair of eyes seemed to pierce through the submarine and the layer of purple energy to directly land on Chen Feng. It had discovered Chen Feng. Chen Feng's heart throbbed. Damn it! I've been found out. At that instant, he could vividly feel that a terrifying power abruptly started throbbing within his heart. That seemed to be the exact moment the tortoise's gaze locked onto him. Go! Chen Feng said without the slightest hesitation. All right. Su Fei hastily activated the submarine. Bang! Transforming into a purple flash, the submarine streaked away and vanished noiselessly. However, with a loud sound, that huge tortoise caught up to them easily in a split second. Su Fei's soul chilled. What damnable speed is this? Bang! The gigantic body of that tortoise smashed into their submarine. Clang! Clang! The submarine shook without stop and the screen in the submarine blinked unceasingly. The people from the genetic union could only watch on as this happened. They were so nervous it was as if some invisible hand was gripping their hearts. Subsequently, after another impactful collision into the submarine by the tortoise, the screen that was hovering midair darkened. The connection had been severed. Their hearts thumped. Something happened. What should we do? They exchanged glances, blank expressions on their faces.
So the act of opening up the frozen sea tundra for humanity was a feat that was out of their present capability after all?
They stared at the distant frozen sea. Chen Feng and Su Fei were obviously in a crisis, but that huge tortoise was obviously not too powerful. However, none of them were capable of going down there. The person in charge of this mission abruptly said, "Dispatch another submarine over here."
What?
Everyone else was shocked.
There was clearly a huge tortoise in there.
"Bring our latest torpedo over here as well." The person in charge had a vicious expression on his face. Despite something happening to Chen Feng and Su Fei, they nevertheless still brought us valuable information pertaining to the sea.
At the very least, 90% of the map has been properly examined.
If there's only this single damnable old tortoise in the remaining 10% region of the sea, I will ensure that this tortoise will pay dearly, but...
Roger. Everyone else sunk into a solemn mood.
We had an escape mode installed on the submarine. Hopefully, they are safe.
Everyone prayed.
Currently, at the depths of the frozen sea, the tortoise was still furiously knocking against the submarine. The damage dealt to the recording device was merely the start. Everything within the submarine's interior had been messed up. Even Chen Feng and Su Fei were dizzy from all the knocking around. That tortoise was knocking against the submarine without stop.
Damn it.
Chen Feng inhaled deeply as he calmed his mind.
Ding. Ding.
Red light blinked.
Energy crisis. Recommended to activate escape mode now, an ice-cold mechanical voice prompted. What's an escape mode? Chen Feng asked.
That thing is not much help here.
Su Fei smiled bitterly.
That was a mode where all the energy of the submarine would be condensed to shoot the inner cabin of the submarine out.
Theoretically, this mode is capable of shooting us straight to the shore. But currently, Su Fei paused, sighing, we're too deep underwater. Their depth was not the only issue.
There was also the endless amount of life forms in this frozen sea that would pose them problems. Here, the usefulness of the escape mode was severely restricted. Without Chen Feng's purple energy, the inner cabin traveling at a high speed under escape mode would simply be crushed by the life forms here. Furthermore, the amount of energy left to them was simply not sufficient to send them to the shore all the way from their current depth.
On top of that, would this damnable tortoise here let them off easily? Escape mode. Su Fei tried simulating the escape. Schwa. Schwa. Schwa.
More than 10 escape routes were shown by the system. After analysis, the system projected that all these routes would end up in failure. The probability of them dying was 98%. Now there was simply no way out for them.
Routes?
Chen Feng's eyes moved rapidly.
Schwa. His luck aura was activated.
It was simply too simple if all he required was to select a route for the escape mode to use.
1 point of luck value should be sufficient for this. However, this chosen direction. Chen Feng looked at the direction pointed out by luck aura.
That was the deepest region of the frozen sea, the final 5% unexplored region.
Su Fei. Chen Feng inhaled. There. Su Fei laughed viciously. All right.
Since Chen Feng was a person who was very good at creating miracles, in situations such as their current circumstance, he had zero doubts about Chen Feng. He directly set the route toward the direction Chen Feng had pointed at.
Bang! The submarine exploded.
Like an artillery shell, the miniature inner cabin shot out. Only Chen Feng and Su Fei were contained within the cabin.
Bang!
The cabin shot forth, kicking off a powerful current as it sliced through the water. The inner cabin shot forth and finally reached the final 5% region. As for Chen Feng and Su Fei, they were both feeling lightheaded due to the intense trembling of the cabin from the high-speed travel. After a long time, the inner cabin stopped moving.
It stopped?
They both sunk into a solemn mood. As the inner cabin had been designed as the final safety measure, it was completely sealed. This was even more so when they were in the depths of the frozen sea. Hence, they had no way of seeing what was happening outside the cabin. Where's that huge tortoise?
Among this final 5% region, where's our lifeline? Wait.
Chen Feng calmed himself. He was sure that if the huge tortoise was still around, it would definitely be knocking on the inner cabin. However, even after waiting for half an hour, they were still safe and sound.
Nothing seemed to be happening outside.
Su Fei was pleasantly surprised.
We are safe.
We should currently be at a certain location in the deepest region of frozen sea, Chen Feng guessed. Since the huge tortoise is no longer after us and the submarine had been damaged, I will create a small submarine with my energy equipment later.
Su Fei nodded. All right.
As long as that huge tortoise was not here, their crisis could be considered to have been resolved. However, clang! Clang! Suddenly, a bizarre sound could be heard from outside the cabin. What? Chen Feng's muscles tensed immediately. Something is out there. Su Fei was anxious. Could this be that huge tortoise? Chen Feng shook his head. I don't think so. If it was truly that tortoise, a single knock would be sufficient to smash them out of the cabin. Without the outer hull, this cabin would simply be shattered with a single knock. An inner cabin at this level simply couldn't resist against that tortoise's knock. Hence, this should be some ordinary life form of the frozen sea. Let me produce my submarine first, Chen Feng decided promptly. Even if the materials used to construct the inner cabin were capable of resisting the sea's dissolving power, sooner or later, some frozen sea life form would definitely smash it apart. Hence, it was simply impossible for them to avoid danger by staying within the cabin. Ka! Ka! Su Fei opened the inner cabin's door. Hum! The purple energy produced through his myriad illusionary wind blade was ready in his hands. He had thoroughly prepared to face a battle. However, when the cabin's door was opened, he was shocked. Outside the cabin, several silhouettes were poking the cabin. When they saw Chen Feng, they were similarly shocked to the point their bodies trembled. Those are humans. There are humans here? Abruptly, Chen Feng looked around. Along with the aroma of fresh air that assailed his nostrils, what welcomed his sight were buildings that were in a picturesque disorder and countless alarmed gazes staring at him. There was actually a village here at the depths of the frozen sea? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 244, Mysterious Village. Chapter 244, Mysterious Village. Translator, Limeston Editor, Tenish. You all. Just as Chen Feng was about to start talking. An alarmed shout interrupted him. Who? A huge net produced from unique materials appeared out of nowhere and wrapped up the inner cabin. Before Chen Feng and Su Fei could leave the cabin, they were trapped together in the net as well. Next, a multitude of people appeared, carrying forks of all shapes in their hands and eyeing Chen Feng viciously. These people. Chen Feng's heart leaped. Only now did he notice that, although these people appeared human, each and every one of them was slightly different compared to a normal human. The more accurate term for these people was mutants. From the crowd, an octopus mutant with something like a placenta on his head could be seen. There was also a humanoid with pink skin and a sharp head that looked like a sharpened pencil. All the life forms here appeared bizarre, seemingly human yet not human. Shwa! Chen Feng tried using the energy in his body, but it was ineffective. This was a village at the depths of the frozen sea, so it fell under the restriction of the frozen sea. Under the frozen sea's effect, all sorts of abilities would be dissolved before they could take any form. Hence, it was simply impossible for any abilities to be used here. Unless. Suddenly. Whoosh! Whoosh! The huge net tightened. Chen Feng and Su Fei were directly hoisted up. Su Fei was horrified. Damn, what the heck is this? Chen Feng shook his head. God knows. Who could have imagined that such life forms existed at the depths of the frozen sea? He had also never expected that, after escaping from the tortoise, he would meet with another life-threatening crisis. These guys. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. The only hope he could cling onto was that these people understood their language. Hello, hello, hello? Big brother? Su Fei started shooting his mouth off. Ha, that pair of hands you got there looks quite interesting. It looks like a boxing glove, ha. What gene have you fused with to have this kind of mutation? Not talking? Let me take a guess. Crab? I'm correct, am I right? Ha ha. And you, the yellow-colored guy. Su Fei spouted nonsense without stop. Surprisingly, at this moment, someone walked over and glanced at him before saying coldly, "Any more nonsense from your mouth and I will slash you down right this moment." Su Fei was stupefied. Shit. You know how to talk? That guy merely snorted coldly as a response. Hoof. Shwa. Shwa. They were both carried into the village. Chen Feng took this chance to take in the scenery there. Due to this unique geographical location, the environment here was incredibly beautiful. The village wasn't too big, though. A faint purple-colored defensive barrier was separating the seawater from the village. As such, the village was not invaded by the seawater. But
Chen Feng's gaze landed outside the defensive barrier.
There, at a certain spot outside the barrier, it could be clearly seen that several buildings were submerged in the seawater and had been reduced into ruins.
The only reason those buildings still stood there instead of crumbling was due to the calm waves in the sea.
Without a doubt, a slight touch or a slightly stronger wave would be sufficient to cause those buildings to completely crumble.
Those structures would probably not last long. Chen Feng contemplated.
Those seem newly built. As of now, they had already been carried to the center of the village. The door of a building there opened and a fat old man with beard all over his face walked out.
Surprisingly, resting on his shoulder was a dog's head.
It greatly resembled the dog face meme one that had been quite popular online a while back.
This. Chen Feng's mouth twitched. Are dogs also a life form of the sea?
As for Su Fei, he almost burst out laughing.
Ha 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 ha. These mutants truly look hilarious.
However, before he could laugh out loud, that doghead chief looked at them coldly. His next words caused Su Fei to lose all the humor he was feeling.
Throw them out to feed it. All right, everyone else answered. Schwa. Su Fei's expression changed greatly. Feed it? What joke was this?
He was unsure what exactly these guys were planning. However, from that short sentence, he could see that both he and Chen Feng were now in quite a predicament. This was especially true in a situation where that huge tortoise was still out there.
Su Fei's heart chilled. Are they planning to feed us to that huge tortoise? Schwa. A group of mutants dragged them and were about to take them out. However, right at this moment, Su Fei suddenly said, "How much longer can your village last?" Schwa.
All the mutants halted their steps. The doghead chief turned his fat body around slowly and fixed his gaze at Su Fei.
Foreigner, what do you know? Can I stand?
Su Fei said helplessly. Let him stand, the doghead chief said. At that, Su Fei was temporarily let out of the net, and several forks were aimed straight at his head. He inhaled deeply before looking at the doghead chief.
That's simple.
I saw some dissolved ruins outside the barrier. If those were something left behind long ago, I think they would have been long gone. However, despite the fact that a portion of the buildings are indeed gone, the whole structure is still intact.
This clearly means that these are newly corroded buildings, Su Fei said faintly. So that's how you figure it out.
The doghead chief nodded slightly.
What a keen observation.
Su Fei felt proud.
Naturally.
The doghead chief waved his hand.
Drag them out to feed it. Schwa.
Once again, Su Fei was stuffed back into the huge net.
Su Fei was dumbfounded. Even idiots can see that. Do we need you to tell us that?
The doghead chief had a cold expression on his face.
From your looks, I don't think you can give us any solutions anyway. What's the point of keeping you around? You damnable humans.
Su Fei's face darkened. What do you mean by from my looks I won't be able to think of a solution?
Are you looking down on me with those dog eyes of yours?
Actually,
Su Fei was still thinking of trying something out. Clang.
Ignoring them, the group of mutants once again started dragging them out. Lacking any other choices, Chen Feng could only say, perhaps I have a way of resolving your current predicament.
Oh?
The doghead chief looked at him, doubt in his eyes.
How else did we travel through the frozen sea to reach here otherwise?
Chen Feng said calmly.
Using those things?
The doghead chief sneered before saying, take them out.
Schwa.
One rundown submarine after another was dragged out.
The pupils of Chen Feng and Su Fei shrunk.
These were all the unmanned submarines previously sent by the Genetic Union.
So they had all arrived here after sinking? Clang. Clang. The doghead chief knocked on them. Bang.
Those submarines crumbled apart. These things can indeed resist the dissolving power. However, with the strong pressure subjected on them at our current sea level, they can't last long, the doghead chief said coldly.
Pressure.
Chen Feng was powerless to berate this.
An aboriginal of the frozen sea had such knowledge? This was quite excessive, right?
The things you humans make are simply jokes in front of Mother Nature, the doghead chief said in disdain. Soon, Chen Feng and Su Fei were trapped once again.
You humans are the reason for our village's destruction.
The doghead chief's eyes were filled with ill intent. All these years, we were always safe and sound here. However, ever since you humans started battling up there, changes started to occur here.
There's also that damnable tortoise.
It was most certainly something you humans led over here. The doghead chief's eyes were filled with viciousness. As long as humans who enter the sea are killed, that tortoise will naturally leave. After that, we will regain our previous peace. The Doghead Chief ordered, "Take them away." The mutants prepared to once again drag Chen Feng and Su Fei out.
Are you sure? Once again, Chen Feng said, have you never thought of it?
If you were to make an incorrect choice, everyone in this village will end up dead.
If you can put your trust in me, I might be able to save you all.
The Doghead Chief looked at him.
What can you use to save us?
This. Chen Feng walked toward the fringe of the village. Since he was walking toward the frozen sea, none tried to stop him. An indistinct purple flicker bloomed from his hands. Next, he inserted his hand into the seawater.
Unexpectedly, he was fine. That is.
Finally, the Doghead Chief's expression changed. This young man here possessed such a magical power. Perhaps, their village that was on the path of destruction still had a chance. Let me introduce myself.
Finally, some importance was placed on these foreigners.
Hi, my name is Goli, the chief of Barrier Village.
Perhaps this is a name you have heard of?
What? The expressions of Chen Feng and Su Fei changed greatly.
Genetic Union? Goli?
They had indeed heard of this name.
10 years ago, an A-class expert of the Genetic Union and his underlings had betrayed the Union.
4 A-class celebrity warriors and countless B-class genetic warriors had been killed. This had caused quite a huge uproar back then. Even now, that was still one of the most serious attacks that had ever happened in the history of the Genetic Union. They had initially believed that Go Li and his underlings had all died. Never had they imagined that they would encounter him here at the depths of the sea, with this current appearance of his.
Abruptly, Chen Feng looked at those honest-looking villagers.
Beneath those bizarre shapes, there was some semblance to the faces he had once seen accidentally. Even the number of people here matched what he'd read. You all. The expressions of Chen Feng and Su Fei changed greatly.
It was them.
They were all the escaped criminals from that battle 10 years ago. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.